for me was actually in the LATAM region. Team Cruelty making it. Vasco Esports looked pretty dominant throughout the stage, and especially once they got into the bracket, looked really, really good. And I didn't see anybody but them making it. Obviously, they were the team to knock out 6 Karma from that bracket, but Cruelty got it done in the end. And I think, you know, fair play to Cruelty, but maybe before the stage started in LATAM, they weren't the team that people would have been saying, like, hey, this is the team going to the major.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fun part, that you don't know what you get at the end of the stage. And, you know, there's the rewards in terms of, you know, making it to the major. You have to earn that. You have to earn the SI points and the prize pool and the money that all comes with it. But you can also earn rewards by catching us through the Manchester Major. Let's bring up that little teaser graphic here. You might have seen this just before the Invitational. Well, we kind of play tested the pick'em system. Well, I tell you, that is coming back. And these are just some of the things that you can win that are in-game items just for participating in it. We'll have more information on that later on today. And of course, the full blog post that'll come out just before the Manchester Major to get you all ready for it. But hey, all you got to do, if you're actually going to the major, then great, you can participate in it every day, you know, kind of take a look at the games that are happening. But if you're watching from home, a little bit of extra for you to feel as if you're part of it all together in that arena. So there it is, a bit of a tease to kind of put people on the edge, and I'm really looking forward to it because I really enjoyed the pick'ems during SI. I gotta say, it's a fun piece.
I didn't get any of mine right during SI. That's all I'm going to say, Gassam. It might be easy on paper, but, you know, this game's not played on paper.
There's way to be the upset potential all the time, man. I'm just the worst at predictions, actually.
All right, let us move on then to our first match. We got a lot to cover, of course, today for it. But we got to talk about our hashtag game. This is something that we kind of trialed over the stage, and you saw Anne kind of pulling its first part of it. We've also done it ourselves over the past couple of days. But our wonderful producer, Tommy, asked us a question. He asked us, you know, who do you guys think will kind of break things for today? And there are specific hashtags, of course, to follow us through it. Hashtag qualified, so who you think will make it. Here's our first piece. Milos and Alfama, of course, going for Wolves. Fresh YG2. Do we need to chill for them again?
No, I mean, I expected the people that live in France to go for the French team.
Come on. Did you see who I picked in the first day? I picked G2.
There's a little bit of bias there. Why did I pick G2? G2 have activated, specifically Doki has been activated. And this is where G2 thrive. I think, you know, it was mentioned a couple of days ago. G2 thrive when they're under pressure, when it's in a bracket, when it's in best of threes. And they looked wobbly yesterday, don't get me wrong, so I understand why it's a bit of a questionable pick, but in my opinion, G2 will make it. I think they've got the most quality out of any team here.
I mean, you say that, but then Alfama, why did you turn code?
Yes, okay, so exactly like Fresh said, like at the beginning, I was like, okay, G2 comes alive when their back is against the wall, they come alive when they're in the LCQ. But like you said, also yesterday, they were shaky against the Wild. Against a Wild that, you know, that proved them wrong. Like most of the time, actually, it was way closer than it should have been. They won the last map of 3 clutches from Doki. I don't see that being, you know, very consistent and confident. And Wolf and Ents actually are, in my opinion, playing better as a team. So they should, that semifinal, the first one, should define who's winning the LCQ, in my opinion.
All right, moving a bit faster. Our next hashtag is all eyes on you. Now, I picked G2 because obviously all eyes on them. Fresh went for Doki, and Alfama, you picked a player from, I guess, that mixed T1 team that we had in mind.
Yeah, I picked Astro. I know that might be a surprise, but I actually think that out of all the players here, he's probably the one that has, or is the most interesting prospect out of the Forgotten Days. And he's fighting to live off his dream. He's fighting to make a living of it. He's fighting for a place back in Tier 1. The others, they might be fighting to keep their job. He's fighting to get one. So I think that's why all eyes are on him.
Absolutely. And finally, our last hashtag for today, hashtag what just happened. And we're playing that game with you guys at home also. You know, players or teams that can really surprise, and the Forgotten Days are my pick and Alfama's. And well, you're going for, I guess, a very classic older pick in this case here. Monsieur Fresh, please, would you care to explain yourself why Sloth is on here?
Yeah, so I picked like what just happened, because Sloth, the last we heard of him and the last we kind of spoke to him, was giving up Rainbow Six, didn't necessarily really want to, play Rainbow Six at a top level. And then here he is, popping up in the LCQ with the Forgotten Days, punching his camera, as you can see, hitting himself onto double spawn peaks, really taking the game too Fnatic. And I'm thinking, hey, we know this kid's got the quality. We know he's been to majors and 6 invitationals before. Is he back? What's just happened? And that is why I picked him for that hashtag.
So many players retire from Siege, and yet they all come back in one way or another. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave, is Hotel Rainbow Six.
That would never happen to me.
No, you're bouncing right back. You went to 3 regions and then came back to this one. So here we are. Let's talk about our first match then, our first game though. Wolves versus ENCE. We'll start off with our Wolves roster. And Fresh, you've talked for ages, for weeks, about this team.
Yeah.
They're on the cusp of making it once more.
Yeah, and I think obviously we can't go and talk about Wolves without talking about their record. The fact that they've been at every single major since the Charlotte major, in 2022. We're looking at almost 2 years of majors at this point. And I think for Wolves, they've got a lot of quality. I think they kind of lost themselves after SI, and they were kind of dealing with, for use of a better word, they were dealing with a hangover from SI. That they really struggled with it, dealt with the hangover, and then came back strong, but just fell short in the playoffs. And I think they've still got kinks to iron out. They've still got issues to iron out, particularly their attacking side is well documented at this point. But I think when they're on their day, they are generally probably one of the best teams in Europe and can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the world.
A team that was on their day a couple of days ago was ENCE. With their victory to move forward here, we'll pull their roster up and refresh everybody's minds. We watched Skies doing incredible stuff, as always, Alphama, but this team played like a proper team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you look at this team, there is no big individual, maybe Skies, that's I think probably the one that you notice the most. But in general, it's just that they play so well together. You can see out of the game, they mesh well. When you check their camp, they're always having fun. They're always chatting. Even when they lost the map, I was surprised yesterday, but you could see the vibes were up. They were expecting to win anyway. Even in the post-match interview, when we were discussing the fact they beat Virtus Pro, they were like, yeah, casual day. We know how to beat them. We beat them already. So I think they've really progressed throughout the stage. And they're basically here to say to Wolves here, we're the team that's going to represent France to Manchester, right? We're tired of watching you play these majors. We're the French team that's going to take that spot and break the ceiling that you're struggling to break in majors.
Now move over, old man. The future is now. That's ENCE's statement here against the Wolves. Though these two teams have played against one another before, and here's our summary from that matchup on Nighthaven. Fresh, you remember that one?
Yeah, on Nighthaven. I've talked about it a lot, to be honest, Milosh, is that I'm going grey. And this game made me go even more grey. Added at least 4 grey hairs onto my head. Because for use of a better word, when these two teams played against each other on Nighthaven, it was an absolute shit show. Like, the two teams, it was like neither team really wanted to take control of the game and win it. And I know that seems really kind of obvious to say, but it's like, obviously both teams want to win, but neither team was really doing enough to win the game. It was full of clutches and big moments and big plays. And, we even saw a 1v5 for crying out loud. It's one of those things that it was just a hell of a game where either team could have won it. ENCE really, to be honest, should have won it. But in the end, Wolves came out winning it, and it was very, very entertaining. And that's one of the things that I did want to, if we get a game similar to Nighthaven today, across all 3 maps from these teams, it will be one of the most entertaining best of 3s of all time, because that Nighthaven game that went to overtime that they played in the league was one of the most entertaining maps in the entirety of the league.
Absolutely, no matter how scrappy it was. And of course, if I don't misremember, that was the first Nighthaven that we got in EUL. But there's that 1v5 here, Alphama. Bibu solo, this is what dreams are made of when you kind of fall asleep and think about your clutch and ranked.
Yeah, I think it's one of the easiest 1v5 he's ever played, actually. They just line up one by one, and then he ends up with a double kill with a pistol here. But that's a testament of ENCE's small lack of experience here. So they did everything right. Previously in the round, it's a 5v5 post plant, a really cool opportunity from Wolves. They see the opportunity to plant really early in the round, and you have this 5v5 setup. And ENCE play the retake perfectly. They isolate the players from Wolves one by one. They arrive in 5v1. All they have to do is defuse and then jump on the last remaining player, and they just pick one by one by one. That's a rookie mistake. That's what I mean. The small lack of experience, and that's why Wolves was just a little bit over them. But today, have they grown enough? Have they outgrown Wolves? That's what we're gonna see, right? We're gonna see if they finally improved that much to beat Wolves.
That was around a month ago that game happened. So we'll see. Let's take a look at our maps because, you know, there's one thing, depth strategy. The other one is depth of map pool. And our first pick will go to Wolves, where they start off on defense on Oregon. Fresh, can you please walk us through the picks and bans?
Yeah, so a little bit curious on the bans so far. Ents have banned away some of Wolves' better maps rather than banning away their permabans. So they were floating, you know, some of their permabans. For example, Bank is a permaban of theirs. Wolves could have picked into it, but didn't. Wolves have actually picked into Oregon, and I'm not surprised to see because Wolves are 100% on this map this stage. They beat Virtus Pro, they beat G2, they beat Fnatic. Whereas Ents, they've not looked that good on this map. They lost to Fnatic, they lost to G2, so we've got a good barometer there. Ents did get over the line on this map against VP, but it's definitely Wolves will favor it. They will also be starting on the defense, and we know how crucial that is for them. If we can move through to the next map production, let's go. Thank you very much. Ents have picked into Chalet. Now, we've not seen Ents on Chalet inside of Tier 1. They've not been able to play it, but it's a very, very, very high preference map for them. Their second preference. Whereas Wolves, it's dropping down the pecking order. It used to be literally one of Wolves' favorite maps of all time. They would play any of the best Chalet teams in the world on there. They played G2 there. They've played W7M there at Invitationals and all that stuff. But recently, they're not liking it. And then if we go through to the decider map here, this is probably the most interesting map once we get there. It's going to be Bank. So, like I said, basically, Ents had to leave open kind of Consulate, Bank, some of their permabans. They floated them to get rid of some of Wolves' better maps in the map ban phase. We are going to be playing Bank, which I have down as Ents' number 9 preference map if we get there. They've not played it inside of Tier 1. So, yeah, certainly a curious one if we get all the way to 3 maps.
Well, let's focus on that first map in the series. We'll bring up a map head-to-head here on Oregon and show our preference. Alphama, 4th preference for Ents, 2nd for Wolves.
Yeah, and I think on top of just the preference here and the fact that it's clearly one of the best maps for Wolves, Ents just showed 26 rounds of their Oregon in the last week. By playing it twice versus VP and going in overtime once, you know, there's so much footage from Ents playing this that Wolves should have counter-analysis this. I think LB and Lilun have had all the footage that they want to see to counter them. They've known each other for a very long time. They've been playing in scrims, in official, a very long time against each other. And I still think it translates in the same way for Ents, right? I think Akhtar had a very clear plan when he left Bank through. I know it seems weird because it's a permaban for them. I am assuming they've hidden it. I'm assuming they've worked on it in scrims, and that's why they're bringing it up now to qualify to major.
Well, our game is ready, and even a dumb himbo like me can tell you if Wolves can sort off their attack, maybe we'll get to see a better game and a victory from them, but that'll be on the server itself. And joining us from the server live, sitting right on it right now, are Fluke and Ace. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, we are here to start the careen and the drive towards one final team and making it out. I'm Fluke, and that's Ace.
That is. Looking forward to tonight. Always a pleasure to get the opportunity to cast alongside you, but also big games like this, of course, covering who's going to go into that grand final later on today for that last very coveted Manchester spot coming out of Europe. Big names in there, but also a couple of underdogs as well. You know, we could, at the end of the day, have somebody there who's come through the open qualifiers. This could be a big, big night.
I think it's exciting. Anything that's LCQs is always sort of exciting, but if you look at the results that we've had over the past, 2 days, 1 day, there are teams that you think should be here that aren't. There are teams and games that sort of went away from even the teams that did get through. It really is anyone's to play for, and for a long time. Maybe Tim, maybe it's just copium from all of us EU talking about how we have the best T2 scene and the best T3 scene and it's all developed and yada yada. Is this proof because we're having this fight through, and will it carry on?
Best region in the world. Best region in the world. Apart from Brazil.
Yeah, but you know, what's a king to a god?
it's difficult to argue that one because people can hit me with facts. They can hit me with stats.
I hate those.
It's very difficult when a W7M roster won every single major and SI last year. It's very difficult to argue against Brazil at the minute. But no, joking aside, I think EU is looking very strong. I don't think it's possible to crown anybody, best region in the world. At the end of the day, everybody's got teams that are going to be in Manchester, they're going to be competing. But yeah, I look at EU and I think there's some definite big contenders there when it comes to that title. Whether it's going to be one of these four or not, time will tell, but we do have a history through Siege of teams making it on the more difficult paths into these tournaments and then doing very well when they get there. It wouldn't be the first time we'd ever seen it. So I'm excited to see who's going to go through. I think there's a lot of expectation towards a Wolves G2 final later on today. But that being said, I will tell you, I've watched several thousand games of Siege in my time, and I will tell you now that nothing is set in stone today. It would not surprise me in the slightest, particularly I think ENCE. This is a big game, and I think it is winnable for them. Wolves' consistency has been a problem throughout. The maps, I think, kind of suit them, but anybody's game.
I do always think it's entertaining. Imagine if our copies of Siege carried on not only the hours played, but hours watched as well, where we would be sitting. Surely we would even be able to leapfrog. I think, is it Macy J still has the most played hours technically in the game?
He's got to be up there, hasn't he? He's got to be. Macy's put some serious hours in.
He's put some work in. He's done some business, but business starts here on Oregon. As it was said, 100% recent win rate here from the side of Wolves, as pointed out by Fresh on the desk. They have a very, very solid defensive half as well, just over 82%. Ease how they've been able to get themselves on towards holding down the lockdown here. Will ENCE be able to find an early strike? Because technically they are better on their attack on Oregon. Just shy of 50, but hey, the first could be the start of a swing round as the swing down. The stairs starts to come through from the Wolves players.
Going to be getting that hatch open. I like this as well. Very rapid so far from ENCE. They're absolutely not messing about whatsoever. A cheeky vault cam as well. I'm sure there'll be a few of those appearing in ranked sometime soon, just on the end of the projector there. And going to take it down though, and that's going to give a little bit of freedom to ENCE once they start trying to pressure pillars and clear everybody out of that back side of sight. Would of course suggest that there is going to be some attention, some push towards bunker and the rear side. P4 is just going to be watching dorms for the time being. Not going to be catching anybody on that vault cam, I don't think. He's just cautious over trying to keep himself secure in security.
No one caught fully as of yet. Obviously, Mowgli suffered a bite, but you're thinking about where the site is and how this is going to formulate itself into a push, into an attack. It's the longer it ticks on without more pressure on towards the back end of Laundry and Freezer, you can sort of get Wolves, get the impression of all four of them stacked up, watching towards this drive on towards Blue, on towards Tower Stairs. Everything is kind of well premonitioned, well said and stated by this, the approach. Unfortunately, a little bit too late to stop that there, Shinker, but they might just tuck themselves around on the corner. Sky's holding up by the bunker, by the blue barrels door, getting the drones in, getting the position. A lot of time to go for this snap. As I said, because this is the only snap they're going for, what is going to take Wolves by surprise here? Azox gets the head of Mowgli. Sky's trying to find the second onto the swing and cuts BU in half. A 5 versus 3, almost a 5 versus 2. A very little nimble swing. It's actually dropped down on highway. P4 all that's left, and he's able to get an Assassin's Creed, but unfortunately, it ends there. Tim, unfortunately, I cannot hear you.
Excellent start.
This is something that you did with Dez, and somewhere Dez is chortling to himself about that.
I'm certain that he is. As you can probably hear on my voice isn't sounding like its normal self.
You're a little bit ill.
A little bit of a head cold over the last couple of days, so I do try to save you from my sneezing.
That's fair. Noble,
but,
I would say.
Yeah, we'll make sure that's the last one. A great start from ENCE coming in there. Almost flawless. Really going to kick things off for them to get a strong start on the attack of Oregon, which is exactly what they're going to need. Getting a basement attack, you can't really overstate it, because that is, you know, around the 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, Wolves should have been locking down, really. First defense on Oregon, their map choice in basement, they chose defense. Like, everything should be in their favor realistically, but Ents get it, and they can move on to a top floor attack this time around. You know, I said it at the beginning. I know it was only a round ago. I'll say it again. I don't want to get carried away. This is definitely winnable for Ents. They came into a UL and had a little bit of a struggle to start with, but I think, as we always say, you can't discount the experience factor when you're coming up against players that have been, you know, playing in the game for as long as people like Bibu have. It is a big ask, but Ents have really settled down over the last few weeks towards the end of the close stage, then into the qualifiers. I've been more and more impressed with them. The performance against VP yesterday was good, and for me, they're really starting to show that they're here to play and they're earning their place, and they could well be showing that to Wolves today as well.
I think that's obviously the sort of driving the statement here is when we used to talk about the Wolves roster when it was first sort of properly formulated in its current French existence, we said they're a project, and the project here is try and shoot Mowgli in the feet. He's able to escape. He might be able to find the immediate fight swung on the side of the armory case, but nothing is handed to him. But it was a project roster that built itself over the period of about a year. They went from struggling towards the mid-table to becoming the consistency in the top of the table to pretty much every international event, as was talked about yesterday. Ents have sort of done a similar journey in a much narrower time frame as of this point. The team that started this split, very different to the one that's fighting towards the end of it, and they're still just as likely as anybody, but first body gone, Mowgli almost caught out as they lose the buck. Oh, there's a second for Mowgli though.
It's
And a third.
He's going absolutely unstoppable at the minute. Nako does manage to get Bibu, which is going to give access into Master, but you feel like it could be too little too late at this point. They do have hard breach available. They've got those air jabs locking down the flanks, so they've got a little bit of something. They've got a couple of points on their side, but that being said, the flanks that they did lock down were more towards basement to prevent anybody moving around there, and needing to be careful here as Ox nearly loses his life to P4 up above. Is going to allow them to get the breach open though, so again, something going in the favor of Ents.
As the breach comes around, the flashes put their way just over that cover. Nako, huge take, but now he's the only one left in a 1 versus 2. Nobody. Traded pretty quickly. They are around just as aggressive as the first Wolves. They sort of learnt some lessons there and didn't really give them as much territory. Yes, it's a different site, but look at how eager Mowgli was to try and lean back into the fights and just how much it netted him.
Wolves then are going to be glad, I'm sure, to get their second round leveled up. The first one could have been a bit of a wobble for them, given that they lost basement, but I expect to see them go back down there now, try to lock it down in round 3. They're going to be looking for a 4-2 or even 5-1-half on the defense of their own map choice, especially with it being Oregon, but Ents certainly showing that they are here to play. I liked the start to the round from Ents there. I'm not that I was disappointed for them with how it ended. Mowgli played fantastically well in and around that area out towards Armory, but I like what they did. They recognised Mowgli inside of Armory. They got up there. Well, they actually got into Garage, and I like the attempt at the teamwork kill. They had the book there with the skeleton key. They had, so he can blast the floor open, but doesn't need to take the challenge himself. They had a second player there ready to challenge. And Mowgli, quick thinking, as soon as he heard the skeleton key going off below him, he just got out of dodge and got himself back through to trophy. But it was a really nice attempt from Ents.
On a piece. And we start our slow and steady progress through this French derby to see if there's another French team that makes its way through. Obviously, they still have. As most people have assumed, likely G2, but there's always surprises to be had in LCQs. Hence, this is their first major hurdle against Wolves. Now, they've lost both recent Tier 1 engagements across them, if you're counting the Cyber Series as well, but much closer. In the most recent time inside EUL, 8-7, pushed pretty much all the way by Ents to their victory, but unfortunately fell just short. Key though, from a 7-2 loss to an 8-7 loss. If maths is correct, Tim, if patterns are correct in my pattern-seeking brain, Ents should win this fight. 7-5?
Certainly could be a reversal of fortune for them, but they're going to need to win a couple more attacks along the way. They've got themselves one down into basement, and like you say, just needing a slightly closer half to make it a closer game to try and get that win that they haven't yet been able to find against Wolves. So Azox is going to be moving on through meeting. They've got the hatches open. They are doing some good work. Again, this is, you know, much the same as we saw from Ents last time. Slightly slower than last time, but still good time being made. They've got meeting hatch open. You know, they're starting to be confident in the ground they've taken. They know they're not going to get hit on the flanks, so they're now focusing on towards site. The pressure will start coming to bunker. It'll start coming down rear stage stairs. They've got all the time in the world. They just need to find those couple of kills that they managed to last time, just to open things up and create that space. Last time it was pushing onto elbow. I think Wolves just got a little bit too aggressive in there, and that's something they need to learn from.
Holding out, waiting to see where this first prod comes from, as the Grimbees don't really get the catch of the harness. What seems like a strong arm as a set. They kind of ignored Laundry last time round. Or did the precursor of the push here. It's going to be a bit of a send. The blitz screams around the corner, right into the side of Bibu. Doesn't get the full connection on the kill, as Shinka does get one. There's Bibu with the cover onto Rykos, and it's all fallen a little bit apart. Nako, he gets himself up towards the mirror window and does get it down. Wants to swing into the second, but keep the barricade makes it a little bit rough, and Wolves, I mean, they knew what was happening. They had the lockdown this time, and the crossfire just did not compute with the Ents approach.
Lack of intel, a lack of it. I'm not really sure what the plan was with the blitz there. I mean, it's the same as the plan always is on the blitz, and that's run in and try and flash somebody and just get aggressive onto people, get up in their faces. But you can't really do that from Laundry. And the reason that you can't do it is what you've just seen. Not only the fact that you're playing into a mirror window, and that's where I say lack of intel. They were obviously unaware that BB was playing in behind there. They weren't certain whether that was the case or not, because if you know that he is, there's no way that you just full send it with a blitz like that, and you've just seen exactly why you don't do that. But also, the other important point here, with a blitz, he's at his most powerful when he's close range to somebody, when he can flash somebody, when he can use that pistol, you know, when he can maybe get his melee attack off. That's when he's at his most powerful. So you want to treat blitz like a shotgun. You want to move in and get close engagements, get, you know, tight angles, and the distance from Laundry into that rotate is huge. There are so many places for somebody to get onto the flank, to peek from highway, from freezer, from bomb chassis, from closet. You know, so many places where you're going to get shot in the side. If you've got the blitz on that side, for me, we see it so often. You send it in through elbow. You're moving around one tight corner. You're straight up in the face of whoever's playing at elbow. You can flash them. You can force them back. As soon as you come in through that rotate into sight, you're close quarters with anybody in closet, anybody on rotate, anybody in storage. It's just a better approach angle. So I'm not really sure. It seemed like a little bit of a desperate throw of the dice there from Ents, you know, rather than maybe something planned out.
Rykos free to get themselves through. Turns a lethal door into a slightly less lethal door. Obviously, waits for the Twitch drone charges to recharge. Bibu sat pretty happy, waiting for an approach here, having one of the walls open on towards meeting. Is a little bit more of an aggressive stance than you commonly see on the stage holds here, where you sort of bait people in to get control of the tower stairs. It does allow Wolves to elongate the game here, make things awkward on that door on the entrance. Ooh, does Deadshot know they're being droned? Obviously, the track stingers are there. Now they know they were being watched. Skies can just sort of hold this rotate, but time is the pressure. Is something that is falling on towards the shoulders of Ents. The coverage on both sets of stairs. The Skies can get pinched, put them into the 2 versus 1, but all of this focus, as I said, that half wall being open, Ents has been unable to get their boots inside the ground cleanly here.
Spotting out the Capcan trap there, so that's not going to catch them out, but Deadshot is going to catch them out. Headshot opener onto Skies, takes down the gridlock, and that could be big. I don't know whether all track stingers were in place, but I'm pretty sure that they won't have been, so that's going to be a loss of utility as well as manpower, of course. And Wolves, it's a good start for them. And you just, I think a little bit of a misdrawn there potentially. You're just looking towards this Wolves side now, thinking, you know, that first round, yeah, Ents were able to sort of overrun them a little bit. This is actually really smart from Shinka. If P4 has been missed, he gets picked up there. I was going to say, P4 has been misdrawn and Shinka goes and makes the challenge on dining room door again. He baits them into small tower for P4 there. But that's not how it ended up happening, as P4 did get redrawn. But this time Mowgli decides he's going to move himself into that position. Just misses his shots a little bit. Doesn't quite catch his man. But look at all the chip damage that's been done to Ents.
With less than 30 seconds left, and they're still sort of trying to scramble towards the approach here. Jackson a single fight and Bibu on an execution, but the trade is out almost instantly here from Azox. No kit though, Tim. They've only got 15 seconds to try and get it picked back up and shoved in the corner. Crossfire and caught by Deadshot. And here it just seemed that delay, that slow as the bulletproof reveals all your secrets at the back end of Split. It unfortunately caught Ents a little bit to the side. Here, 3 rounds in a row, the rotation of sites. If you ignore the first round, well, Wolves have definitely had a very firm control so far.
Yeah, I think Ents, they don't want to panic. It's Wolves' map pick. Wolves are on defense. You know, everything is stacked in Wolves' favor at the minute. You know, I don't want to labor the point too much. We've said it a million times now. I think anybody who's been watching LCQs, anybody who's been watching back end of stage 1 will know that Wolves have not been the best attacking team. That has been their downfall so far. So they could well be a bit of a change going into the second half. So Ents certainly don't want to be panicking at this stage. But that being said, I feel like we are seeing a little bit more sort of early stage 1 Ents than we are late stage 1 Ents. Against Virtus Pro yesterday, for example, just a little bit more cohesive. Sorry, not yesterday, the day before. A little bit more cohesive, a little bit more clinical for me. At the minute, they're sort of going in without much teeth. They're giving Wolves the opportunity to find kills at the minute. You know, Deadshot picked up the opener that round. They misdrawn P4. I know they didn't ultimately get hurt from there, but definitely could have been. Gunfights with Mowgli onto stairs, and just too much freedom for Wolves to play and get aggressive where they want to.
Reload.
3-1. Ents push further and further out of this game, and you know, it always will have that moment of question on towards the third map. In a situation like this, where you change up your ban style, maps like Bank, which hasn't been played in Tier 1 by Ents, get themselves to the decider, you're really wondering how important Oregon is in the grand scheme of things. If the risk was, let's try and get this out in 2, let's lock out our game against this team that, regardless of how successful they can be on this, everybody has an Oregon, everybody has a setup towards it. But Bibu, under a sort of break and barricade of destruction, Mowgli wanted to try and rotate his way back through, has a Kiba, but decides on the fight instead. There's the support of Bibu, and doesn't quite get out. Rakos with the double before Shinka can try and save the lives of Mowgli and Bibu. It was an attempt at a snatch and a snap on those rotating players, but unfortunately, they weren't quite able to get it as clean as they liked. 3 apiece. Will Ents take that happily? Hard to tell at the moment.
A little odd from Wolves there, really. They were sort of challenging onto Master Door. You had Trophy locked down by Bibu and Mowgli there, and then it was almost like a desperation dash to try and get back into sight. And they just, you know, they weren't taking fights as they were going. They weren't pre-firing anywhere. It was just a full sprint across, and they've lost lives because of it there, running sort of right into the hands of Rakos. So maybe could have been slightly more controlled from them, but I still don't think that they're going to be too upset with the position that they found themselves in. 3 versus 3. Hard breach has been taken out. So, you know, all in all, pretty good for Wolves, really. Had they been able to maybe come away with 1 more of them alive, it would have been better. But as we can see now, Ents are just going to have to try and battle their way on in. And it's the same thing again. As I've said earlier, just, you know, not cohesive enough, not just giving Wolves the opportunity for the attacks. They've lost the hard breach, so they have to push in through a single door. Deadshot can just peek around and get 2. It's as easy as that.
These guys trying to get their way through the door, cannot quite find anything. Wolves, they keep it locked down, and at this point, you still, you know, that question I posed at the beginning, is this going to plan? Is this the expectation event? When will they have a conversation about this? Because you're looking at heading back towards a site that you've already lost at this point, unless they go over towards dining themselves and shake things up. But still, this much momentum, this much pace playing in to the game of Wolves. They're a team that is more than happy to sort of establish the dominance here. A team that has a horrid history of folding against a different French team, wants to try and assert that this is a chain of command, Tim, and that Ents must bend the knee to Wolves.
Yeah, they're definitely wanting that second spot, aren't they? They're definitely showing, you know, yeah, we might not be able to beat BDS, but you're not going to have the win against us. But hey, they are 4-1 up. This is exactly the start that Wolves will have wanted. As I've said, it is not panic stations for Ents just yet. The important bit is coming up in that second half from Wolves. We'll see how they do. I'm going to have a look at the rather than the LCQ stats, because obviously they're a little bit limited for how many games we've had. I'm just going to have a look at the win rate, because I know we've spoken a lot about win rate for Wolves, and it is an important factor. But particularly, like, through the close stage, 34%. So even a 5-1, the reason that I look at that particularly, and that's across all maps as well, that's not just on Oregon, it may well be better on Oregon. It'll be enough, and that's the problem. Really, I'm leading up to saying Ents need to be getting this attacking round. If it goes 5-1, even with a poor attacking win percentage that Wolves have had, it should still be enough. A third of rounds is too... I was just going to say that's too easy, but no, it's not. It's completely missing the shots on rear stage stairs there, Wolves. That's uncharacteristic. And Ents completely get away with one there and come away somehow 3 versus 2 up.
Very sudden, very different change of drive towards the site itself, whether it was just Wolves decided, we keep giving them ground and letting them execute and trying to shut them down. Let's try and shut them down. Oh, things have gone wrong. It was a different approach from Wolves, and Ents were more than happy to play immediately against this. But what do they do with the remaining time at this point? You've still got Mowgli, who's having a huge game as of this moment. They've removed Deadshot, who's having the best game of anyone, but you know, you're looking across the sort of way, you're looking across the pond. Jax hasn't been able to get his teeth into anybody as of this moment in time. There are a couple of choke points there. Still do have a good bit of utility here between obviously the 3 remaining operators at clearing any of these routes, the barbed wire, the swings round, the hatches if need be.
Attackers have located a
But otherwise, Ents, they need to make sure that they weigh up this engagement, and they know that Shink is carrying something that only really works with about 6 or 7 feet of a range in front of it.
They're certainly going to need a little bit of cover from Mowgli to begin with. But Ents are just... again, I think it comes down to, you know, the performance that we've seen so far over this map is they're cautious. They've lost a bunch of rounds. They know that they need to get the 4-2 realistically. So even in a 3v2, they're taking the time. They're redrawing, clearing utility, checking, double checking. They've just walked in, and that was so close. Mowgli has got really unlucky on the timing. If he just commits and goes, then he probably gets at least one in a trade, but gets taken down by Rykos, and that leaves us now 3v1. Shinka low health. The nade's going to do the job, and that's going to be that second all-important round for Ents.
I mean, you sort of saw it there. If you'd have committed the first time, it would have been a kill. Might have been instantly traded up, but 2 versus 1 is very, very different to a 3 versus 1. Mowgli almost in the right place, and you know, with the gun limitations that were in the pocket of the ally, you have to sort of try and play a gambit. The grenades, whether they knew a player was there or not, when we've seen on the biggest stages players dictate an entire round from that single position, you know it's going to be checked, and you know it's going to be chuck checked. You'll just get a bit of utility round. What else am I going to use these nades for? Oh, I've done some damage, or I've forced some motion there. 4-2 could have been worse, could have been better, I think, for this point events. As I said, we'll see how much they can start getting themselves in towards the second half of this game.
Really important 2 rounds coming up, not just this first one, but of course the second. I think Ents need to show us here straight away that they can lock down. For me, need to go 4-4 here. They need to get basement, get dorms, and then we know that we're fighting over that third choice start. If Wolves are able to come in and get an attacking round in the first 2, I think it sets them up really, really well to just be taking this one and getting the map moved on towards Chalet for the second map, because yeah, I just think if they take one of these primary sites, the pressure's really going to be on ENCE at that point, and I think we might just start to see them sort of slip away a bit in terms of Oregon.
Wolves,
Sweeping for
they've got
electronics.
themselves what can be a pretty aggressive lineup here, focusing on getting themselves in on these engagements rather than going for the sort of split of a steady clear. With all the pocket hard breach, where is this first engagement going to come from? Is it going to be that conversation we sort of had before where Wolves weren't handed or weren't handing an engagement even until quite late on in the round, until that final round? Here, P4 steadying,
Located a bomb.
ensuring nothing's going to get the catch round onto the back end, but doesn't seem like ENCE are particularly troubled as of this moment.
Spotting out the drones, and the Wolves not really rushing things here, and they're, you know, taking plenty of time to gather their intel, make sure they're aware of where everybody is. Look at that in contrast to ENCE, the couple of times that they attacked onto basement. But all the hatches had been open by now, both times. On the first round, it had been open within a minute. You know, the first round was more successful than the fourth round, it's fair to say. But, you know, they got in there, they took ground, and they played a little bit more confidently on the attack. I don't necessarily hate this from Wolves as a side that struggled on the attack. I think, yeah, don't rush things. Make sure that you're clearing out everything that you need to do. Make sure, you know, that you're getting the job done before you try and just push down and take fights. So I don't think it's a bad thing. They just need to make sure that they don't sort of, you know, lose that confidence and double check, triple check, and just make sure, you know, that they're not burning too much time.
Minute, and things are going to get a little bit down to the wire, but they put a mirror up, and last time we had this engagement, it was won by the attackers. They got themselves all the preparatory work done before they just sort of sent it down into the site. And with the guns, as I said, it's a very good balance of aggression here across the side of Wolves. They have everything to try and get a bit of control of an area before they force the rest of it with gunfights. Bit of a spray towards the back end of Pillar, but look at the spread here of Wolves players. Most have got themselves sort of formulated around on towards Freezer, on towards the back end. Rykos rotates across, ready to swing on towards Freezer with 3 Wolves players here for the push and the prod. It's going to be down to the remaining 2 to get some attention. 20 seconds, still Beast, still Caution. Not quite as clear as they thought they were. Deadshot drifts into the side, misses the first check, doesn't get the second as the body gets the dropper. Clean cut there for Jax to get himself 3 for the round. There's a 3 versus 1, and Wolves too little, far too late.
Well held by ENCE there. Certainly not being bullied, not being concerned by Wolves' aggression coming into the site. Twice now, and I don't want to be overly critical because it happens, but twice now, players on the side of Wolves have uncharacteristically essentially missed shots and lost gunfights on those opening battles. If Deadshot wins that out against the Warden in behind the sort of utility and the washing machine there, that's a different round because he can then push on through the rotation, challenge anybody closet, elbow, you know, potentially if there's nobody there, he can take that ground, he can challenge onto freezer door, highway, you know, so much that he can do there, but he loses that fight. And it was the same as the fight in the last round with Azox versus P4. P4 on rear stage stairs, finds his man. I'm not saying that this was a freebie, it wasn't, because Jax was there and ready to challenge, but after Deadshot doesn't get that kill, when he's pre-fire in that spot, he knows that there's going to be somebody there, potentially, and still loses the fight. Jax then gets more kills into the round, and so, yeah, the last couple of rounds, those opening deaths have really hurt Wolves, and in all honesty, probably should have been won out by P4 and Deadshot.
Attacker's objective is
3 to
to locate
4,
a bomb and defuse it.
and what was once a bit of a worrying divide on the back of the perfect 3 here from Wolves is wiggled and wobbled its way. Worse and worse, but only the first attack. If they can try and get themselves secured on the other 2, they at least guarantee themselves the win. They get themselves secured onto 1, maybe an OT, but OT was the par for the course last time between these 2 teams. Will ENCE get themselves unfortunately a bit caught. They'll try and play this arm's length game, different sort of site, different sort of setup and hold, but time was something that worked into their favor before. It's not enough for Wolves to try and push through. This is a surprisingly uncontested drive here, though, towards the top of the trophy stairs.
they've certainly been able to walk in and take a lot of ground for free, and Wolves have done exactly that. They get themselves a double as well. Bibu finding Skies and Jax, and that is not ideal for ENCE.
They're just in sight.
Yeah.
They're in sight and a bit concerned and confused where anyone else is. Shinka doesn't want to lay the kit because he's sort of thinking, surely there's a trick here. Goes on towards the concrete. The Solace is the trick, but there is not much the Solace can do when the floor is more solid than your explosives. It's 5-2. And a post plant, and the game plan that ENCE wanted, unfortunately, hasn't just been read by Wolves. It has been ripped up and thrown into the wind. Nako fights his way up towards the top of Armory Stairs. But from this point, 25 seconds and a track from a Deimos. I mean, really, what can you do?
I mean, it really goes to show, Deimos a powerful operator, and certainly in those sorts of situations, if you've got an XV1 situation, bang the track on the last one, and it's game over at that point, isn't it? You really don't have a chance. But I think ENCE were just way too comfortable in the fact that they had a Solace on side. It must have just been very much, we'll deny this from beneath. We've got the Legion playing downstairs as well. We've got impact nades galore. We can open up the floor. But there's plenty of places inside of that site where you can plant without being on a soft surface. So obviously, yes, Bibu getting himself into sight and getting 2 kills has really created that space. But ENCE didn't really react to that. I think there's probably been a mid-round call there to say, right, with nobody on site now, do we fight back in or do we just play for the denial underneath? And the choice has been we play for the denial underneath. But yeah, it just really didn't work out for them.
Now what do ENCE do? Well, they've opted to try and double down, and I'm going to assume a little bit more of an attentive hold on towards the approach, on towards the kit itself.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
At
it.
the same time, Wolves, they read a weakness and they exploited it very quick. And this time with the lockdown chance of the... I mean, you got the Nomad and the Ram to get some cover afterwards, but then you got Bieber on the quick zip. And he was the first inside to get a double last time, and it seems like they want to go even faster this time around. There is a couple more ENCE players locked towards the site itself. P4 falls off a roof. Deadshot and Shinka snaking their way over to the double window. What is about to happen here, Wolves?
I think we're going to see a little explosion from Bibu as he goes in. They try to push double window, but it hasn't worked out this time. It's that man again. We've seen it already from Jax. He comes up big with a double to really close down any push that was coming on through. Skies manages to find another, and we are now in a 2 versus 5 for Wolves. Very unlikely that they're going to be picking this one up. They were looking to get themselves on to that map point. Shinka manages to get 1, 2 versus 4 now, but still a ton of work to do. However, a lot of time P4 just not aware of Jax led prone, and just look at the damage that he's done by not finding that kill. Jax picks up another with a shotgun, 3 in the round, and P4 has got it all to do here, looking to try and get something going. He can only find 1 kill at a time realistically. He's got the information on where Jax was, but Jax is there no longer. They're all underneath. It's not going to take anybody underneath as Rykos steps around, gets that final kill. P4 can do nothing in a tough situation, and Wolves just trying to cheese around there, go for the rush, straight on in, zip in with Amaru, in through the double window, and ENCE were more than ready for it. I think maybe a little bit of a misstep for Wolves there. I know I've been critical once or twice of ENCE and things they've tried, but Wolves... you pretty much, I know it wasn't the same thing, it wasn't the Amaru and the jumping through double window, but you pretty much got away with the same thing last time. Bibu went straight into sight, got 2 kills, created the space, and you won the round. And I think trying that again, for me, I think it's, back to default at that point. Let's take our time, let's open the walls we need to open, let's just play a normal attacking round on Dorms, because obviously, ENCE, they're not going to get caught out with that twice.
Yeah, it's that sort of idea, right? Where fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. The idea of throwing themselves into the site and going, well, maybe if we do a rush from double window. I don't know if it's just from watching Wolves a lot throughout the league, throughout the season or of recent. They love rushes. They love employing them wherever they can. They'll try and work 2 or 3
Attackers are moving out to
into
locate a
every
bomb and
single
defuse it.
map. You come to expect it. It's not the most surprising thing, and there was sort of sprays coming up from the vertical as well that wasn't cleared. There was the single player inside that waded on towards Bibu. It's very noisy getting that approach. There was nothing to cover the audio outside of, well, they're entering everywhere. I don't know, Wolves. It's a lot of trust in a mechanic that isn't that surprising from you anymore. 5-4, Ents. Still not quite got themselves level, but not a million miles away. And here, back towards the site, they won pretty firmly in that opening round. Let's see if they can try and get themselves paired and parred back up.
Looking at the stats for LCQ so far, for Wolves, obviously only having the one best of 3. Azok steps out. He's going to find a beautiful headshot onto Mowgli to kick things off. That's exactly what Ents needed. I said that they needed the 4-4. Having lost one of them rounds, now the 5-5, I think, is essential. It's about those primary sites and getting as many wins as they can on there. And this is going to be a really big one for them. But it will leave us with a big moment whereby, for that map point, they're going to have to go and fight it out. If they win here on a third choice site. So that could be tough for Ents. But the point I was making about Wolves before that, looking at the LCQ stats so far, they've only had one best of 3, but that attacker win rate has stayed pretty much the same. 34% through the close stage, 33% during the LCQs, which is, you know, by and large lower than a lot of the other teams. So again, we're only really expecting 2 rounds from Wolves on the attack statistically, which is going to see us go to overtime unless they can better that.
With the opening body gone with Mowgli, the man was making a lot of motion, gone as well. They haven't quite been able to get themselves stuck in. It's sort of the opposite story of Jax, who I think at the turn of the half had 0 kills and then now finds himself leveled up and even over the past few. Massively come alive, and that might be a bit of a difference maker, regardless of whether it's the turn of the half or just the energy of having all 5 players getting their sort of teeth in. We haven't really seen anything more from Deadshot, who was a huge player before. There goes one, instantly picked back up, actually caught out by the fire. Deadshot knocking just on the E-box swing here. He's trying to find the fight on towards Highway, getting it a bit locked, getting it a bit secured. They know there's the player out on towards Freezer. Bibu is about to take a swing. Will he fire as close as Jax required him to? Well, Jax actually goes fishing for his own. 20 seconds, 4 versus 2, and unless something meteoric happens here, I think we're going to find ourselves a level up sooner rather than later. Caught on the bulletproof, caught on the swing, and caught on the crossfire. Ents, 5th round is theirs.
How many times are Wolves going to push into Jax with a shotgun? Are they surprised?
7.
Are they surprised that that's not working? Are they surprised that they're going on the short angles against those shotguns and that it's not working? You know, and again, it just for me maybe says a lack of intel. P4, I'm going back to the dorms round where he was led on the reinforced wall near double window. They didn't know he was there. P4 was underneath. You know, couldn't see him, fair enough, but they didn't know that he was there to be able to challenge him from underneath. And then they push in, bang, he gets a kill. A 2v3 becomes a 1v3, and it's no longer possible, realistically. And then there, Bibu is swinging onto elbow with no idea that the Warden is there. If you know that the Warden is stood that close with a shotgun, I just don't believe that you take that swing on, even with a pre-fire, because you know that he's got to press his mouse button once, that's it. And you're going to be downed at that range. So, yeah, I think for me, Wolves, they just need to know what they're going into a little bit better.
It's that unfortunate Trident 2. As I said, Jax with a shotgun, all of that is picked up over the past round. All of that has just been him sort of standing there and saying, no, you don't go any further. And it's not that it's impossible positions. It's not that it's unlikely positions to be playing as well. It just seems Wolves cannot stop themselves from being thrown in. Strong lead on their start map, and you know, that long while ago I asked, is this plan going to plan? And to believe so at this point. If they can get themselves the lead here, they can get themselves 1 round away from securing map 1 on towards their choice. This could be a bit of a surprise batter out towards the final.
Rakos getting on those cams. Still a good number of them left up and about. It's going to tell them where Wolves are not pushing from, at least you would expect. Going to be a big battle over top floor. Nako is going to be holding on to Attic for now. I don't know exactly what Wolves are going to go for here, potentially. They've got the Amaru lined up again. I'm not sure how aware of that Rakos is, but Bibu's definitely got the gadget out. He's got the Gara hook ready. He's just waiting for the call to come in. I think whether he's waiting for drones, whether he's waiting for intel, whether he's waiting for Mowgli to make an impact on the master side of things, I don't know, but there goes the first flash. A second will follow, and I think we're likely to see Bibu go, or we would have done had Mowgli not got taken out. Shinka gets dropped as well. Bibu does come in, but taken out. Deadshot and P4 managing to find something to keep them in the round, but 2 versus 3. They've lost an awful lot here of Wolves.
Huge turnarounds in towards the fight itself. Wolves, with the scrap damage they've taken, is it enough for them to finally start to feel a little bit alive here? The kit cannot just be directly sent down the hatch. They're desperately just trying to find maybe one. If they can isolate a single fight, get it to a 2 versus 2, they might have a lot of promise towards the plant. They're going to watch and set up the rotations down to secure the hatch drop itself. The 3 players are playing arm's length. What do you think about how quick they can try and activate Ents? They want to play this as a 3 versus 1 in the hope that as the plant is being confirmed, well, they're able to confirm it themselves. They're getting the watch on towards green. The drop comes down. P4 tucked all the way around onto the shoulder, and Deadshot's watching the one place he thinks they can swing, and their trust is for. The kit has been secured here. A little bit late to activate, and suddenly alarm bells are ringing. They have the vertical. This has turned into a very winnable situation. P4 does go down, but Deadshot, if he can win out this engagement, they might just try and hold him off. They've doubled down. 2 bodies for the price of 1. The first is watched. The second is caught, though. Almost huge from Deadshot, but Ents, they will be our first team on map point.
Deadshot really just needs P4 to get 1 there out of the 3. If P4 can just win 1 fight for him, even in the 1v2 with the vertical, you think, yeah, Deadshot can probably hold on to that. But Ends recognizing really well what the win condition was there. Wolves did a great job, to be fair. Deadshot and P4 are in that 2 versus 3 to find the space, get the diffuser down, do so safely. Was really well played from them, but Ends recognizing we have to get this top floor taken back and winning the critical fight. If Deadshot wins that second fight, it's almost round over at that point. So really well played from Ents there, and I think Wolves' problem really started sooner than that. As we've seen in the replays, they just lost too many on that top floor when they were trying to get themselves established to begin with.
6-5. Ents, they've sort of pushed themselves as a divide and a drive all the way across. Now, this was a site where we've sort of seen 2 rushes, 1 successful, 1 fail. I don't think Wolves expected it to be as free as it was the first time round, and I don't think they expected it to be as prepared the second.
5 seconds left.
I'm curious if they pull themselves around. We don't have the quick zip. We have something that feels a little bit more controlled as a descent on towards the site itself. Wolves, they don't want to mess around with a chance here, but I mean, that's Ents' game. Already pressed up against the bedroom door, wanting to maybe get a bit of a catch.
This could be one of the most critical rounds that Wolves are going to face in these LCQs at the minute. This is, of course, their map choice. To lose out here could be a big one, as Fresh picked up on the analyst desk prior to the match. Chalet is a map that Wolves have previously favorited, but is not something that we've seen them playing recently. It's certainly dropped off in popularity for them. So, and taking them there could be a really, really big test for Wolves if they're trying to hold on for that Manchester major position. And I know that they're going to be wanting to get this done, but they're on now what we would consider one of the 2 primary choice sites. They're up on the top floor for the attack, and they've had some success, but only half and half so far. Deadshot, he's going to be a key fixture here, trying to get in underneath and clear out that security area.
Wolves, I want to see if they can maybe get a bit of a snap on the opening. Jax misses the drone that rolls through underneath. We'll give some of the game away that they're in that position, but Bibu trying to put the split pressure on towards the player on the back end. They had them caught on the drone. The flash is there. Mowgli might get caught as he enters from the green door. We cannot just full send it. Deadshot's on the split round here for the Solace. The vertical was something that was removed away from him before. There's Rykos getting Mowgli, getting the first on towards green. The second goes against Bibu. Deadshot gets a snappy take. There's the second. A player who has been massive for Wolves in their drive towards this position is able to find some of that electricity. 4 versus 3. There's still a loose player on the back end. Bibu wants to secure.
Reverse vertical headshot might well just be one that we'll look back on at the end of this, because it could be critical in taking Wolves into overtime. As I said, Deadshot a key fixture in most rounds, and certainly continues to be so here. Walking on into site now, taking out utility piece after piece after piece. Is going to take some damage, but Shinka has found the space to start putting that diffuser down. Rykos is battling inside a trophy, but they can do nothing about the plant being secured, and right now Wolves are in the driving seat as Ents on the retake have to fight their way back in.
Can they try and dig in just once more, push this over in regulation time, stop themselves going back in? It doesn't seem massively likely, but with the first going into Azox, they're just trying to find the way through here. The watch is dastardly on the top window. Shinka, are you aware? It's being pulled. Oh, also aware it's been popped off. P4's around the corner. There's the swing. There's one. There's two. And there is an overtime. Wolves just hold on, but flip a coin at this point. Who's going to be starting on the defense?
Yeah, that's it. You know, huge benefit to whoever starts on that side. It's been 4-2 on either half, but you just feel like we're going to have a real battle of basement now coming up over the next few rounds to see if anybody can get a successful attack down there. We would expect maybe 2 successful basement defenses to be locked in, and then it's all going to come down to who and where will be defending around 15. But as we know, in overtime, quite often the fortunes flip and things do change quickly.
Deep conversations, deep moments. Is there a depth to the play that we're still yet to see from these two teams? It's always tougher to sort of call in Oregon because it is quite narrow, quite little, and quite formula driven at this point. We've seen some fun adaptations. I think I like how Ents sort of plays around with this idea of the vertical hold that you don't always see on towards dorms, entirely locking off trophy wall and sort of saying, look, you can get that ground, but that's not the site. You still have to rid us in these other positions. Hasn't quite netted itself the consistent results.
5 seconds remaining.
Here, down towards the basement, down towards a bit of a back and forth site. Wolves, can they finally find a way to crack it on their attack?
It's going to be a tough one for them. That much is for sure. It's going to be Mowgli going in on the Amaru with the shotgun as well. So they're certainly trying a few different things here. Mowgli gets aggressive, sees his man. Can he find the kill? Big challengers coming in. And yes, Mowgli manages to get in there. Explosive and get that advantage secured for Wolves.
Zed, they're a team that loves to rush. And if they're offered a whiff of a kill on the other side of a door within centimeters, they'll take it. Mowgli, he's locked and loaded with the iron sights shotgun. Gonna be led around the corner on a drone. Can see the red dot, Azox, and he thinks better of it. He doesn't quite want to make his life forfeit as of yet. A 5 versus 4 is tough. A 5 versus 3, well, that's sort of towing the line towards defeat.
Here we go then, coming into what is going to be the final half of this round. Still yet Wolves to secure themselves a real advantage here as they try to push themselves on through this defense. They have got that opening kill. They've not really been able to gain too much more from it, and still battling against them shotguns, just not really doing a fantastic job of it either. Rykos managing to pick up Mowgli, and they've played into those short angles so many times. And it's really starting to hurt them. If you take away those shotgun kills, you look at this match overall and think it is going to be a little bit of a different outcome, but they've been punished time after time.
Rykos huge lock-in player throughout this game at this point as well. Sort of trying to find the angle towards the first twin that doubled up, and it's a heavy pillar push here. The drop needs to come through from one of those Z-Box players. They're blinded out. It's Deadshot, but he's caught himself right in a trap. Ents absolutely threaded around Wolves there, who seemingly had no idea on the positions Ents were holding, and for that one body advantage thrown away.
Well, I've got a feeling already that we could potentially see 3 maps out of this.
I think we're seeing 3.
Yeah, I just think these two are so closely matched at this point, and the battles just keep going backwards and forwards. You know, it's going to be such a tough one for either of them to really clear at this point, but you know, it's going to be hard for, I think the mental game is going to be really important for both of these, because now Ents have got to come in and try and lock down an attack. As I said, it's going to be a battle of basement. You expect Wolves to now close this out. It's going to be all down to whether Ents can maybe lock down top floor or not. We've seen Wolves win up there. We've seen them lose up there. It's just going to be such a tough one for either team, I think, to really grasp this. We would expect round 15, but who knows? We saw Ents get a successful attack on basement in the first round as well.
10 seconds to go.
From this point onwards, Wolves,
5
the
seconds
pressure
left.
of Yule map, the pressure of keeping some of the control
Attackers are moving out to
pulls into
locate
your
a bomb and
favor and
defuse
towards
it.
your pockets here. 7 to 6. We're a million miles away, and we're back towards the side of defense where you've definitely had more success, but as I said, Ents, they've just locked themselves in more and more, and for the last time you two hit heads, it to be an overtime loss. Ents are trying to rewrite that. Focus starts with the width of the map. Rykos might be about to find a fight. This was the back end, but nothing offered.
Opening kill, you just feel, is going to be particularly important here. Ents are going to be wanting to get themselves an advantage. We know how difficult it is when you don't find that opening pickup to start with down in the basement. It just gives such a strong advantage when you're on the defense and you've got the extra manpower and you can just hold on to those angles. It's also important to note that all but 3 rounds so far in this matchup have gone all but 2 rounds so far have gone with the opening kill. Almost always they have been converted. It's only actually in round 12 and 13 that they haven't been. So again, if Ents can come in here and find themselves that first kill, find themselves that little bit of space, then it could be big for them.
Minute 20. It's all that separates Ents from getting themselves locked in and secure towards their progress. At this point, with the roll down, with the chance at the sensible, with the idea of maybe playing against some of that expectation, once again, they're in the same problem that seems to have struck this site more than any others, just weighing up the material idea of where we can actually find any ground, any sort of pitch towards the site. The flashes and pressure comes towards Deadshot. It just builds themselves a little bit of an architectural barricade. The mirror windows are still in place as well. All the crossfires to hold off of any of these approaches. And sooner or later, they're just going to have to send it.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
It's always dangerous when that's what it comes to in the final 30 seconds. Ents have done all the work that they can, but they haven't been able to find themselves an opening kill. Utility, where possible, should have been cleared now, but it is ultimately going to come up to this. Some final 20-second gunfights, and honestly, it just doesn't look like they're too keen on taking them. They wait, and as they drop, they die. Deadshot with a double 4 versus 1. Rykos all alone. Shinka closes him down, and as expected, we're going all the way to 15. The Battle of Basement has stayed with the defenders, and now Wolves have to find an attack somewhere else. And that has been a prospect that has been scary for them so far this stage. Not something that they've been able to do consistently. And they could well have a problem on their hands on their own map pick.
It never ends. Seemingly, it finds itself twirling and dancing around the idea of OT, and it's sort of what you wanted. It's sort of what you look for in these final playdowns of the 4 teams we'll have today. Only one of them is going to get themselves on towards that final spot, towards the glory, the heights of Manchester, England. And I know both these teams are desperate to see that city.
It's a beautiful city. There's absolutely no reason not to be desperate to see it. And like you say,
Famously, French people love England. Famously.
especially Manchester. Yeah, the thing is, you know, yes, it's about being present at those majors. It's about, you know, everything that goes with it. But number one, it's the prize, it's the money, it's, you know, it's everything that these players are working towards. And when you found yourself in LCQs, you know, nobody necessarily wants to be here. It's not, you know, the intention, but they're going to fight tooth and nail. You just know it, to try and hold on to this dream for as long as they can. And both of these two have given us reasons to believe that they can win on Oregon, have both given us reasons to believe that they deserve this spot. And now it's about coming out and claiming it. Mowgli sending in the nade there into Closet to just try and make sure that it is clear. He will be comfortable now that it is. The Wolves push in towards Master can come on forward. But I'm sort of hopeful. Like I said last time, they tried to double down on that rush strategy. They tried to get in through double window last time when it didn't work and it fell apart. And I said I'd like to see them just a little bit more default. Just go through the steps, tick the boxes, and see if they can pressure ends. They know they're going to be playing with the Solus underneath. Think about your plant spot with that in mind and see if you can get this done.
How will things change up? Mowgli, once again, very, very quick into putting pressure on towards Armory. There is someone just underneath the stair set around the side of Split, and obviously pushing the vertical was the only time they've found sort of success when they slowed things down. But when the rest of the maths is done via 2 rush rounds, it's still a little bit of a sticky one to work out. Mowgli sort of said, look, I drifted into Trophy, and then we put the pressure on. Let's try that. Let's go back to that original take that worked so well. Hence, they're reading into it much quicker. The Solace isn't going to sit around underneath concrete and watch their hopes fade away. Instead, they've pulled themselves pretty much all back towards the site. They have some of the tower control. They've got themselves tucked in. Nako's watching towards the bottom of the stairs as well. This is an Ents that is super aware of what Wolves wanted to do here.
Mowgli well comfortably established along with Bibu, but we see much the same problem as Ents had last time when attacking onto basement. They just, Wolves now not getting themselves any real progression. How long have they had Master for? They've had Master control for about 1.5 minutes. Wolves, you know, Mowgli got up there, put nades into Closet, was able to go in and take Master. They just haven't really done anything with it, and they're just going to be waiting and waiting and waiting. And this is such a difficult site to go into like that, because not all of the gunfights are going to be available to them because of the angles, because of the positioning of the rooms. It's going to be super difficult for them to do that. P4 pushing forward. I think he knows that there's one in pit. That is a critical kill onto Rykos to get things going. But with 20 seconds left to go, they start getting cut down by an Aquo backstab, and that is a huge, huge problem for Wolves. 4v2, and it starts to crumble. It looks like Oregon might not be theirs after all, but hang on. Deadshot, he starts to get something going, but no, Azox is there with Skies to close it out, and that is going to be the opening map of Oregon going to Ents.
Swung around on the backstairs with the backstab. As I said, it seemed like Ents had a lot more awareness of what Wolves wanted to do, and what was a back and forth brawl of knowledge of what the other team were doing, and then entirely being in the dark and throwing yourselves into sight. If that's the difference maker in the break there, the exhaustion that comes through on a long bout. One map here, their map, is what separates them from moving on to the finals and giving themselves just one more team to beat before they find themselves at their first major.
Yeah, and I think this is where experience is going to play in as well. You know, Wolves have been in these long matches before. They know what it's all about. Fatigue won't be a big issue. Maybe they're going to show us a better Chalet. But what we can show you right now is our wonderful desk. We'll head on over there and they can break that one down for us.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, it's honestly, I'm surprised that it went to OT with Des not being there, but you know what? Emmy gives it a different je ne sais quoi, as they call it in France. But here we are here with ENCE upsetting in many ways against Wolves. We're out of words throughout all of this Alpha Map.
Yeah, I think overall, like super defender-sided map. We expected it with, Wolves coming into it because attack necessarily isn't their strong suit. But in general, I feel like it revolves all these other grounds that won. The only few that were won this match from both sides of the teams really came down to the opposing team giving them the bodies, giving them the strong positions. Because in any case, every time they were holding onto the side with a strong setup, there was a clear problem in actually finding the solutions to take that control from both teams. They really struggled to have this step-by-step, taking the right control, and then executing the game plan. Like every time, they were just pushing in front of the utility and getting slammed by the sheer setup in front of them.
And, Jack, Oregon is not what we consider a complex map, right? This is your standard bread and butter at this point. Yet to see, in some ways, some faltering on basics for both of these teams, it felt like a slog at some point.
Yeah, it quite literally was a slog. I think, one of the things about Wolves, and we'll come onto it a lot, is their attacks and their defenses, right? Before today, across the stage, they had lost one defense defending Oregon. They lost two, and I said to Leo at the half, I said, actually, ENCE getting 2 attacks here is really not too bad for them. And obviously, they managed to push it to overtime with some great defenses on their own. And I think when you've got 2 teams that are really, really struggling with the attack and really, really excelling on the defense, who's going to win it when it comes to overtime? Probably the team starting on defense. And obviously, that was going to be ENCE. They got the overtime side choice, started out on the defense, and they get to defend the basement, then they get to go to kids' dorms and win it out from there. But yeah, it was looking tricky for both teams there to attack.
Who would have thought? Wow, win condition is attack. Alfam, you had a clip for us. Would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I think I wanted to touch upon, how did in the end Wolves manage to get some of the attacking rounds? And you see here, Mugli is clearing trophy. You see that they notice there is only one player on site from ENCE, and they won't hesitate. They will go straight for it. You see P4 here is stunning that only player on site, and all 3 other players rushing from trophy, and they get side control. And that's what I meant by basically ENCE giving away some of these defending rounds, because if they have only one player on site, obviously Wolves are going to recognize that. They're going to recognize that opportunity. Exactly same playstyle and G2, They have drones close to the bomb site. They see if there's an opportunity to rush in, they will go for it. And actually, the very next round, they will try to do the same. And this time, ENCE is ready for it. And this is my problem with Wolves right now, is that it seems that their only answer to get rounds on the board in attack is to look for these weaknesses, this weak spot. If you don't give them any, if you place close turtle on site, what are they going to do? And that's the biggest problem, is they don't have a solution to face these turtle setups.
Yeah, we saw it even in Attic. I think Attic throughout this entire game was kind of a huge linchpin for both squads. But in the end, if only there was something in the Rainbow Six where you could scout around the map and get information. I think we need to maybe add that in the future, right, Jack? There's just some ideas floating around here. Thank you very much. Anyways, we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll break things down for map number 2 and get you straight to it. See you in a minute.
Dia Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Virtus Pro versus W7M.
To tail can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
The grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, Vamos Faster Barunia!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again. But it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down. Can W7M respond? You wanted to fight him, and he fights you! Come, he makes it! We cannot, we know we don't run around! Into red time, he can't finish it! He's own brother! Infinite overtime is upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to AU LCQs. We continue on with game number 1 for today. We got 3, by the way, which is why we're starting off earlier than you've been used to here on the broadcast. And we're ready to break things down on map number 2. ENCE upsetting and taking Wolves pick of Oregon. By the way, hi, Milos, Alpha Map Fresh. You're used to us. You know how this goes. Chalet is the second pick here, and it will be for ENCE, where they start off on defense. Fresh, you got anything for us?
Yeah, so I mean, ENCE, very, very high preference map in terms of Chalet. They love the map, but they've not played it in stage 1. Nobody is like, they left it open right throughout EU League. Nobody wanted to take them there. For Wolves, it used to be an absolute map favorite. So that's obviously why you're seeing NA for ENCE. It's third preference, but they've not played it inside of 2024, at least in a tier 1 competition, that is. And for Wolves, it's down to 6th preference. It used to be one of their big 3 maps, you know, alongside Clubhouse and Bank, but it's dropped down the preference order. But note the same themes. Wolves have the same themes across every map. Low attack win rate, high defense win rate. I think for Chalet in particular, these stats are a little bit backwards to how the norm would play out. Usually teams enjoy attacking Chalet and somewhat struggle defending it, whereas Wolves, it doesn't matter what map Wolves are on. They hate attack, they love defense.
I mean, Alfama, we have to be clear, just to follow up more even on Fresh. This is a huge potential upset should ENCE take down the experienced Wolves. Wolves have been to every single event for 2 years in a row. Can this end today?
Yeah, it could be the end of the streak, clearly. I think when you look at ENCE, I think, like I said, I think they had a better growth potential than Wolves. I think they've grown quicker than them. And this is maybe the moment where we see them outgrown Wolves, right? So I think also Chalet is the good map for it. It's in very similar to Oregon. It revolves around holding strong points, right? You want to hold Fireplace, you want to hold the half full on site, you want to hold Piano. And now I would say you have more opportunities to clear these strong positions using utilities. So that's when I want to see Wolf more relying on the strategy and on the team play to remove these strong positions rather than on fast pace opportunity seeking. That's good to get 1-2 rounds, but that's not consistent enough. So clearly for me, I'm expecting that from them. And then seeing Chalet, they lost it to Team 86 in Malta. You know, it's like you said, Jack, it used to be one of the best map, and yet they lost it to tier 2 teams recently. So I'm a bit scared right now, and I think that ENCE actually played this map ban really well.
All right, we're all shaking our boots, and so are Wolves here. Let's see if we'll have a map 3 or not. Alpha Map Fresh, thank you. Let's move on to our casters for that second map. It's Fluke and Ace.
Thank you very much, and we will be finding our way in towards map 2. Will it be the last map we see between these two teams, or are we making a deposit to Bank? That's really on Wolves to stay here on what is ENCE's map pick in the showdown of Chalet.
Yeah, I'm really not too sure how this one's going to go. Of course, as we've said, Chalet, once upon a day, a map that Wolves, you know, very, very capable of playing, would happily go against the best in the world. It's then tailed off in preference for them. They've, you know, sort of stopped picking it up. We've not seen them play it anywhere near as much. That said, you know, through the close stage at least, we saw them get a couple of wins on there. It's... you know, sorry, not through the close stage, through, you know, the sort of recent past. Won it back in February at SI, so it's a map that they can get wins on, but ENCE now have got all the motivation in the world coming into their own map pick. You know, this is the game that takes them into the grand final to meet up against the Forgotten Days or against G2. It's absolutely huge for them, considering, you know, how their stage 1 started, the growth that they've had throughout, maybe the expectations or lack of expectations, in all honesty, on them coming into the LCQs. You know, to now be in a position to prove people wrong, it could be absolutely huge for them. So they're going to come in here really meaning business.
ENCE are fired up. And obviously after this, they then sort of get to sit back if they win this. 2 maps done. It's a great warm-up on the day, but they can focus towards the game ahead, which is obviously, you know, it's either a team that they'll have done a lot of prep for, who sort of, can you beat them on their day of G2, or might be against what isn't an entirely unknown entity, but a new entity is always sort of riskier to play yourself into. We'll see sort of where it goes and where it gets presented and pushed into.
We'll be getting underway then. It's going to be, I think, possibly another another battle over the attacks, really, to see, you know, who can come away with the most on the attack. I think the team that does better on that side is potentially going to be the winner overall. We see it on a number of maps. You know, it's no surprise that the defenders do have a little bit of an advantage lately. That much is fair to say. I think it's certainly been leveled out recently. It's not been maybe quite as stark a difference as we saw at SI, for example, where there were, you know, quite clear differences between the defensive side and the attacker win rate. But you know, Wolves, I think, you know, they've been struggling on the attack. They've shown us that again on Oregon. Struggled to get enough numbers on the board. Still around that 30% mark. They need to be up in that here in this first half. I think they need to come out at least 50-50. They need at least 3 attacking rounds before they move on to the defense, given that it is Ence's map. So I'm expecting Ence to come out with something good when they get into that second half.
So, Ence, can you step up towards the pace you're able to make come together? It's the first time you've been able to take a map from Wolves in these recent sort of T1 engagements. Tip the scales. But how do you push it forward? How do you find the press onto the other side? At this point, the first engagement might be one that's a bit telling. They've got themselves, obviously, a bit of a full stretch, an adventure and an exploration across the map itself. P4 wants to be the first to bite, but with Shinka watching towards the bottom, with the stairs on the back end, Nako cannot rotate that way. It's a full bit of control there on towards the Solarium side.
Nako just going to drop the hatch there and get himself out of dodge, potentially to roam around in the basement before getting himself back towards site. And Mowgli is going to be just opening up with the work on the ramp. So Wolves doing pretty well so far. 1:15 into the round, forcing the roamers back, getting the vertical work opened up. They haven't got any breaching done yet. That's going to be the next job realistically. They've got plenty on side with the thermite and the ace, so they can open up that front side. They can open up the long angle. They can open up trench. They can open up everything that they need to. But they're going to need to clear Nako out of Big Garage potentially. I don't know if they. I was just going to say, I don't know if they've missed their opportunity here. Whilst he's in Big Garage, he is stuck there. I don't think he knows that there's a drone on him at this point. Does hear it moving around, maybe a little bit too much movement from the drone there, but now that they've opened up the trophy corridor, he really is potentially stuck here. Wolves, they have to come in and get this kill for nothing, but they don't. They're going to lose out. It's a trade ultimately, but Shinka being taken down, Wolves really could have done with making sure that that was nice and clean. They come away 5 versus 4 with all their hard breach. As it is, they've lost their thermite.
Now with the pressure on towards the back end, they have 40 seconds. They don't have the thermites, so the breaching is limited, but with the ace and the Selmas, they can still try and make this work before the impacts find themselves slightly neutered by a coming patch. You can try and get the tricks done cleaner and easier with a bit of long arming. The pressure on towards red, on towards trench, on towards the back of the pillar site. 20 seconds though. Will they even have time to pop off this gadgetry to a way to get themselves thrown around into the corner and towards the engagement? The smoke canisters, use them while you got them. There's only one left in pocket. There's only 1 second left as well. You're trying to find the fight. The vertical is secured by Deadshot. He's holding on. The 3 versus 4, but the time is that 4th man. Ence, they need to try and operate. They need to try and find a clean take. Azlox is the first fight. It's a post plant. They just gets the tail end of one, but it's locked back in there. They still have the watch. Deadshot's down at 2 versus 2 with the secured vertical. What can you do at this point? They're trying to just bite their way in. Caught in the crossfire. 1 versus 1. Huge swing, but 30 seconds. Bibu has the hatch. Bibu has the vertical. Has to play this perfectly and finds the fight.
It's going to come around, I won't call it the corner, but comes around the edge of that hatch with the hip fire and gets the job done, lands the shots that he needs to. Bibu closing it out. Like you say, once you've got that vertical on dining hatch and the diffuser is down, it's always going to be a lot of work from that point for the defenders to have any sort of successful retake. There's not really any kind of long arm that you can do. the attempt was there. Ents were on the right side of it because, of course, you've got the walls in dining that do prevent a little bit sort of finding the angles onto the diffuser from there. But ultimately, you know, realistically, it's not going to matter. You just need to listen to the count on those attempts to disable the diffuser and just take the drop as and when you need to. And Bibu does exactly that. So great round from Wolves, getting in there, putting the diffuser down. You know, nice explosive play. I was a little bit concerned when they lost Shinka at the beginning, but P4 does a lot of work for them there. Gets the diffuser down, gets kills on side of sight as well. And Wolves managing to take the first attack. And I said they need to come out. They need at least 3 attacks for me on Chalet. And that's going to go a long way towards helping them do that. Nice primary site, basement lockdown, and they can push forward from there.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
1 round up. Wolves. Well, it's a tale of 2 halves for sure, but you're looking at your attack on towards Chalet. You're looking at how you get yourself done and being able to make it work with the little they had, let's be honest. If one thing had fallen out of place on that final execute, it's not that it was an entirely measured approach. It started very slow, very cautious over the top floor, and then they're suddenly having to send it and lock in. It's as close as it could possibly come. Now with Deadshot lifting their way in, trying to find maybe an engagement a little bit sooner. We're not quite at the bedroom as of yet.
Reloading.
The fight is about to happen round on the side of it. Mowgli is just acting as the anvil to the hammer to hit their way across. Will Azox be forced out of position is the question.
Deadshot just seeking the potential onto Rykov, but looks away at the wrong time. A little bit of siege time in there as he was watching that angle, but just as he moves away, Rykov plays it perfectly, gets himself into the position to pick him up as he moves through towards mezzanine. So that's another good start for Ents. I picked up on it on the last game. The majority of rounds were won by the team who picked up that opening kill. It sort of went for a little bit of a wobble at the end. There was the last 4 rounds where that didn't stay true, but for the other 11 rounds it was down to that first kill. We'll see whether that conversion rate continues here on Chalet or not, but it is a big pickup nonetheless. The book as well, just a lot of utility being lost. You've got that soft destruction and just a great gun along with it. Neko manages to find Shinka as well. Bibu cut down, and Ents are certainly looking good to get themselves their first defensive round on Chalet. The only question now is whether it's going to be flawless or not, I think.
Well, before I even get a chance to offer a rebuttal, we're on the other side of it. We find ourselves still sort of pushing, still sort of finding this presence, this back and forth. I mean, we had the conversation, will we get to 3 maps? I think the conversation is slowly going to turn into, will we not see overtime in all 3 maps? Both teams seem very dedicated to matching the pace of each other. Both teams seem very dedicated to ensuring they get the progress throughout this. Tension music.
I was just sort of soaking it up a bit because it's like, you know, we come into this at 1-1. We've got the, you know, at least one team there, Wolves, in deep conversation coming through the beginning of the prep phase into round 3. You know, Wolves' entire stage hangs in the balance here. That's what we've got to remember. That's the point that we're at here in LCQ. Every game is for all the marbles, as we like to say. You know, it is for absolutely everything that these players have been working towards. So it's really, really big, you know, and there's going to be a lot of stress, a lot of tension, a lot of pressure on these teams. Now then, what's going on from Ents? Not surely a triple jumper, it's certainly a triple ping.
I really want to see it.
I tell you what, this, with one sweep of a gun, with one sweep of a mouse, you could take all 3 of them out there and they could really be regretting that, but they're going to dip away. Ents not locking in too deep to that one.
Now, an approach round, a little bit of the control onto the back end. We find a strange pacing, I think it's fair to say. When you see 3 players ready to eye up a fight on a balcony, I think it's fair to describe it as strange, but this site requires a little bit of strange. It's found itself in that sort of famous position of, well, people know it quite well now. People on the attack,
Bomb
people on the
located by
defense,
attackers.
they're having this back and forth battle where it's slowly slipping towards a more sort of, this is the set way of approaching, this is how we can lock down the approach. It's known. And known in this game isn't always the big thing. It was the missing factor, to be fair, on the previous map itself. Swing in. Azox with a shield in a bath. Looking to find a first fight. Easy as you like. Gets the double. Mowgli and P4. There wasn't even really anything to stop the flash at that point, apart from the sense wall. They maybe hoped a bit more action from it, from the side of it. But now what do you do here, Wolves?
Azox not just finding a first fight, but finding a second as well. Wolves just lining up a little bit from there as well, trying to push Solarium and just get something going directly in towards site. But they haven't moved Azox. That's the big problem here. He's the Warden. They can't flash him. They can't use smokes. They can't use the sense gadget to try and get on in there and dislodge him from this bathtub now. Essentially, the angle was the one that they pushed, but he managed to find the double. Jax picks up Shinka, and Wolves certainly looking like the bite is gone after round one. This is going to be a big concern for the Wolves fans out there, because if Ents get themselves rolling here, this is 2-1. It's their first defensive rotation. You feel like there is a basement defense in them, possibly a successful one. So it becomes a big worry for Wolves. They could honestly be staring down a 5-1 half.
They can try and maybe bite a single engagement. I mean, a 2 versus 5. It's not great on this side. On this, we've still got to put the pressure up the stairs. You've still got to recollect the kit. A single fight, you can maybe clear a pocket of space. That shield just causing so many problems for anything. Nako does go down, but I mean, you're firing pistols at a brick wall at that point. Really not getting you any ground. Ents pull themselves ahead.
Yeah, it's just really... They've just done absolutely nothing to disrupt that shield. They only had 2 nades on side, and I'd say 100% one of them needed to be ending up in that bathtub, because you know, otherwise they were really struggling to get that shield out of place, to get Azox dislodged, and he just absolutely commanded the map from there. You could see even at the end there, Wolves' entire focus was essentially around there. Very difficult for them to do anything, and it was definitely a tough one here. You see it, first one comes in, second one on the angle as well. Mowgli and P4 just, I want to say, giving themselves away. They've got themselves into Solarium. They're just trying to get something going, try and take a little bit of ground. But yeah, it was just very tough. I don't know whether they knew about the position. I think they did, because it looked like P4 was moving across in a crouch to try and challenge that shield, that position in bathtub. But great play from Ents there, just showing sometimes how one power position can really power you through a round.
10 seconds to go.
2-1. Ents a distance
5 seconds to insertion.
further and further, more and more progress. Again, you're sort of saying, as you said, the 5-1 half, that's something they're sort of aiming up. You know, I think if they're looking at 3 or 4 here on the second, on their sort of defense, so they might be struggling a little bit when it comes round to it. The attacks, where they are gifting themselves a bit of a distance against a lot of their rivals, has been the pace that they can apply. And I know I talked about it being a bit formulaic at points. It's still understandable. But
Sensor on.
from this point on, you're sort of looking at them losing any control of the space. I think we might even see a timeout after this. If this goes away from them. The destruction towards Azox's position isn't going to force him out entirely as of yet. They still have pretty calm control here. Inside, where are Wolves going to start to fight?
I'd agree about the timeout, potentially. Wolves definitely need to make sure that they put the brakes on if they don't get this round, because it will start slipping away from them very quickly. P4 goes in, but immediately taken down by Azox once again, doing big work so far on the entry. Not just Azox, but Ents as a whole. That's going to be 4 rounds out of 4 that they've been able to pick up that entry kill. And if it follows suit, the last 2 has mean that they've been able to win the round as well. And they've just not been able to dislodge Azox from mezzanine at the minute. They're constantly trying to push in there, constantly trying to pressure, but all they've got is Mowgli inside a library trying to find the man down in connector, but it's just very unlikely at the minute. He can't move too far. He knows he's in a tricky position, and right now he's just sending it into sight, but he might get away with it. They've no idea, and he manages to walk in and get what could be a really big kill.
Or the trade around on the back end. The kit gets dropped just on the door of the site, but it's in such an open position. Mowgli, he's doing his best to hold on to territory, but you can see it sort of stinking around. He has to pull back. But again, look at where that kit is. Look at what needs to be reclaimed and replaced. It's almost going to have to be a plan B take here. You cannot just dip your toes out and comfortably and confidently go and get that kit without the security of any of these positions that you haven't cleared. They still have rafters, they still have snowmobile stairs, they still have kitchen. It has to be almost a full retake here from Mowgli. He's gone off to try and drift for it. Deadshot's on the back end. Shinka does find Skies. Important take. There's Deadshot. Almost drops it, finds the final part of the kill. Nako, he could be that final problematic piece, the Solace. He's looking for a single engagement. He still has the kit control. It's Mowgli that's going to swing onto one side. If they just get rid of one, they know exactly where he is. The pre-fires come out. They're opting to take the fight. Well played by Wolves.
Yeah, much better from them. Very different to the last couple of rounds that they've had, managing to just level things up 2-2. And it just maybe means that they can keep that tactical timeout in the bank for a little bit as well, not having to rush things and throw it out there just yet. So Wolves are going to be a little bit happier there, but again, there was still serious problems that ENCE were causing them. It was, you know, in a different round, I think maybe ENCE stand up to that. Mowgli goes on in, manages to walk through into the connector, get himself a kill, and it opens sight up a little bit and forces a reaction out of ENCE, where if Mowgli doesn't take that initiative, if he doesn't find that, then it could be really, really difficult for them. But 2-2, we head back to where we began. It's going to be down in the basement once again. Last time around, Wolves were able to get the plant down. They were able to hold it from above. It still came down to a 1v1 at the end. ENCE did make a good fight of the retake of site, but overall, it was Wolves who were able to come away with the round. They got into the map well. They were able to use the ram, open things up from above. We've got that again in the hands of Mowgli, so I think we will likely see the same from the main lobby. It's become popular tactic, get into the top floor so you're not facing too much opposition, and get those boogie drones over the mezzanine onto the soft floor and open things up into sight.
Two apiece, eternally rotating and falling around the sink that is the sinking feeling of one of these teams. We'll just be watching from range. As I said, Wolves getting that round, getting themselves a little bit further on. Fills them with a bit of confidence, but I think they're still trying to keep themselves into the positive, into the 4-2 half, even though it's not their map. You're looking at Chalet, you're looking at what it can offer a team like them. ENCE, they had some very well-driven attacks before. Coverage of the ram, the destruction of the door itself hasn't forced Nako out as of yet, but that almost does. They cannot net the kill though. In fact, ENCE seemed more likely as Azox wanted to full send to the window. A very big missed opportunity there.
Just going to be getting back down to site then, like you say, missing that opportunity, but not the end of the world. At least gunpower is still there. And Mowgli now trying to get that top floor clearance, has opened up the verticals in office, so I think the final boogie drone will be reserved for main lobby, as I said, and just get that little bit of pressure on into site, knowing that they can't play too close to that main breach. We didn't really see much breaching from Wolves last time. They lost Shinka early in the process, and it just made it difficult for them to really open up too much. So I'd like to see maybe a little bit more from them this time. If they're looking for that dining-sided plant again, it's about getting in, getting that long angle open. They've just taken the electrical out that will allow them to do that, and then getting the trench wall open, and it should make their lives easier than they had it last time.
A minute on, all 10 players still standing. As you said, they're looking towards the wall on the back end. There hasn't been that trade, and they have all the pockets of utility that they want. And this, instead of it being the hop angle, said opened up, run through and routed through, and the ability to play against utility this much earlier on. Think about how late smoke canisters were being thrown out. These Goyos are being popped. Control is being sort of ascertained and stated by Wolves. Kind of waiting for ENCE's moment of a rebuttal here. The flashes around the corner, the pressure on from Shinka. He knows he's just going to drive towards the wall itself. That C4 just bounces the wrong way. Shinka's with the cover. Nako gets caught by Deadshot. That C4 a little bit too wiggly and wide. Rakos does find BB, but in a post-plant 4 versus 2, Wolves sitting a bit happy. That's a bit of a missed moment there. And Rakos find a second.
Wolves definitely have the opportunity to lock down that third round that I spoke about here as Shinka. He predicts Rakos' movement onto the hatch, manages to find the kill on the reverse angle. And then it's going to be up to Skies fighting back from Pillar, but low health. It's going to be too much for him to do, too much to ask of the remaining ENCE player. So Wolves get themselves a 3-2 lead here on the scoreboard. But more important than that, as I said, is that 3 rounds on attack. So far, they've been running through stage 1, through the LCQs at about a 30 to 35% attacking win rate. So they've on average been winning about 2 rounds per half. Going above average here, getting the third, if they can even find the fourth, is really, really big for them on a map that they have to win. It is essential that they close this one out. Otherwise, their stage is done and they will not be going to the Manchester Major.
Tension music. Would you like to phone a friend?
I think depending, if anybody was going to be phoning a friend right now, I still feel like it would be Wolves. They've got themselves a good couple of rounds, but you know, you can still see a world where ENCE get this next defense and then, you know, look a little bit more aggressive and can take the lead on the attack. But Wolves, I think, at least steadying the ship a bit here.
It evens things out a bit. It brings a bit of that sort of faith. If I was going to choose a game shot, I'm 50-50 at this point, because I still think it's so minute. The details of control, the levels where things are sort of being taken and pushed back. We might be having, I'm not going to say more standard results, but, you know, if you were to look at how sides are falling into someone's favor, where teams are finding repeated success at this point, sure, Wolves have doubled it down on the wine cellar, but there's these slight engagements where it feels like we're still on that 50-50 line. You're looking at performances from, I guess, a bit more of a spread of players here. No one has yet to show up. We find the first bit of progress and ingress here towards the west main. Take directly with some eyes on towards the site. They're going for that catch game that they've utilized a couple of times. You try and find a window to cut off the rotation, force the rotation to happen, and theoretically net a kill. Hasn't worked for Wolves yet. It's always another chance.
Definitely not a horrible theory, but like you say, one that they need to get working, because you can't always keep, you know, throwing everything at the same techniques if it's not going to happen. They're almost halfway into the round, you know, not too much progress yet, haven't got themselves established in the map. They're actually going to lose the opening kill as well. P4 is going to get taken down by Jax, and that leaves us now in a 5 versus 4 for ENCE. They're going to be looking to claim this final defensive round. Looks like they possibly will do, as Jax in that position that Wolves have pressured and keep sending men at. Mowgli ultimately manages to get that final kill, but it's still a 4 versus 3. Jax is taken down, but not before the damage has been done. Shinka onto Rakos, 3 versus 3. ENCE trying to hold on. They've still got the vertical here, and that's going to be the big problem for Wolves as they continue on this take.
2 to 3 ENCE. They can hold themselves in. As I said, what Wolves is wanting is 4 rounds, and they seem kind of propped up to start to take it. Plant, Mowgli, tucked, unaware. Skies is looking for an engagement. Azox wins out 1, but it's a post-plant 1 versus 2 in the castle. Let's try and fight their way down a set of stairs or angles to find a single route through. Has no real awareness where the players are, and the players have hot-footed and rotated. Cover the motion with some bees. You've got 1 out in West Main. The other with a bit of a further split, caught by the we of the bing, then the wing of the bee. I know exactly where Azox is coming from. They have him between 2 engagements. They just need to swing from behind, but at this point doesn't even have the time. Finds the first, cannot find the kit, cannot get there in time. That's a 4-2 Wolves half.
And that's really big for Wolves. You know, I said 3-3 was the minimum for them on the attack, really. And I think it's interesting because we've seen them not play Chalet as much. We haven't seen them play it in EUL at all. As I said, last time that we saw them play it was back at SI, where they beat D+. But they've come in here and they're showing that, you know, yes, whilst they might not be playing it regularly, it's still a map that they're very, very capable on. A 4-2 half is great for them. We do see the attackers kind of do all right on Chalet, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Ents come back at them here. But for me, I think Wolves, with their experience now, knowing what's on the line, knowing what's at stake, they just push forward here and get this done on the defense, and we end up potentially deciding, you know, who's going to that grand final on bank, because right now Wolves are looking pretty comfortable, and I mean that in terms of the gunfights they're winning, the space they're creating. Even this was 3 versus 5. Jack's got the opening 2 kills, and it was an area that they were trying to push. They weren't happy with the mirror in that position. They went straight in through West Main. They tried to go straight in to deal with that situation. Lost 2 bodies doing it, but then have still been able to come through and win the round. So well played from Wolves.
5 seconds
A turn of the halves, and a tale of 2 halves. A tale as old as time. Ents, they now find themselves in the driving seat here towards Chalet. This was their map, and that was, by that logic, Wolves' choice of a half. So, Ents might have a little bit more cooked up here and ready to try and drive through. Wolves might have a little bit more caution played on towards their Chalet defense. We find ourselves starting on towards a bit of a push here. Often a tertiary site, not often really the first pick, really, regardless of whether we sort of moved away from the bedroom as a drive-through here. Jax wants to get that cut, wants to get the rotation. As I said many times, you have this map sort of formulated and set up like a big letter L. And as Nako passes over that join, he's almost expecting a fight, but it's going to come closer than he thought. The swing from the library box. Mowgli gets the execute.
Beautiful stuff from Mowgli there, just taking the initiative, gets his man. And again, I picked up on this on Oregon for Ents. They came away with the map, but I questioned their intel game a couple of times. We saw a little bit of misdrawn in here and there. And I just think, again, there, that focus from Nako towards Library Stairs is reasonable, but ultimately they're just not aware of that position potentially being held by Mowgli. How aggressively is he playing it? It is somewhere that you'd expect people to play potentially if they're up on the top floor. So yeah, Ents just not picking up on that is dangerous for them. The smoke canister will go out, which is going to block the line of sight for Bibu for the time being. Of course, no glass or anything on side, so it's not like Ents can see in through that, but it is just going to allow them a little bit of movement to try and get aggressive through Ivy. But they're not really taking the ground at the minute. Here they go, but that smoke is going to dissipate. Nitro comes through, is not going to find its target, but Deadshot does. Manages to take down Jax. Bibu onto Skies as well. 3v1, and that is the round for Wolves. What a solid defense. I think Ents might be in a little bit of trouble on Chalet.
I mean, what a turnaround, really. I sort of was worried it was going to be a bit of a back and forth. I questioned it openly, and now Wolves refound their fangs on a map that, as was pointed out at the start of the day by our desk, it had gone away from them. They used to be a top Chalet team, one of the best in the world. Then they kind of drifted away, whether it was the change of the meta, the change of the pace, and the change of the pressure teams like to put on it. It wasn't something that they really called their home, but yes, you can remind old Wolves of old tricks. 5-2, a strong opener. Their first defense, technically their primary, but you're looking at how well they locked it down. At this point, you're sort of thinking, okay, Ents, are you really going to let this one slip away to potentially a 6-2, 6-3 before you stop and have a conversation about it?
Float, once again, going to be particularly important here for Ents. Like you say, whether we'll see them calling in that timeout at some point soon or not, I think this round will probably be quite decisive on that. If they find themselves 6-2, then I think it is definitely the point to be doing so. It may already be a little bit too late. The way that Wolves have just played that last defence, they just looked so comfortable, never really looked stretched. You know, I've said it quite a few times over the recent past, and that is, you know, this metric of how bothered were the defenders inside a site? How much were they dislodged? How much were they pressured? How much were they moved around? And the answer is, on the last one, not at all. You know, all the fights really coming across that top floor and just no real pressure for anybody playing inside a site. Wolves are going to be very comfortable on the back of that. They do lose a bunch of those Capcan traps. I think 3 out of 5 went to the Twitch drone at the beginning of this, and Ents do know where the remaining 2 are. So that's going to be 1 loss for Wolves at least. But the fight, as I say to begin with, will be over this top floor.
Well, Rykos fights through P4. Gets that first take, but with a minute gone, with the still steady build-up across, how much of this do they think they're entirely safe by and saved by? As you said, the vertical is in their control, but Mowgli is deciding to try and remove it. Steps a bit back as the drone catches, but Deadshot caught Azox. Maybe just didn't expect 2 players. Maybe had a little bit of an expectation they could win the gunfight. Deadshot's been firing pretty solidly
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
today.
Barrier formed.
Mowgli just going to be looking to open himself up a few new angles, a little rotate. Again, keep himself active on this top floor. Deadshot in support. Can't quite find the kill, but does do some damage to Neko, who's going to find himself in a tough position very, very soon, as Mowgli's just being very slippery here, moving around this top floor. He's all over the place. Finally finds his man. It was like a wheel within a wheel at that point as to whether the two of them would cross paths or not. But Jack's into sight. They've managed to get themselves some ground here, events, and it could be a first successful attack. Deadshot, the one thing that he's got on his side is the fact that he's got the vertical, but Skies is surely going to be able to get this diffuser down safely from here.
I am so confused as to how that came out. They're able to slip their way past. Too little, too late. They're not in the smoke. They used it for cover of motion, but now in a post-plant situation, just chasing ghosts does get a scrape with a deagle against the second player. A 1 versus 3, but 2 of them are half health and not too far away from being dropped themselves. There's everything. Just sort of verify where they want to try and have this fight. Spraying through above. They don't quite move out and offer the engagement. They do that time. Time has slipped away from them. Suffers still this vertical play, and I mean, at this point, I think it's fair to talk about it. You had such a good retake from Mowgli and Deadshot. They forced the Ents players to have to flee the top floor and run into sight. And then it all fell apart, whether it was an overextension. If Mowgli had pulled back and sort of played alongside the vertical with Deadshot, whatever happened inside the site, I don't know. But it felt very strange for all of that power to slip away, and then suddenly they have the site and they're planting. And fair enough, Ents, even on the back of that, they're taking the time out because they really shouldn't have been able to save that round.
No. You know, in reality, probably not. And I think, to be honest, sometimes I think it's easy to look at a team winning a round and going for a tactical timeout. You think, you know, you've got the momentum there. Do you just want to carry it forward? But I think you're right there. You know, ultimately, it's a round that could have gone either way. And I think, given the situation, it's a case of even let's consolidate what we've got there. Let's, you know, here's where it kind of could have gone wrong. Let's make sure it doesn't, and we can win further rounds in future. So I don't think it's terrible timing for them. And as I always say, I think it's always tough when teams leave that attack timeout until they're facing map point. It always feels a little bit late in the day for me. You've got one round, you've got no more mistakes. You can't really, you know, you can try and do a little bit of course correcting, but ultimately it's going to be very tough, you know, to do anything with that.
Five to 3. And Ents with that timeout. I wonder what the conversation point is, whether it's something that can help prolong their life into this game. Again, they got that first map, and you're still looking at Bank as a big question mark for Ents. A permaban let through to be the decider more than a pick into it. Maybe that means Wolves know a little bit more about Ents' Bank, rather than having it be their sort of quick pick on, hey, that's a permaban, let's beat them on it, to, well, they permaban it, but we know that we've scrimmed them on it. Something we'll only answer if we get to that map itself. Wolves, 1 round separates them from putting a huge amount of pressure onto Ents. 2 from finding out the end of that Bank puzzle.
Looking to get established inside of Library then. Azox doing the due diligence with the IQ scanner. Everybody on the side of Ents confident now they're immediately clear, so going to head on in and again have that battle over the top floor. Look to move across and try and get that vertical. Deadshot moves up though. They're aware. They've surely heard the phone call, but are they aware that he slipped past onto Mezzanine? Managed to get himself through Ivy and into Piano, so maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity for Azox there. I don't actually hate it. You know, I think at this point, keep your manpower, keep pushing back. You're wanting to take ground, and I think it's probably not the end of the world. He has had some good joy so far on the entries today, as Azox had 2 already here on Chalet, had a few on Oregon as well, so potentially could have taken it, but I think it's fine to just take the ground instead.
Minute 40 left. They've gotten themselves the breach with the eyes and the angles towards the side itself, the different approach, the different aspect of control they want. They're sort of taking the ground that, remember, was where that retake happened from. You had Mowgli, you had Deadshot in control here on the back, and their response, ooh, P4 just a bullet shy of getting Jax off the double window. Well, their response, I was going to say, is that they've actually flipped their hold. They've been mobile. They've been sort of adept towards what the approach was. Jax gets one. Skies gets a second, though, and what a shot in this has been. They've grabbed some control. Deadshot gets the down onto one, secures the kill because he knows, well, his end isn't far away. Can Shinker and P4 hold off this approach? There's an easy pickup on the back end. Probably had some intel in the full read, and what a round from Ents.
Well, the fight continues here as Ents certainly not wanting to let their map choice go. We expected that this might be the case. There might be a little bit of a fight back from them when they got into the second half of things. Wolves have felt like they've been on top of this one on Chalet so far, but just struggling now. They're getting towards that point of trying to get themselves onto that map point opportunity, trying to lock things out. It's getting more and more difficult for them to do it, and you can see on the player cams there, maybe a little bit of frustration, a little bit of tension starting to creep in for Wolves, maybe feeling like they've had opportunities to get themselves that 6th round, but they've let Ents back within touching distance, and it now stands 5-4.
Attackers have located a bomb.
5-4. And every single round that goes away here from the side of Wolves, it's more of a cause for concern. We have ourselves back towards the site that they opened up so well on. Sort of put a big divide, but you look at the fact that the past 2 rounds have gone away from them. You look at how that happened in Oregon, and the lead that Wolves had, and the lead that entirely dissolved towards the end of the map, and you just start getting concerned again. You just start getting those sort of intrusive thoughts at the back of your head. Let's say Wolves, surely not again, a team that has been so present, so prevalent at majors.
Sucks again. We've seen this approach a couple of times now, just getting straight up to the building with the IQ scanner and just pinging out as much of that utility for his team as they can. Of course, we've got key utility on the side with things like the black eye cameras from the Valkyrie, but also the Warden as well. If the gadget is activated, it can be picked up. So later in the round, if Azox is still alive, again, could be a key component there. So reboot for the time being, just flying through those cams, making sure that they've got any intel that they need. And Mezzanine going to be a key little battleground here, I would expect. It always is. Trying to move that player. We saw Azox himself actually in that position on the defensive half for Ents. Very difficult to move, getting kills, and making life a real nightmare for Wolves trying to get themselves in and established. This time, last time we saw Ents attack onto Inequo in pretty much the same push. Gave himself away a little bit too easily, just strayed out into Ivy, and Mowgli was able to peek around the corner and get the kill. I'd like to see them just a little bit more caution than that. Get the drones out, understand what's ahead of them, make sure that they're not giving up those free opportunities.
Still longer and longer we start to go through these rounds here where everybody's still alive, and to be honest, it's been a game that's been working onto Ents' favor. They seem to have a great way sort of setting a trap and circling a Wolves player and then finding a way to shut them out of the round. The sudden breakthrough across the vertical last time netted them 2 kills. The grenades and the pressure drop, the shield and drop, Deadshot Where else could he have gone? Bibu goes down the blue stairs, and again, as I talk about it, it comes true. Ents surround those players on the top, push themselves in, and shut them down with huge efficiency and volatility.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like the wheels have come off a little bit for Wolves. They find themselves staring down the back. There goes the Rotero drone kill. We don't get too many of those. Taking the opportunity onto Bibu. Shinka does get taken down by Jax. Plant is likely to be secured by Naquo here, and that will bring us back almost certainly to 5-5 on the scoreboard. Potentially going to be as close as it was on Oregon. No reminder needed that one went into overtime, but I just feel like Ents are in a real ascendancy at the minute, and the prize is in their hands, and they can no doubt feel that grand final. 2 more rounds, and they are really rolling at the minute. To say that Wolves are on the defense, there's just nothing they can do to lock this in.
The tactical timeout. I mean, if not now, probably too late. Let's be honest. You're sort of looking at Ents since that timeout, since they sort of reevaluated what they were doing, whether they were just throwing themselves in a little bit too short, a little bit too unaware, and not quite trusting that they could have control here. It's been a turn of sort of fate and form on the second half. What we have growing into this is a confidence from Ents, a real feeling that, yeah, they can sort of do this. They can push this one over the edge. We'll see if there's, I guess, anything back here from the side of Wolves. I'm not going to say that they look entirely washed out, but it's those problems of Oregon. It's that awareness that is slipping away. This is maybe one of the first times we've seen one team sort of have a much more rapt attention towards their opponents. Wolves, things are slipping away a bit.
Yeah, they really are at this point. And I think, the Wolves fans out there, I think, are going to be, frustrated watching, because it's like there was a point where it was 5-2 and you were thinking, yeah, we're probably heading into bank here, because Wolves looked good on Chalet as well. And, I even commented at the time and said, this is the team that coming on in. We said they've not played Chalet in a little while. They haven't brought it out in stage 1. It's slipped down the pool preference order a little bit, but they were doing really, really well. They were winning so many gunfights. You look across your numbers, Mowgli, 10 and 9, but then everybody else has sort of struggled to keep up with him beyond that. Through that first 4 or 5 rounds that they won, you had Deadshot firing, you had, P4 chipping in occasionally, but it's just really gone off the boil in the last few rounds. I think, the last 2 in particular, and Ents right now are absolutely flying. They've got the bit between the teeth, and I think they're going to be very, very difficult to stop.
Well, not much that Tiburao can really do against a man with a blowtorch and a plan. Walls ready to be popped open. They have some attention getting this wall open. It's not the most sort of uncommon drive. They can now pick up and focus on the rest of it. They've got the ram for the vertical to shepherd any of those players out above. They obviously, still have some pocket hard breach if they want to try and get something a little bit cleaner on the west main side as well. But the curiosity is that single roam player towards the top of the rafters. Seems like there's a lot of pressure coming in on towards Library, forcing Deadshot further and further away, forcing them out. They don't want to be the first body on what is maybe one of the final rounds.
Absolutely, they don't. I mean, I've spoken about opening kill conversion so far, and moving into the second half. It's gone to 100% conversion rate on those entry kills. So it wasn't the case through the first half, but whilst Ents have been on the attack, whoever has got the opener has gone on to win the round. So, absolutely right, the Wolves are not wanting to give themselves away. They're not wanting to give up that opening death and get involved in engagements that maybe they don't need to. As it stands, Deadshot, he's been able to waste a minute 40, a minute 50. He hasn't been tracked down yet. I'm not sure that Ents are aware of his position. Mowgli's able to go and support him up on the top floor. No, he's not. Naquo with the kill. Deadshot does find one onto Azox. That'll give his position away, and this is going to be a key factor now. How does that change the round? Because Ents have to think about, do we know whether Deadshot has rotated? You know, they won't know necessarily that he's just dropped the hatch back into dining, but Bibu giving himself away, and Wolves are just, they're just seemingly throwing opportunities at ENCE to close this out.
Almost gets the catch on towards Snowmobile Stairs. The sight is theirs, and Rykos with the watch onto the back and a free swing from Blue. Wolves, what are you doing? Where are you looking? I don't even think you know. The plant is secured. P4. Everybody else on the board to take, but he can't get any of them. ENCE, they are one round away from securing a spot in the final for the playoff position.
Who'd have thought it? You'd have thought at least, you know, if ENCE were going to go through to that grand final, and I'm certainly not putting down ENCE at all here in saying this, but you would have thought it might be that map 3 that Wolves would at least fight through. You know, Wolves are a huge team in EU, and you'd have expected them to at least fight through to 3 maps, but ENCE have sent a real message here in LCQ so far. And what's really interesting, coming out of this potentially, if ENCE win this here and now, they've beaten VP 2-0, they've beaten Wolves 2-0, and then you've got a situation whereby coming into these LCQs, you'd have been looking at teams like Wolves, G2, VP as being the ones to go and grab that last spot at the Manchester Major. We'll then be in a position where out of 3 teams remaining, you'll have ENCE and Forgotten Days. There's only going to be G2 left out of those teams that you might, you know, that arguments would have been made for them coming through and winning the whole thing. So the European LCQs have just been thrown on their head, and I absolutely love it.
You want underdog stories. As I sort of said, right, when you have an underdog team win, it's for one of 2 reasons. It's that the team that's supposed to win hasn't been playing up to their standard, or the team that is an underdog team has been playing better. I think it's sort of both. I think there's always going to be a level of that. And it's not that Wolves aren't sort of putting up a game. They've had big rounds, they've had poorer rounds. The form that is being put forward right now, which is what the negotiation is, which is the discussion of can we beat them on their day, that depends on form. And form for ENCE, from the latter half of the season towards where we're at now, has just been so solid. Still, 1 round. That's the separation to OT. As I said before, it wouldn't be surprising if we went to all 3 OTs.
Scanning.
Oh, I can taste it, I can feel it. I'm ready for it. Get Wolves into overtime here, and I think we've got an absolute banging 3 rounds to finish it out. But at the same time, I cannot hate the idea of ENCE getting themselves through to the grand final. I feel like I'm in such a lucky neutral position here of, you know, whichever result it is, whichever way this round goes. It's a belting story either way. But for the time being, we'll see. I'm particularly focused on who comes away with that opening kill. I spoke about conversion in the last round. Guess what? Naquo gets the opening kill. ENCE go on and win the round. That 100% conversion in the second half continues. Wolves need to get that entry kill. It's not just about numbers, it's not just about stats, it's about what's obviously happening within the rounds and how important manpower is proving to both of these teams, especially when they have that advantage. So Spartan Gaming, top floor still being held at the minute. Mowgli is playing in behind the keeper barricades at the top of Library. Doesn't have the same sort of support we might normally expect though. Nobody on mezzanine, and I don't think anybody inside of Library. So Mowgli's position kind of tentative there. Could be pushed around, and ENCE, I think, need to recognise that. There's a minute on the clock. They need to get themselves back in. P4 obviously has a strategy down there in basement. I think he's waiting for a nitro toss up into main lobby potentially, but I'm not sure that he's going to get the opportunity.
Mako, almost the first body gone. The C4 was a step too far away, but it's Mowgli that finds Rykos and their skies. An almost immediate take back onto the door of Mudroom. Deadshot. The space he can play around within the side, it's getting slimmer and slimmer, but he's secure for now. As they drone out, the width almost gets the connection onto one, but it's Skies dropping through the hatch, gets P4. Deadshot took a lot of damage on the door. Shinka and Bibu both stuck in that prep and pantry line, but look at the time, 15 seconds. It's gonna have to be an explosion on towards the site. Cannot find the first. Shinka has the drift down, a great gun for that engagement. There's a drop and a trade. It's 7 seconds of 2 versus 1, but one of the players is on the ground. Azox, he's going for the fight, but Bibu gets the body and gets us into OT.
Oh, we're going to overtime, What a game that we have got on our hands here. I'm glad to see that the Wolves players have still got a smile here and there, because right now you could understand that the tension and the pressure will be weighing heavily on them. You know, this is their entire stage coming down to this. I'm interested to see who starts where when we get into this second half, but you know, the attackers so far have had the advantage. We'll remind you of that. It's been 4-2 attacking halves so far in both directions, which brings us into these final 3 rounds. I was going to say I can't believe, but given that I'm casting it, I can believe that we've had 2 maps of overtime so far. But yeah, honestly, I think, you know, like a lot of people coming in, we kind of expected Wolves to at least hit one of these maps a little bit more cleanly, but Ents are just putting up a fantastic performance, and I love to see it. They're showing that they belong. They're showing that the work in stage 1 has paid off. You know, that they've got themselves to a position now where they are just getting more and more competitive.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Overtime hits us once again.
Camera activated.
As the pendulum pops back and forth. Just hasn't been any real security. I mean, as close as it could possibly be in that final engagement. The 1 versus 1 with 5 seconds onto a fight where both players knew exactly where the other one is. There's always the moments that Viva can come through for the team, but they're still not out of the fire yet, really. Ents driving on their attack still with the control that they've been able to put forward. They have a read on some of the loose players of Wolves who have seemed to dabble with more and more space as time has gone on.
Chuck gets himself down into the basement, as you say, just trying to use that space. Azox is still taking out the gadgetry, making sure that they clear before heading into main lobby. Ultimately, the push is going to, I think, move across in 2 directions. It's going to be, I was going to say, open up office wall. That's going to help you move across the top floor. It's going to force defenders at best back into master bedroom, but maybe even deeper than that, maybe back to site. You then go underneath, which is exactly what Nako has done. He moves into main lobby and he tries to take out the wall that leads into the bomb chassis. You can then move through and look to get that diffuser down. That's going to be the play from Ents. How do Wolves stop that? Well, they need to try and keep the pressure on the top floor. Don't give it up. Keep yourself in master. Keep yourself in bathroom. Challenge into piano. Don't allow them to take that top floor control from you. And then also they'll be playing around the kitchen door. They'll be playing around the west main area, trying to hold those long angles. But it's very difficult to prevent a plant going down behind that bomb chassis when they're the only angles that you can be holding.
Putting the pressure down towards the watch on the stairs. Deadshot wants to do a run out, but it's so known that he's just going to sort of prep it for later. P4 finds the first, the C4 of P4 to Azox's face. Makes a decent enough connection, and they're not able to get any of these clean fights that I complimented them on, talked about before. Obviously, since then, we've obviously had the Wolves timeout, the conversations have come together, and the Wolves have learned how to maybe play against that game, is to keep themselves moving, keep themselves swimming around. 30 seconds, another late attempt on the plant, another late attempt on the push. It's going to have to formulate its way. The Sens is caught outside, just sort of sleeping on the throw and the roll round. Jax goes to recollect the kit. Naku gets the pick up onto Mowgli. They're going to have to just try and stick it behind the bomb chassis and hope that's enough of coverage as Rykos swings their way around on the back. P4 gets Nako. They get absolutely executed, and, well, Wolves, they get themselves a very good position to win this round and this map out.
Yeah, that's a really big advantage for Wolves now. They've got the defensive round, which is where the difficulty has come on this map. As I said, coming in, the attackers have had the advantage. It's been 4-2 halves either way, so Wolves now got to be fairly confident, I think, coming in to maybe even close this out in 14. But as we so often see, and I think potentially, especially when it's down to switching this way, if the attackers have had the run of things and then the defenders all of a sudden start winning on overtime, it's not always too big a surprise because you've got a situation whereby the defenders can pick up their number one site. So they're going to go to that site that they've probably already won twice. So that's not too much of a surprise. So again, we might just see, you know, the key defining moment be round 15 like it was on Oregon. I predicted the same thing on Oregon, and that was two basement defenses successfully held, which was the case, and then that second choice site being the defining factor for the defensive team. I think it's probably going to be the same here. Wolves, they managed to grab their first choice defensive site. We would expect, given the stats here, that maybe Ents do the same. They're going to be in bar and gaming. If that's the case, then Wolves have got to find something on a site that maybe they haven't had any success with so far.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are
Wolves.
use a bomb.
Will we see a map 3? Will you be able to push this over? We go towards the site and we look towards... I was a little bit concerned they're all just going to run into the site there and go for a Wolves rush. Those haven't really been massively successful so far today. Seems like they're going to have some caution. The push up here from underneath, it's a pretty common way of taking it. See if they can force out the library control as well. You can step for step this site pretty comfortably. There's some juggling that's going to happen. Obviously, those grenades bounced off that single beam will force the player out. There's the catch on any utility that might be stopping it. There's the roll of the grenades. Will they actually get the player? How solid do they feel standing there? Are they ready for the catch?
The barricades just still being deployed. Ents have got themselves pretty locked in here, dug deep, as we would expect. How are Wolves going to be able to break this one down? Frostmat under the window as well, so need to be cautious. Can't fight two angles at once. Coming through that window would mean shooting down at the ground for safety, but while Rakos is there, it's just not going to be possible because it would be an absolute freebie for him. But Deadshot, he's just wandering up the stairs here, and they have absolutely no idea. He picks up Azos. Could that be the road? Could that be the little inn that Wolves need to lock this one out? Rakos is taken down by Deadshot's nade. He manages to get the kill before the detonation, but the loss is still there. 4 versus 3. Wolves have a serious advantage. Bibu knows. He knows that there's somebody on the Ivy double door here. Neko, if he pushes this forward, he's dead. But as a defender, he doesn't have to. He doesn't need to make this challenge. He can just keep himself in position to burn time. And as expected, I said at the beginning there, both defenses pick up their primary site choice and then are able to continue moving into round 15. We will see whether Wolves will be able to hold on to things. I'm just looking at what Wolves did on the defense. The only site they won was indeed Bar Gaming, so anywhere else it's going to have to be something different from them. They did win Kitchen last time around, so do they choose to go to another site, basement? Do they choose to go to top floor? Or have they pulled off a master stroke here where they are able to now take that site that they were able to win twice and get it locked down to take us into map 3? Honestly, it's anybody's.
I mean, how many rounds? How many rounds are we going to see? How many fights are going to keep themselves going back and forth? There, again, you just see these
engagements. He can't really lose that fight, I don't think. He's got to win that one.
It's that hard position. Yes, he's got to win it. Him winning out a fight earlier on is the reason they're even in this position, and the map's not already over. But I think that's the sort of statement. Ents,
5 seconds left before
when I say that the underdog has to have a bit of misplay from the sort of bigger dog as well, these are those engagements. These are those moments. There's just a little bit more coming out of the guns of Ents.
And straight away over to that solar side then. So it looks like it's going to be try to get into the top floor, maybe work across master office as they have done so far. I'd kind of like to see Wolves read into this a little bit maybe. It's been the same that we've seen from ENCE a couple of times. I've commented Naquo, you know, pushing out into Ivy, but then switched it up and pushed in and opened up the angle from inside of office instead. And so we've seen them do this a number of times. Wolves, you know, could potentially have had an opportunity to get out there and get aggressive onto them and see if they can pick them up on the way into the building. But that's not going to be the case for now as Mowgli looks to challenge, but he needs to be careful because Sky's on the rappel. It's always a difficult fight out there onto office balcony.
I mean, already up on the side of the site, Naku wants to swing in, cannot quite get a connection with either player, and the explosions are coming out, so buys themselves some time with bees. Mowgli almost caught out, but obviously the fight that he's taking is one of, well, I'm still surviving, and they've been forced out of position now. ENCE, they were trying to smash and grab. They were trying to see if they could just find a slick route through and a little bit of creative reconstruction. Pulled them back, but it's sort of a minute 30, and what do ENCE really have to talk about and play for it? They almost have P4. Doesn't even really seem sure where he was being shot from.
Rakosh just going to be sending in one of those calls, try and locate any of the roamers. The conversion rate has mostly continued, but Wolves, even though they got the entry last time, weren't able to pick it up this time. They are going to have to overcome that man deficit as Skies manages to pick up Mowgli. P4 low health as well. Azox finds Deadshot. This is not looking good for Wolves right now. ENCE are potentially looking at getting themselves into that grand final. 5 versus 3, 50 seconds left to go. So they've even got a little bit of time on their side. They've got some map control now, and Wolves have no choice but to just dig themselves deep here and hold on for dear life.
Can they find that little bit extra, that little bit that's been missing, and that little bit that ENCE have seemingly had in their steps? C4 doesn't quite get the catch, but 20 seconds. 3 players inside the site. Bibu caught out again. Another engagement he might have been able to take. Shinka pressed up on the window. Cannot quite get the clean strike, but P4 does find one in the meantime. However, the pressure on the plant is still on the side of ENCE. They're going to tuck in ENCE! They tuck him out! There were 2 French speakers at our desks that thought they knew how this story was written, but apparently ENCE have a stronger French word to say, and what an end of a run here for Wolves. A bit despondent, a bit sort of under the weather, a bit sort of underplayed, but ENCE cannot be argued with.
Absolutely not, coming through with a stellar performance just exactly when they needed it. 2-0 Virtus Pro, 2-0 Wolves. ENCE just keep on taking scalps here, and they will not be stopped.
Fantastic play here from the side of ENCE. They're consistently fighting for their rounds, consistently fighting to sort of prove that, yeah, they should be the team that finds their way through here. And it doesn't really matter what big name rival is put ahead of them. Think of the names that they have taken, think of who's left, and suddenly the position that they're in and who they've beaten to pave their way, it doesn't feel that impossible.
No, it really doesn't. You know, I'm sure there's going to be whoever goes through to that grand final from the other side of the bracket is going to be looking at this side thinking, you know, that's going to be a tough matchup for the Manchester major spot. But ENCE, they keep on marching, as does our show. We're going to throw you over to the desk and they can break it down.
ENCE bring it all back and take the win against Wolves. Fortunately for Wolves, it means the streak of major events ends here. But man, what a story for ENCE. That has to be a massive achievement to make it to the grand final fresh.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Honestly, they've grown and grown and grown throughout this EUL stage. Like I said in the pregame, it started off rough for this team. They didn't look great inside of EU League, but they grew towards the end of the stage and they've really come into their own in the LCQs. They've now taken down 2 teams that attended Six Invitational from Europe to make the grand final of the LCQs. They're now one best of 3 away from qualifying to Manchester.
Alpha, I mean, look, I know we got shade thrown at us from Emmy. Fair enough. So we're seeing Wolves maybe making it through, but close second ends, we knew they could upset, and that teamwork really worked out for them.
Yeah, I think that's basically what it comes down to, right? So I think in general it was a very similar barn burner than their first matchup in group stages, and actually it's something we said on the desk before, is that actually we expected this to be nail biter of a game. I think they're at a very similar level right now, and even in the rounds it was actually very close. Even if you look right now, in general though, statistically, it's absolutely impressive to see the score that's only 8-7, that close. But if you look at individual performance, the domination from Ents in the rounds that they were winning is much higher than the rounds that Wolves were winning. So in general, I still think that Ents was in control of the game. I would say that Wolves didn't give up. I think they brought some interesting stuff, but clearly I think overall Ents was the better team when it came down to playing together to problem solve whatever was in front of them. Whereas for Wolves, I think they were always looking for shortcuts instead of consistently problem solving what was in front of them. I think that's the biggest difference of level I see from these two teams today in this match.
Actually, let's bring up a replay because you want to talk about something here. Alfama, I guess relating to it too. So which round was it again that you wanted to go through?
Yeah, it's actually around where they attack on to the bar bomb site, and you can see they're attacking upstairs. It's round 10 here. Mugli is holding this with his Azami. You have a fireplace player, and then you have another player here in blue stairs rather. So triple setup here. You see Bibu on the mute here holding him. The Grim arrives at the same time, flashes, double nades, and everybody on Ents commits on that utility to push through. So first fireplace players gets removed. Now the stairs player is injured. Now Boogly dies to the window player. See how they use their utility and they collapse all three of them at the same time? That's the biggest difference from me that I see here, is that they actually found good strategic solutions and followed up on it to problem solve whatever was in front of them, instead of taking shortcuts like Wolves did.
Mm-hmm. And Jack, let's talk about kind of Wolves here for a moment, because we have a shot of P4 at the end of this, how he was taking it through the match. I mean, it's hard, it's heartbreaking. You understand everything that this team and this player has gone through to get here. How do you reconcile? I mean, you got, as Fabian would say, you got relegated.
Yeah. I mean, I'd prefer to have a loss by not making the major than getting relegated, because that's all I'll say. Look, I mean, for Wolves, obviously they have an incredible record. They had an incredible record of making, pretty much every major since 2022, since the Charlotte major. Under this banner, this is the first one they've missed. So if you take a long-term view, it's not as big of an issue as you might feel. However, Wolves have had every opportunity. They had 2 best of 3s to play it, to make the major inside of the playoffs. They've now failed at the LCQ stage, and ultimately I feel like they've been like a cat with 9 lives, right? It's finally caught up to them. They've just been able to work their way through and paper over the cracks and paper over some of the issues. And it's fair to say they have had issues. They might gloss off, the fact that they can't attack and put it to, oh, well, the meta is defender-sided. Actually, no, you've got some really fundamental attacking issues that, unless you're cheesing rounds with fast plays, you're not winning attacks, Wolves. And I think that's finally caught up to them, ultimately. The good news to them is they've got all summer now just to go through it and work through their problems. But yeah, of course they're going to be devastated. They've been a mainstay at every event for the last 2 years. So, I understand the emotion, and they're going to be absolutely devastated with this result.
And the flip side of that emotion, Alfama, is Ents making it here. We've been hyping them up. Even though they've had a rough stage 1, they got to that grand final. And that must mean a lot to them.
Yeah, in their shoes, actually, what's crazy is that they actually were in tier 2 a few months ago, and now they're just 1 game away from the major. I think to me that's the biggest headline here, and it goes to show to everyone out there as well that, because I think it's a bunch of friends playing together, that if you give it your all, if you actually practice hard, anything can happen. You could be to the major.
And there it is. The investment into Ents is paying off, at least getting to that final. We're joined by Raikos from Ents. Congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling? This must feel... I don't even know how to describe this. Can you put it into words?
Hello guys, thank you. I don't know how I have to feel, because we still have 1 more game, so I have to stay focused, but I feel really good right now. Very close game.
All right, Alfama, questions all yours.
Yeah, I mean, I see that seriousness in also the way you play, you know, because most of the teams actually that would be in your shoes, what I was mentioning, you guys came from tier 2 a couple months ago. But the approach that you have right now is extremely professional. I think it's very similar to your coach approach, right? His vision, he has a lot of professionalism. He's not letting you guys out of his leash. And can you tell me a little bit more about his job on the backlines? Because he deserves a shout out, in my opinion.
Actually, when he picked us up when we were in tier 2 last year, he basically learned us a lot of how to get step by step more professional, and he helps us a lot with game details. Like some coach maybe don't are too game focused, but he can do both, like head focus and coach focus. Like he's a really big part of our success.
And do you think that he's the main reason why you guys keep growing consistently? Because we already mentioned it yesterday, but initially entering tier 1 was rough. It's normal for everyone. But you've adapted really well, and you've grown your set of skills immensely. You can see it in game right now. You guys are feeling more and more comfortable. Is he the main reason for this? What are the areas of improvement that you guys have worked on recently?
For sure, is the main reason for that, to keep us every day focused on our objective. And the second part is the players that keep working every day and that trust him. But he's the biggest part of it.
Well, Raikos, you're in the grand final. Sorry, Leo here. You're in the grand final. You're playing, either Forgotten Days or G2. Is there anybody you'd like to play against specifically in order to qualify to the major?
Actually, I don't care, but I would like to get a revenge against G2 if it's possible.
All right. I'm very much looking forward to it. Again, Raikos, congratulations to you and to the team. We'll be seeing you in the grand final in a few hours. For everybody else watching at home, we'll turn our attention to the Forgotten Days in G2 right after the break.
Hey guys, it's Users from BDS.
It's Una from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandragati from the Wild R6 team.
Is it Shinka from Worth?
I'm Leon Gids from Fnatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
There's some snow. Might be Chalet this time, maybe.
No, that's Chalet. That's the spawn. I spawned there. If anyone wants to spawn peek me, I spawned there.
Yeah, I would say Chalet. Yeah. Outside main or something like that. Yeah, with the stairs.
Knew it. I spawned there.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I just saw snow and the cafe was already done. So.
Oh my god.
Wow, pots. Chicken wire.
It's very well lit as well.
Ah, this is Chalet.
I'm gonna go with Night Heaven again.
Chalet basement, wine cellar, like in the fridges.
Oh.
Oh, it was Chalet, but it wasn't the right fridges.
Where am I?
Like what is this? This is ridiculous. That's what this is.
911 can be banker or Oregon, I guess, because of 911.
I literally can't see anything. I don't actually know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, let's say Oregon.
Who made these? What absolute psycho made these videos?
Yes.
He's setting me up for failure.
It looks like some sort of painting.
It looks like a bed or something, or like a curtain. I don't know.
I haven't got the slightest idea where this could be.
I'm struggling with this one. I'm just gonna have to go with maybe thinking Oregon now. Master bed.
Wait, what? Where was that like zoomed in part?
Ah, that's close. That's good. That was well hard actually. It was close though. Dorms.
It's border.
It's border and it's like the east vehicle spawn.
It's coming from the spawn, east spawn.
Never mind, it's west. I lied.
Ah, it was wrong spawn. This is west spawn. So it wasn't too easy then.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy the stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League. Our last chance qualifiers are in, and there's one more team to be brought over to our grand final. There's already ends that await there, and I know it breaks maybe somebody's minds or hearts seeing that Wolves will not be continuing their 2-year streak of making events. Has to end at some point. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and Alfama, and we are all in for G2 versus Forgotten Days. Let's start off with our rosters. G2 are on the chopping block, and Fresh, do you see them making it through?
Of course I do, Milosh. They were my tip to win this LCQ as at the start of the pre-show today. I think one of the things that I will say about G2 is the season's been unacceptable. The stage has been unacceptable for the level of player that is, you know, on this roster. Every single one of these players are world beater players, but look at these EPS numbers. Look at the numbers here. They're not showing it. They haven't really looked like a coherent team and a coherent unit that we're used to seeing that's, you know, gone so far at majors and won 6 invitationals with this core. But yesterday was a good sign because they actually cooked up. Individuals were popping off. On an individual level, sure, Uno's making it through. You know, they're looking very chilled.
I mean, you can't get any chilled than that. I mean, look, it's a good spot to be. I hope that he enjoys whatever drink or else.
Cooking stream when?
Honestly, waiting for it. Panari X Uno cooking stream. Very much looking forward to it. Though, let's take a look at kind of Doki, how he's been kind of performing here in his qualifiers. How do we see in the quarterfinals, Alfama?
There's a lot of contrast with Doki's performance here in this LCQ compared to this stage. I think he said it himself in the interview yesterday that, you know, he was struggling at the beginning of this stage and in the season, and yesterday he really showed up, but like showed up like 25 kills, 14 deaths, but especially kills that were impactful. And whatever he was doing, even when he was not necessarily getting these kills, he was always gaining some control, lurking in some areas of the map, being annoying for the opposing team, communicating a lot as well. And, you know, overall, he was the main impact player on G2. And if he keeps going that way, that's great. Okay, he saved them 3 clutches actually last match. But in general, I just feel like they cannot rely on him too much. You know, there are other players on this roster that are super talented. And like Jack said, they need to start playing together. He said it himself right now. They are struggling to translate from practice to official. And usually that's a problem of confidence to me. That's a problem of panicking. And he said it again, usually that's a problem also of communication. So today what I want to see from them is more coherent approach, more team play, and less relying on individuals to figure out.
Actually, if we were to quote Doki himself, he said something pretty interesting in the interview. Let's bring it up. Whenever we'd like to.
I actually would have rather played Fnatic, to be honest. But
how come? Just because you scrimmed Forgotten Days?
No, we scrimmed Fnatic as well. I just think Forgotten Days are harder to beat than Fnatic, to be honest.
There you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth in that case. And let's talk about Forgotten Days on the other side. I'll bring up their roster. And, you know, this is kind of a mix of players that used to play in Tier 1 and Tier 2, and they made it together, and they're now semifinals of LCQ. What a way to go from 0 to hero, Fresh.
Yeah, they've got players that realistically should maybe still be in Tier 1 that are fighting for spots on Tier 1 teams. Let's bear in mind that after, you know, even if these guys obviously want to make the major, that's the reason they're here. But say they don't, they've got players that are capable of taking some spots on some of the teams that haven't qualified, some of the teams that failed. They've got players, you know, such as Astro, who has played 6 invitationals, Sloth, who has played in majors and 6 invitationals. They've got a wealth of experience, and they've come together as one unit. And they're not here just to make up the numbers. I think yesterday proved that. That performance against Fnatic, it was a confident display from them, and they were super coherent. They were a team. They weren't just a pickup stack that has entered the LCQs.
And you know what? It would be a great birthday gift to Hungary if they were to beat G2 today and maybe even make it to Manchester. Of course, Hungary used to play on the G2 roster in the past, and you know, he was wearing their jersey yesterday in their matchup in our interview, but it is his birthday, so please let's get some feels birthday mans for Hungary in the chat. Though, let's compare, since we talked about Doki, let's bring up Astro and so far his performance in the quarterfinals here, Jack.
Yeah, so yesterday, I think Astro, you know, we highlighted that Astro had actually had an excellent game yesterday. I think when we last saw him inside of EU League on Heroic, it didn't go too well. It wasn't a great time for him. To be honest, it was not a great time for anybody on that roster. But we saw the Astro that we kind of know and love and that we expect to be a top player inside of this level yesterday. And certainly for me, I hope he can continue it.
Who else is showing up on the team here, Alfama?
Well, I mean, everybody was showing up. I feel like everybody dropped amazing clips, but in general, like going back to Astro, I just feel like he was not given the key to success in the teams he was playing for. When he was playing on Secret, there were a bunch of other fraggers. When he was on Heroic, it was the same thing. I don't think he was set up for success. I don't think he was put in a system where he could really thrive. I think he's just waiting for that opportunity in T1 play where somebody will use it the right way. He was tried out for Vitality back in the days. He was tried out for Fnatic. I think in some of these rosters, he would have had more space to really grow and become one of the star players of Europe. I still believe he has that potential and he's playing to prove it today. And I think other teams are looking at him. Fnatic is probably looking at him right now, as well. Maybe G2 if they lose it. So in general, I think that Astro needs to prove that he has his place in T1 in some of these best teams, but also his teammates.
Let's take a look then at the maps for this series and see where Astro will have to shine today in our map pick and bans. There it is. We have our first one, Forgotten Days. We'll pick Chalet and start off on defense. Jack, can you please take us through the rest?
Yep, so Forgotten Days will have had a lot of certainty on the map that they were going to. The reason is G2 are going to ban Clubhouse and Border till forever. So Forgotten Days know that they're going to go to Chalet, and why would they not want to go to Chalet, right? They beat Fnatic on it yesterday. They looked super comfortable, super aggressive on it. For G2, it's not actually the best map, Chalet. It used to be a really good map for them, but recently they've dropped down on it. They actually lost it against BDS and ITB inside of EUL this stage. If we move through to G2's map pick, G2 are going to pick Consulate. Now, I like this because if you look at the map veto that happened yesterday, the Forgotten Days managed to get themselves onto very, very default maps, which whenever you're a tier 1 team playing against a team that's at a lower tier or at a lower level or a perceived lower level, you don't want to play them on default maps because they can beat you on them. So G2 have gone to a new map, they've gone to a big map, they've gone to a technical map, and also G2 are actually pretty good at Consulate as well. They beat Secret there. Obviously for Forgotten Days, we've not seen them on it. And then if we move through to the Decider map, we're going to see the Decider map is going to be Oregon. This was another map that Forgotten Days looked good on yesterday. They managed to win 5 attacks out of 6 against Fnatic. They're going to start on the defense, so that's certainly a big plus for them. What is another plus as well, this is G2's most played map this stage. I think they've played it 5 times. And this map highlights G2's inconsistencies because in 3 maps, they've been great at attacking. They've had 4-2 splits or a 3-2 split, which is what they got yesterday. And in 2 of the times they played it, they've had a 0-5 or a 0-6 attacking split. So they're really polarizing on it, whether they actually like attacking on it or not. So for that map, it really is, in my mind, who turns up like on that attacking half, particularly from the G2 side.
Well, Alfama, our lobby's pretty much said. Any final words?
I think in general, what Jack said is right about basic maps. Oregon, Chalet, maps that are easy to play if you know T1 Siege really well. And then if you look at Consulate, I would like to contrast the technical map aspect by just saying that it's a map that's big enough for them to lurk, to play aggressive, and that's all they've been doing. That's their playstyle. So I think there is enough space in Consulate to actually upset G2. So in general, I wouldn't be too bad for them. I think the map pool and the map phase is actually pretty well balanced.
All right, Alfama Fresh, thank you very much. Well, let's toss it then to our casters for our second matchup of the day. It's Happinace.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We are back again, Hap. Only a few days since we last cast together, and I think we could have a real matchup here. 2 teams that, at least players-wise, are going to know each other really, really well. It's all to play for. A place in the grand final of LCQs against ENCE. It's G2, and it's the Forgotten Days. I think this one could be potentially the best matchup of LCQ so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we always say, how strong our, lower than tier 1 scene usually is. And, back in the days, we had teams like Makers, for example, qualify for these big events. So the Forgotten Days being around here still is going to be proving that. Of course, we cannot forget that, they aren't just up-and-comers. A lot of them are actually ex-tier 1 players who, for example, Astro. I mean, I think it's criminal. He's not playing inside of EUL personally, but, there's only so many spots that go around. But that's a danger to G2 as well, because, I mean, if we look at the preseason, they didn't have the best of track records against teams that were outside of the European League.
Can't overlook the amount of experience on the team as well for the Forgotten Days. You know, you don't have to look any further than Hungary. You know, one of the most experienced players inside a competitive siege, realistically. You know, in terms of length of time that he's been playing, in terms of everything. You know, fantastic wealth of knowledge that he's going to bring to the table. So we'll see what the Forgotten Days can do here against G2. G2, of course, looking to better their performance from yesterday. It was enough to get them through, but it might need to just be a little sharper today. Twitch, Ying, Fenrir, and Azami. That Twitch one particularly creeping in there. Not too much. We don't get a lot of Twitch fans, but we've had a lot of Twitch play recently.
Yeah, Twitch starting to get back into popularity quite a bit, and you know, especially if you're thinking about a map like Chalet, there's tons of nice places to hide your cameras, to hide your bulletproofs as well. So, you know, Twitch often used to quickly dispatch of a lot of that utility. Now, of course, Brava can somewhat fill the same role there. However, you know, no unlimited amount of zaps that recharge over time. Only 3 hacks per drone. But that's something to keep in mind.
Let's get into it then. Round 1. First sight is going to be Bar and Gaming. We've just seen Chalet played out, of course, between Wolves and Ents. It was a close one, going all the way to 15, and it was actually attacker favoured. 4-2 halves in both directions, so we'll see whether G2 can come out with a strong start here. They're going to be looking more than likely to get themselves inside a solarium, push across that top floor, through Master, through Office, and try and get themselves established in Library, ultimately dislodging the mezzanine player and giving themselves the opportunity to use those verticals. That said, looking at the lineup that they've got, not too much to allow them to open up the verticals. So once they've got Library, they may well try to use Capitao to prevent any swings and maybe get in through double window and just get a plant down, use those sense gadgets to create the light barriers and just make a little bit of space for themselves inside a site.
Yeah, it might just feel like a more direct kind of approach here, where there's a little bit of a distraction over the top floor to at least, you know, occupy a couple of the defenders. But if you then look at what the utility is, they're bringing the bees, the Capitao, fire and smoke, of course, the sense. Definitely looking to be just a plant attempt coming in from that double window, see how far you can get. However, running into some slight issues here as Astra will go down. I'm not quite sure where that's from. A grenade should be able to finish him off. There you go, Benja finds him through the wall, so good droning there from G2.
G2 obviously coming in with fundamentals locked down at least to begin with. We'll see if that continues. Benja being in that position doesn't surprise me. As I suggested, maybe using those screens as a way to be able to push in, as a way to be able to be aggressive. Not choosing to use all of them, of course, immediately, but just creating a situation now where Uno can get into position, start using that utility, but it's all gone wrong for G2. It hasn't been enough to stop YZM peeking around the corner, finding the important kill. 4 versus 2 now, and it is looking good for the Forgotten Days.
Bit of a tricky push to come throh. Virtue sees the tip of the suppressor on the right-hand side. Doesn't quite register yet. YZM having the opportunity to go for a swing here, but no need to, of course. He's thinking he's holding the angle, and as soon as Virtue makes a noise, there comes the swing. And Benja, the last one standing, giving himself a little bit of extra safety as he goes down the staircase. So many angles for him to cover. And as he checks the very first on the top, he will fall. And with that, we find ourselves with an early round for the Forgotten Days, but it started off with like a great bit of droning from G2, you know, they managed to get the entry kill. However, due to the fact that they, you know, didn't really have any vertical potential, it just became a Hail Mary, like let's just go and hope that we win the gunfight on the close corner. And it's actually the complete opposite.
Good start there from Forgotten Days, just locking down that first site. Of course, you know, we saw Bar and Gaming be one of our primary site choices in terms of wins, at least. That was the site that Wolves, for example, were able to pick up both of their defences on. Everywhere else, the defenders did struggle to hold on. So getting that one lockdown is a great start for the Forgotten Days. They can now move on to dining and kitchen. So it's going to be largely the same idea, the same premise. It's going to be try to hold on to top floor this time. Rather than library, it's going to be master and office. They've got Astro on the castle. Castle, of course, his pick rate seeing a skyrocketing trend at the minute, ever since he's been given the ACOG. But, of course, valuable utility as well, able to close off that double window, able to make it a little bit more difficult for G2 to be able to cut off those rotates. Even if they do open up double window, it's still not giving them the view through to the closet rotate, for example, because it's been double castled. So it's just going to give them a little bit more freedom up here on the top floor.
Gord Castle was the original architect operator. Mira came in afterwards. Now we have Azami as well, which has been banned.
Swapping mag.
But definitely that magnified scope is going to be quite helpful in the pick rate. We often see that be successful. See the RC Terrors being used to remove some. I think there's just actually an opening into wall there. Yeah, definitely will be. Opening up some verticality down below as well, if there's any utility in the opposite side. But have created themselves a quick entry into the A bomb site. The only issue is that they don't really have dining under control, and well, neither do they have West Main, and that's definitely where these players can continue to, well, cause some problems for the side of G2.
Drone is going to be spotted out and taken down, so important utility lost for G2. Doki does still have one in pocket. The B's not going to be scanning anybody at the moment, but just preventing a little bit of movement in the top floor from Forgotten Days. But just moving around, Sloth is going to be able to prevent that wall being breached. So nice teamwork there. Wazedin gets the Zoto canister out. Sloth pops around, prevents any detonation of the explosives, and then Astro is able to take down Virtue before he's able to make a second go of it. So this is really good from Forgotten Days, able to get themselves 3 to kick things off, and it is now a big ask for G2. 2 versus 5.
Good start here for the entire matchup, that is, for the Forgotten Days. You know, we'll find a kill, but he's the last man standing in a 1v4. It's going to be very unlikely that he's actually going to be securing this, as he's being, well, jiggle peeked from one of those players. Decides to go up on the roof. This might actually be a pseudo timeout. Use this time to discuss what's going wrong, because it might just be that it's a little bit lazy on how some of the stuff is being done. You saw with the Grim, for example, just quick succession firing all of them in, 2 of them being caught off by other pieces of utility, really losing out on the value there. Whereas there's a bunch of flashbangs you could have used for that first, or other opportunities. So, as you can see, by the way, they're all just talking. This is a pseudo timeout. They're realizing something's not going right now. They want to make sure that they save that tactical timeout with their coach up until when it's absolutely necessary, because rounds like this, you're just very unlikely to win.
Yeah, it's a little bit too soon in the game to be pulling the trigger on that tactical timeout. Uno does go in, taken down by Dora, and that leaves us 2-0, not in the favour of G2. I mean, it's early yet. I'm not getting carried away, but imagine a situation where we've got a grand final between ENCE and the Forgotten Days, and we definitely have a new team going to the major, getting that spot in Manchester. You know, what a grand final that would be, because, of course, both of them, I think, you know, would see that great opportunity to get themselves through onto the big stage. So we will see how we proceed. But for the time being, Forgotten Days coming in and looking pretty solid on Chalet so far. It is, of course, their map pick, so we would expect them to come in and do well here. We know that it's a map that they are capable of winning. They showed us that yesterday. We've seen them pick up both of the maps that they were able to get wins on yesterday, Oregon and Chalet. G2, they of course are going to be looking towards Consulate and map 2, more technical as Fresh said, more difficult maybe for Forgotten Days. But think about it from G2's point of view as well. They think we've got Consulate to go, we're going to be fairly confident there. If we can get Chalet and get it done in 2, it gets us through to the grand final. They don't want to be taking it to Oregon, because that is a map where anybody can win and lose.
It's not just that, but you're also heading into a potentially very long drag of series going on, right? Because you go to 3 maps here, then you still have that matchup going up against Ents to decide where the actual, who the actual team will be at the end to go to the majors. So kind of want to lock this one off as soon as you possibly can to prevent any forms of fatigue to potentially hit you.
Sloth, we've seen this from him already. He's just waiting. They've no idea. The drone does come out though, and that is going to force Sloth back, and that's good play from G2 there. I think Virtue, maybe not initially. Maybe he was aware of the presence of Sloth, and he was just trying to bait out the jump out. But even if he wasn't, he was certainly ready later after that drone had gone in. So the chase of Sloth continues as he's going to try and get himself out of basement. He'll head up those blue stairs. Doke will pick him up though. That's really well played from G2, and they're going to need more of that.
As there's rotating out there, might have been a little bit of a, you don't instantly know where Deimos is as soon as the track starts. So accidentally run right into the arms of Doki, who found that kill. So a great opener, quite controlled as well. Still, only a minute has passed, and bringing the Heart Breach to do some extra prep work. It's kind of what we need to see. Like before, it's just a bit lazy to some extent, the way that they try to approach these sites. There's a lot more work that needs to be done. They're definitely putting in some of the extra work right now. Haven't really seen any verticality come out yet from Alamau. The option is going to be there. We have Benja ready and waiting on one of the balconies to put some pressure in from either piano or the bathroom. It's just waiting until any of these pieces start moving.
Who knows that there is one at the bottom of West Main. Hungry is going to dip away from that fight, doesn't want to overcommit to it, just trying to keep himself present underneath, prevent any of that verticality being used. There are small amounts of work that can be done from underneath when you're looking at a master site. Astro is going to pick up Doke with a headshot to start this final minute of the round, and he's in a really key position there, playing that mirror, looking out towards Solar. But look at this, Benja, Alamau, they get things going at the same time. A real 3-2-1 from G2 as they all push in at the same time. The kills rain on, and that is going to be their first successful attacking round on Chalet.
And more of what we want to see from G2. Again, those first 2 rounds, they were a bit lackluster from them, and really, the Forgotten Days able to pick up these kills as they just pushed in a bit uncoordinated. Instantly now, a lot more of that coordination coming through. G2 finding that success. And I think if we're looking at their history on Chalet, they have a 44% win rate on the attack. If they manage to find 3 rounds here, they're in a really good spot actually to lock off this first map in their favor and maybe even do it in 2. They need to play more like they just did, but it is possible.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. G2, like you say, just finding the aggression at the right time of the round there. This time, they're going to be going back through the same defensive sites more than likely. It's going to kick things off with Gaming and Bar to start. And again, it's going to be that battle over top floor. Not something that G2 came out on top of last time around. I'd like to see them get that vertical control. Again, looking at the lineup, this time they do have Benja. Last time they sort of tried to go direct to site. They didn't. They had a little bit of fight over top floor, but not very much. It was more about using the sense gadgets, using the Capito bolts, as I suggested they might, to just try and get in through double window. It did not work for them. They just got cut down as they tried to, and I think it just goes to show why this site is usually attacked from top down. Go in there, get those verticals. From the angle on the hatch, you can prevent the swing from the connector. You can prevent that push coming in when you try to get yourself into site. So this time, I want to see G2 with a concerted effort. The fact that they've got the Roteros on side would suggest they're going to be, wanting to clear out shields from mezzanine, clear out utility. So I think that probably will be what they go for this time.
Angry just waiting on below. Ooh, Doki getting some pings out. It's going to be jumping down with a 44. Gets 1 kill. Doesn't know about the second person being around, though, I believe. As Dora drops down into the garage. It's going to be a track on them now, so they're going to be aware of the fact where they're going to be rotating through. Is it going to be Vita West Main? No, definitely shouldn't be. It's going all the way over to blue.
Dora just getting out of dodge there, doesn't want to leave himself exposed, especially with those scans going on. But this isn't bad for G2. They've got 2 players pushed down into the basement. So if they recognise that and make a concerted push now, they can definitely swarm and outnumber these players on the top floor. They have the location of Sloth on mezzanine. They just need to clear that shield out if they can. There you go. And that's going to really force the Frost to make a move now. Knowing Sloth, he'll probably stay aggressive here, and he's going to look to continue taking this fight. He's not going to be moved by the nade. He's not going to be moved by other utility. The challenge comes in though. Uno manages to find the kill onto him. Astro is there with one of his own onto Doke, but 4 versus 3 coming into the final minute in the advantage of G2. But Hap, I don't think they know about the flank.
They don't, but they put up the B, so Dora doesn't really have an opportunity to just move around. Actually, the spots are coming in as well, so forced off. They have someone waiting. They know they're rotating through. As Wise then gets the kill, but Burns almost as he's getting forced out, so they have the opportunity to execute on the site now, which they do, and a plant attempt is being made soon. 45 seconds counting down. Astro rotating back through the basement. Dora up above. They're trying to sandwich them in between themselves, but as soon as they jump out the window, it's over as verticality gets retaken.
It'll be difficult now for Forgotten Days. Even with the vertical retaken, you've got a situation whereby on this site you can just play outside, which is exactly what Virtue has done. Got himself out there. They have to go for it. They have to jump out. They have to try and find something, but Dora cannot do it. It's going to be up to Astro now. 1 versus 2. He's got about 11 seconds left to find these kills. The drone, I don't think, was active at the time, so won't necessarily have picked him up, but Virtue ready and waiting. Snap shut on Astro as he comes into library, and that is going to be G2 leveling things up 2-2, and this is looking like a better half than it started for them.
It's definitely a step up since that pseudo timeout that they took. Really able to put up the pressure and work together as a team, most importantly, because that's something we didn't really see in those first 2 rounds. It was just the individual pressure points. So, you know, jump in through the window with as many people as we got. Also, that could work out. I mean, if they're ready for it, it won't. Doki here with the 44, finding the kill, and out before Dora even had the opportunity to try and go for anything.
Seeing the difficulty that is effectively what G2 were aiming for to begin with, but it's really a perfect example of what I was talking about with the verticality, and that's why you need the verticality, because the first time we saw them attack that site in round 1, Uno puts in the arrows in the same places, tries to force YZN out of connector, but as he does, he's able to come around, take the challenge and get the kill onto Uno, who's just going in through the window. This time, as I suggested, when you've got the vertical and you can watch the hatch, you can play down it onto that door, and then it's a free kill. Then you're able to get your man. And so I think G2 just missing a couple of crucial steps in round 1, but recognising that for round 4 and making sure that wasn't the case. Now, interesting setup coming in from Forgotten Days here. They're going to get themselves outside. Medics knowing exactly what I was going to talk about there. Getting the shield outside of office door. It's going to allow them to play aggressively onto balcony if G2 do try to position themselves up there. And with the Monty, it may well be part of the plan at a later stage to try and work across from there.
Might also be to add a bit of awkwardness, right? Because you have those magnets being set up there, which means that PC utility that get tossed in to deal with that shield are going to be caught off. So it's a bit of a utility waste that's out there for a shield that, well, is it really that important to clear? I mean, yes, if you really want to take that top floor, but there's multiple ways to do so. So it might just be a bit of a utility trap to some extent.
Sloth getting active around the map again. He's been a little bit quiet so far. He has tried. We saw him with the double spawn peak against Fnatic yesterday, of course, and he has tried to have those moments of getting up to barricades and being unpredictable and doing all the things that, you know, we know and love Sloth for doing, but it just hasn't really worked out so far against G2, and I think that's the key, is when you come up against better and better teams, you're going to expect less and less success from those sorts of players, and so far, only 2 kills on the board. It's not working out as of yet.
Good spots coming down there for Alamau, but it is going to be the Forgotten Days that come out on top for the majority of it. Lots of damage done towards Alamau as he takes an impact as well. Virtue with a little bit of support as Uno finds the kill right behind the shield somehow. Not quite sure if that person was fully fleshed or whatever, but man advantage is there. Alamau, though, very low on HP. Hungry still has 2 impacts left as a bunch of goo mines all around the map still has a good opportunity to take out LMAO if he would be leading the charge. And it's exactly what he's going to be doing. As they drop the diffuser, hand it over towards LMAO. It is not an ideal breach that he has to go through. He has to unshield and move through. That's the exact moment when Hungry has a good opportunity to get that impact through.
Going to be going for the plant now. It's LMAO who's going to try and stick it on the Monte. Impact nades will go out from Hungry, but a little bit blind there, really. Not able to find his man. 2 kills come in, and G2 close out another attacking round. As I said, we saw it last time, 4-2 halves in the last matchup between Wolves and Ents in favour of the attackers. G2 coming out and continue to show that attackers can have a good day here on Chalet, and they will at least get themselves 3, which I think will have been the minimum for them, given that it's the Forgotten Days map choice. They will have wanted to come out strong, and then they've got the opportunity on the defense to take it. I feel like this is, I don't want to say a completely essential map for the Forgotten Days, but I feel like Consulate could be a big ask for them to win against G2. We know G2 are really capable on Consulate. I think it's going to be, for me, I think Forgotten Days need to win this in 3. They need to win here and they need to win Oregon. So G2 getting themselves ahead and getting 3 rounds in a row, certainly not ideal for them.
I agree with you there. This feels like Forgotten Days needs to pick up this map to have themselves a good opportunity of winning this series. And, you know, of course, G2 has slipped as well on a map like Consulate, but they just like it so much and have always liked it. And that is that danger that you're going up against. And like I said before, you know, like if you play the more fundamental maps, and you know, there's 3 that come to mind, which is like Chalet, Clubhouse, and Oregon.
Welcome back deployed.
That's where everybody has a chance to win. That's a very 50-50 map, no matter what. So they need to take this win here on Chalet. And if G2 managed to find yet another round of their attack, which, I mean, they have been going very solid after, you know, Virtue decided to take that minute to talk, it's not too unlikely that they managed to reach that number 4.
Running is continuing for G2 across the top floor, and I would completely agree with you, Hap. I think at this point there is a good chance that G2 come away with the advantage in the first half rather than a 3-3 split. Just on the basis, it's not even about the site for me necessarily. Yes, Forgotten Days are able to go back to that gaming and bar site, the primary choice, but I just feel like G2 have been consistently clearing utility well in the last few rounds, winning gunfights as Uno comes in and wins another one, taking mezzanine. So G2 grabbing ground now, Hungry moving away, being forced all the way down to the bottom of blue stairs. You know, this is looking good for G2 again. Are they aware of Dora? They used the bees last time on double door, which they've done this time, but he's been able to open up that rotate to top mezzanine, so there is potential, but no, he's cut down as well. They are well on top of this, G2.
Yeah, G2 really, like, aware of everything that's happening at this point. They're just finding answers to whoever and wherever they are. Are they aware of this nitro cell, though? That's the big question. I believe it just got tossed out. Benja moved away in time. They know of the person being present in stock now. Of course, that's usually the case when you're playing around on this site. There's almost always someone there. Stokey finds a kill. Benja locks one more off as well. And Hungry now, the last man standing on top of blue, gets pre-fired. It's 4 rounds for G2. And after the first 2, it didn't look like they would be able to get to this point, Ace.
Oh, no, exactly. Forgotten Days came out and, you know, really started things well in those first 2 rounds, but it's just fallen off. And I'm not sure. I don't want to take anything away from Forgotten Days in those first 2 rounds, but I honestly think it was more, especially round 1, maybe about the mistakes that G2 made. You know, yes, if you make a mistake, the other team have always got to be there to capitalize on it, and Forgotten Days did. But I just feel like G2 gave them the opportunity to win those rounds in the first 2, whereas after that point, round 3 to 6, they've really been on top of things. And you picked up on it yourself, Hap. It was after that sort of, you know, pseudo timeout where they just had the last man, Uno, stood up on top of the roof and they had a chat about what had happened in those first round or 2. And for me now, yeah, G2 have come out looking like a different beast there. I mean, look at Virtue, 8-2, Uno 5-3. They've been a real dynamic duo between the pair of them.
It's funny because it's always like when you're watching the game and you see like a person go up to the roof in a 1v4, it's like, why are you not trying to win? You know, it's like, why not do that? But sometimes taking that time out is just so much more important than giving it a shot. And And of course, you know, like the later it gets into a map, if it would have been like a 5-3, and at that point, you know, you would be going match point against, you might just still try and do everything you can to get that victory out. But if it's that, like this early on in the series, it's better to just, you know, yield that 1v4 and not even try, and make sure that the rounds following are a success rather than, you know, throw that one away and have to take your tactical timeout later.
Okay, thinking about some possible aggression there. I think he was just stood down on the gaming window. He's not going to go out of it for now. Moves himself instead to mud window, which is the location. I mentioned the Sloth double spawn peak against Fnatic. That was the place that it came from. So Doki certainly trying to take the fight and maybe send a little message to Forgotten Days here that G2 are feeling confident. They're on top of things here. They've got themselves an advantage in the map, and they are looking to strengthen that, to consolidate it, to really push forward and double down. And if aggression they think is going to be the key to that, I'm sure they've got the ability to bring it.
Gotta be careful when you're hanging up on those windows there. Seen a couple of G2 members being taken out, and LML playing close with that ward and doesn't really care that much about flashbangs. So if he doesn't get droned out, I mean, there is a phone call going off. A Sloth is on the hunt down below. Actually had a ping. Doki, where now that he's being chased out? It's going to be rotating all the way back up, or at least one floor back up. There's the remaining of the Forgotten Days still on the hunt, still trying to take Solarium under their control. Some long angles to support from Astro.
Yeah, the Forgotten Days haven't really made too much progress yet, Hap. They're not inside of the map. They, you know, have they bothered anybody on site yet? No, realistically. All the G2 are able to sit comfortably. They've spent a lot of time chasing Doki. They haven't managed to find a kill onto him. Alamau manages to pick up YZN. Dora does manage to surprise them, but he's going to be taken down as he gets caught up in an air jab there with the defenders. Virtue picking up a double. Uno is taken down, but all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, we find ourselves 4 versus 1 as Alamau manages to take down Hungry, and this is not looking good for Forgotten Days. I was a little bit worried for them coming onto the attack, for, you know, a team that's coming through the open qualifiers that might not have the deeper strategy book. It's always easier to play on the defense, I think, because you've got your setups, you know what you want to do. Whereas when you get onto the attack, you've got to be more flexible, you've got to be more adaptive. And chasing Doki round, not getting themselves into sight, it's been a difficult round for them.
I mean, it also comes back to the point, right? Like I was talking about how Alamau was playing close on the Solarium door. Flashbangs don't really do anything to him, and all they really had to deal with him was flashbangs. It's like you lose out 2 members like that very early on, a third one from the Nitrous Cell to come through. It is just unfortunate, and I mean, we kind of see the same here from the Forgotten Days as what G2 had in round 2. It's a pseudo timeout, just taking the time to talk and going into the final very moment, but that didn't go as they expected. Hopefully, you know, that they wanted to get Doki. That was the first goal. They also had Astro on a long angle to stop anybody from rotating through the bathroom. However, someone still slipped by. Then the air jet popped. Isatu on the ground. And that was when we did see LML pop through with that ward and find that kill, secure his teammate, and move on. Now, it seems like a tactical timeout has been taken by the Forgotten Days. So after that minute on the roof, they will also be having another 45-second chat because things are getting dicey.
Yeah, I think, you know, 5 rounds in a row now for G2. Forgotten Days, they are backs to the wall and in trouble at this point. They desperately need, it's no surprise to see the tac timeout coming through. They desperately need to get themselves around, particularly, I think it gets even more difficult when 5 rounds in a row has gone split between 2 sides. So now the fact that G2 have just picked up their first defense there, you've got them winning rounds on attack and on defense. So immediately coming into that second half, Forgotten Days can sort of think, right, well, look, it's not gone well in the first half. We've lost 4-2, but we've now got ourselves on the attack. We can get a few rounds there. But the fact that G2 come out with a really solid first defense has got to leave you thinking, you know, wow, maybe that's not going to be the case here. And it could be a problem. So yeah, tough one now for Forgotten Days. If they lose, I think this next round is absolutely critical. If they don't get this one and G2 go on to map point, I think they start looking towards Conceal.
Yeah, that's for sure. And especially, you know, if this one goes G2's way as well, that's 2 sites in the rotation that will go their way. And the last one was very convincing. That wasn't even a fight, really. That was just G2 waiting for you to enter and just pulling the trigger at that point. And when that's 2, well, it's going to be very difficult to win your attacking half. Because they wouldn't be allowed to lose a single one anymore. So yeah, it's something to keep in mind. A very, very high pressure round coming in for the Forgotten Days.
Yeah, this is a must-win in my book. Round 8, and they're going to be attacking onto Bar and Gaming, so things are certainly not going to get easier. It's a site that we've seen defended well so far. Clutch Drone, however, is going to be going through, managing to at least grab hold of a Banshee. Going to be looking for a little bit more gadgetry, a little bit more utility along the way, I'm sure. Astro managing to get inside a sight, actually, getting away with that one, not being picked up. There you go. I was going to say, surprised how long that Clutch Drone was surviving, but ultimately taken down. And the push is immediately going to be coming in towards Library.
Aware, of course, if you just look at the solids, just finding out a bunch of information. Just by holding down that scanner, you know exactly where these gadgets are. And as it is the push towards the library, it's a run out to come through. Hungry losing their life. And that is a big piece of utility gone. There's 3 adrenaline surges out of the way, which of course can revive you, but also give you that little bit of an extra HP boost when you do decide to make that push happen. And look at that, there's still mirror windows out there. I thought that was going to be very beneficial, but Sloth sniping out Doku, who might have been a bit too greedy there.
Yeah, so can't overcommit on those at this point. Could be dangerous, but Uno is going to be well aware that there's somebody on the rappel. There he goes, almost gets his man. A lot of damage going to be done to YZN. An interesting one, not often that you see an operator given away by the diffuser being dropped. Just seeing that drop at the side of the building gave Uno the key bit of information that he needed to know, that that's where the challenge was. And Alamo absolutely slams Astro and then gets himself a second onto Sloth. Absolutely beautiful double, but then runs into an aid. I'll give you the double though, Alamo. They were impressive.
It's funny, does one of the most incredible things and then dies by a grenade that he just ran into. Dora, the last man standing in a 1v3, needs to make this clutch happen, but doesn't even touch the ground before the round is over. And with that, G2 find themselves on map point. Not just 1, but 4 opportunities to lock off this very first before they head to one of their own favorites of Consulate. And it was funny seeing that diffuser fly. I think he actually saw him before when the head popped up, because that's when he was really like dialed in. Then the diffuser dropped, and it's like a double confirmation of, okay, I wasn't seeing ghosts. There is a player on the rappel out there.
Yep, definitely somebody there. Couldn't find that kill, but still G2. It was beautiful from Alamo, but he even gets the grenade indicator. So he takes the second kill, and I'm sure as he goes, there you go. So he sees the indicator.
Yep, that one exploded.
Goes back. Oh, was there a second? Right.
Yeah, they tossed 2 grenades in that corner.
I'll let him off then. I'll let him off. I was going to say he sees the indicator and then goes back into it. I thought it was within the 2 seconds for that one, but
no. So he killed the person on the window as they were throwing a second grenade. Like, that's the animation you saw. He wasn't firing, he was just throwing the grenade. So as soon as the first grenade popped, he moved back in, not knowing that the second one had been tossed. Of course, like, it's such a subtle thing, that animation, and you're probably not really paying attention to it at that point because there's a lot happening on screen already. Like, you're getting that kill, you have to move back, comms are happening, you see the red indicator of that grenade, and then you see the explosion, you move back in, and oh yeah, he tossed a second grenade when I killed him. That's what happened.
Let Alamo off. We'll let him off.
We'll let him off.
So 6-2 now on the scoreboard for G2, and it is starting to look a little bit like, given that this is the map pick, and it's a map that Forgotten Days did well yesterday, it's starting to look like one of those matches for me where maybe Forgotten Days they've done really well, but maybe have come as far as they're going to. You know, they're coming up against the G2 side now that seem to be pretty dialed in. We're going to their map choice of Consulate. Things are not going to get any easier moving on to a technical map like that. And it just feels like maybe Forgotten Days have kind of met their match now. But Astro, he finds his match as he picks up one onto Uno. Great opening kill with a headshot. And that is at least going to give them something to start working from. However,
he started jumping. He didn't see the jump in. Doesn't get the kill. Dora just ran right after. I thought Elamau just saw him jump in the trophy window, but not the case. And with that, they find themselves an advantage either way. A little bit of damage done, but as the hunt is going on, that's just why they're then calling out where that one player is as the cameras are being hacked. Just getting yourself a little bit of extra information. Again, they need to be flawless from this point onward.
I said I'm going to be sending the drone in on the Deimos, of course. We'll only be able to scan... Deimos can only scan people that have been recognised within the game, so that they can basically see their operator icon. So they've been scanned on a drone, or some of their utility has been pinged, whatever it may be. Deimos will then be able to select from that list. Doke looking to get aggressive there. This has been very much sort of Doke running up to barricades so far today, and I love to see it. You know, he's one of those players, when he's playing with confidence, when he's getting his kills, he's struggling a little bit so far, but he's still got that mentality of get up there. If I hear a barricade breaking, I'm running at it. I'm going to try and find those kills. Now then, I'm going to be opening the walls into sight, but you can't help but notice how they're very limited with the hard breach that they've brought here to just those secondary gadgets.
That doesn't help either. Just a P90 shaving away in the wall and taking away one of your members being out there. So back in a 3-3, the Bees are giving away sly bits of information, have an opportunity to actually go in for a plant. But Doki finds himself above. He tosses into C4, it doesn't detonate, but it's actually the collapse coming through at the same time. For a second there, it turned all around, but an injury didn't really matter that much on the side of the Forgotten Days. They managed to get that basement defense correct. And then the belt. They push back G2 by another round towards 6-3.
G2 need to get this done sooner rather than later. They've got a bit of breathing space ahead of them. Still 3 rounds that will need to be won consecutively. But that being said, G2 themselves have just done 6 rounds in a row prior to that. So, you know, it is certainly possible, and we've seen it from them, that a team can just start bouncing them back to back to back to back. And that might just be the round that Forgotten Days need to act as a little bit of a catalyst for them. The problem they've got, of course, is as time goes on, G2 are going to open up more and more sites that they've already won. Master was locked, Bar and Gaming was locked. They had to go down to the basement. It was their third choice. This time, they're going to be heading back to those sites. It's going to be Master this time, I believe. They've already won it once back in round 7. You start thinking now, with their primary site choices opening up, G2 are probably going to get this locked down. They're going to be confident that they can do at least.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Gonna be a tough call. But this is a site I love to see. It's a special player on a special kind of operator. Hungry on that Monty. Oh. Oh, just wanted to open up the next one. Just was up close. I thought for a second like it was an impact or something opening it up.
And you're just going to be trying to roam around underneath for the time being. We see a lot of that from the Legion, of course, the roaming Legion. Nothing new, no surprises there. With the impact nades, able to open up rotations, able to play vertically as well. Not as ideal as something like the Solace, you know, for denying a plant, for example, from underneath, but still definitely possible. Bench is going to be holding a really long angle here as well. Does get picked up by that Deimos scanner now. A reminder that only Deimos can see the ping as to where Benja is, but of course, a little bit of teamwork, a little bit of comms. Dora is going to be feeding that information back into his team. Sends in a nade. Doesn't force Benja to move, but it doesn't matter as Sloth takes the peak, finds the kill, and takes down the Legion underneath. Another advantage for Forgotten Days.
Yeah, definitely working themselves close. However, lots of them are on the floor above, trying to create some verticality as rotations are happening. And, you know, you saw some of that happening with the E1D that was off, of course. Elamau playing around on a mirror window. Is going to have a long angle to cover. As Hungry is pushing up with that shield, the extendable one. It is YZN that does take down Elamau. So now that mirror window, uncontested. Flashbangs are being tossed in right afterwards as they're trying to take Bathroom under control. But they're only like meters away from getting a plant down.
Who's just going to be trying to find the angle into the Monty's rear side, but I don't know if they're actually aware of his location. Yes, they are, as the battle comes on in. Nade is there. Virtue can do nothing as Dora cuts him down. It is the Nade that gets the final kill, but had he hopped out, he'd have died anyway. A triple kill as well for YZN on the round. They know that Doki is in bathroom. He can get one, but no more. G2 give up another round, and Forgotten Days get themselves back within 2. The fight back could be on.
Yeah, definitely slightly bringing back that scoreline towards that more even point. Of course, they will have to go to overtime. They will have to secure it there if they want to win this map. But they're pushing for it. And now a tactical timeout will be called by G2 because these last 2 rounds, they've just looked a bit lost. And they need a bit of extra guidance. So they bring in their coach, they have that discussion, 45 seconds of getting the latest tips that will help you to secure that victory. They only need 1 to stick in these next 2. That's the good thing for G2. And they have the free choice of any sides on the map right now. Twice.
Yeah, as I said, you know, as time goes on, it kind of gets more difficult for Forgotten Days in a way. Yes, mentally they get in the rounds, they've got that momentum, but as you've just said there, Hap, you know, the more time goes on, we're now at a point where the entire map is open to G2. They can try whichever sites they want, whichever they feel confident that they're able to lock down. So, yeah, I think if anything, you know, there is a little benefit in there to G2 potentially, but I'm sure it's, you know, mentally going to weigh on them as well, that they are sort of getting reeled back in here. We know that the attackers so far on Chalet today, both in this game and in the Wolves Ends match, have had a little bit of an advantage. They have taken more rounds than they've lost, so it's not a surprise to see Forgotten Days making a run back at this, but G2 definitely want to be closing this out sooner rather than later now. I think going to round 12 will be a little bit of a travesty from a G2 perspective. They don't want to get there. They're going to try to hold on to the top floor. It will be a gain, much as we saw Forgotten Days try to do on this side, trying to hold on to mezzanine, trying to hold on to top ivy stairs and prevent those attackers getting too much map control above.
Again, only 1 needs to stick. Not seeing the multi coming around this time on the side of the Forgotten Days. Wasn't really anything on the board that G2 could do to really deal with that. Relatively free movement is what Hungary was enjoying at that point. But we're all back into the guns now. And as we see the clutch drone, I said it before when the Twitch ban came around, probably we'll see the clutch kind of replace the shock drone, as it does somewhat the same. Just swaps the allegiance of these devices, actually makes them your own. This is why you only have limited charges rather than unlimited. Spencer's ready with a C4 to toss that out the window as soon as he knows someone's around there. Ooh.
Lots of explosives coming onto that library window, but Dora not going to take any damage, so just baiting that utility out nicely. Is aware of the player in and around box. It's going to be Doki. What a shot onto Astro. The call would obviously come from Dora that he was playing in that position. Astro goes for the challenge and loses out heavily there as Doki finds a beautiful little pixel headshot onto the man to open things up. Halfway through the round, 5 versus 4. G2 have got everything in the hands now to lock this one out.
They just need to be patient. Uno knows he's droning, goes for the run out, gets the kill cleanly. That's a diffuser dropped as well, so things just became a lot more difficult now for the Forgotten Days to try and bring this back. First of all, the diffuser needs to be recovered, and they need to make sure that the entire bottom floor is safe. But they can even start thinking about that first one. And you see Dora slowly cutting the angles here. He's trying to move himself into a position where he can eventually push the bar. There is a drone in sight, so they have information. But no one picked up the diffuser as of yet.
Dora just going to be holding his position on these main stairs for the time being. I think Forgotten Days just hoping that somebody on G2 is kind of going to give themselves away. You can send flashes in all you want. It isn't going to help you get the kill onto Mezzanine. Uno manages to find another one, taking down Dora. Doki onto Sloth, and it's all up to YZN to keep Forgotten Days in this first map. It's their choice. It is Chalet, and it is not looking good for them right now. Just trying to take the peek around the corner. Cannot find the man on Mezzanine. It's Alamau holding on to that position. You can see them stacking up for that final kill. It is going to come in, and that is going to be G2 taking map 1 on Chalet.
Very solid performance from G2. Again, those first 2 rounds, they looked a little bit lost. They called on the pseudo timeout. After that, absolutely dominating for 6 rounds straight. Then again, a little bit of a step back. They call on their coach that time around, and things start working out for them. They get that final round in, they get that 6-4 victory, and now we'll be heading over towards Consulate, which is one of their favorite maps.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big ask, I think, for Forgotten Days to keep themselves fighting in this best of 3, G2 having taken their map pick. And we're going to head over to our desk and see what they've got to say.
Thank you very much, gents. And yes, it was a bit of a struggle bus here for the final days. G2 really taking their time and playing with their food in many ways. They're able to close out the game with, I guess, a lot of improvement from what we saw from G2 over, well, the past couple of weeks, I would say. G2 victorious, fresh. Are we happy about it?
I think so. I think if you're a G2 fan, you're happy. I think it was a much more... I know it got a little bit hairy and a little bit close towards the end, but I think it was a much more complete performance. First couple of rounds, yeah, the Forgotten Days, they came out, they got aggressive, they went 2-0 up, but then G2 kind of really started playing into that, started realizing about that aggression, started to bait out that aggression and punishing that aggression, obviously propelled themselves into the lead on the half. And I think Chalet's a map that, in my opinion, I'm really confused as to why it's kind of tumbled down the preference order for G2. They used to love it, but they don't like it recently. But actually, it suits their playstyle a lot because it's all about taking ones and it's all about, you know, having these micro plays between teammates up on the top floor in different areas of the map, all in these kind of micro executions. And that's what should suit G2's strengths. And I think we saw a lot of that today from G2. So I think well-deserved victors. Obviously, it maybe should have been a little bit easier. It maybe should have been a 7-2. They obviously let it go a couple of rounds in the end there on the defense, but they got the job done, and that's all that counts.
They definitely did. And, you know, unlike the past couple of weeks, it's not Doki on top and really playing his heart out, but the entire team playing together on Fama.
Exactly. They played as a team. That's exactly that. You know, I was saying earlier on the desk that actually they cannot only rely on Doki or one of the other players to have this huge individual plays to win. And it's exactly what happened. They actually played as a team. Doki didn't play well. It's fine. They played well together. And that's the biggest difference, I think, here, especially against a team that relies so much on aggression. You need to play together to be able to have the man up, have the extra information, have a trade potential whenever you're facing guys that are super aggressive towards you.
Is there a way to really highlight that team play that you mentioned?
Yeah, exactly. I think the game plan was pretty clear from G2, actually. You know, they bring these operators like Grim, like Demos, like Lion, like the KIB to try and control that aggression from Forgotten Days. And I think that's the biggest difference here is how they use the utility to prevent them to hold certain areas, to prevent them to retake, to prevent them from being too aggressive. Now you see Forgotten Days, they're stuck into playing this passive role to play against the utility rather, and that's a big issue for them.
And now Uno, of course, was left alone in that round and kind of ended here. But that's kind of the timing of this is different than VP because the joke goes VP attacked the roof. In this case, you were taking the time as G2 to just kind of sit back and talk to one another and figure out what the issue is, getting a sort of free timeout in that case, which of course is within their reach. But Fresh Alpha, thanks so much. Our first map is done, and I fear maybe a bit too quick. We'll have to talk about the second one coming up in Consulate and see maybe Forgotten Days can bring it back, or maybe G2 will end it right then and there for their grand final spot. That'll be after the break.
years in the Boy Scouts and the United States Navy SEAL Cadet Corps, Blue Angel Squadron. Solidified his desire to serve his country and see the world.
Okay, so he's from USA. I don't know. I will say Blackbeards. Yay! It's actually correct.
I was thinking Blackbeard too.
Wanting to use his talents and demonstrate pride for his country, he chose to join the ROK Navy. He later earned a berth in the ROK and UDT SEALs with a knack for radar systems and stealth technology.
The stealth systems kind of makes me think it should be Nook for this one.
He is uncomfortable with me recording our conversations, and that's a notification on my phone revealed our meeting time.
I'll go with Castle, final answer, but I'm not super confident.
I will say 0. Oh.
Eventually released into the care of his older brother, the two of them were absent from official records for several years until Faisal's unsolved murder once again left Al-Hassar without a home.
I will guess kites. Okay.
The more time passes and it remains unsolved, the more frustration grows. I detect guilt in the way he phrases certain things, but when I point it out to him, he disagrees.
I will guess, I don't know, Flores. Okay. Good luck.
Let's go with Fenrir.
Jackal. Okay. Insisted on helping with the ship navigation and repairs, and discovered his sense of freedom through wakeboarding. A desire to be unmoored that could only be satisfied by leaving his home.
I'm instantly going with Mozzie.
Leading performance reports on his time in the DAE. I was fascinated by his repeated insistence that resources always be put aside to contain hostile activity and ensure residential areas and civilians.
I'll go with Maestro.
I'm gonna say Tubarão. I just read Marines and I just said I think about like Tubarão. It's some lucky guesses. I'm trying to connect the dots, you know, who can be, and that's basically it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be studying every night. Nella's obviously been doing that already.
Hey guys, it's Shinka from Wolf, and we're playing Unmute.
Come closer. I dare you.
I don't know who's saying that. Come closer. Maybe Carrera? I don't know. Maybe. Ah, Clash. Okay.
Average person's heartbeat.
Heartbeat? Maybe Pulse? Yeah.
LMG mounted and loaded.
Tachanka? Yeah, the Lord.
10 kilometers of internal wiring.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I would just say, let's say Bandit. Let's say Bandit. Twitch, ah.
I knew this guy once. I broke his drone.
Wait, maybe Mozzie or Solis, but let's say Solis. Ying, oh. Oh. He's talking about drones. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you on the stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League, and it's LCQ time. G2 are up 1-0 after their victory on Chalet against their opponents here, the Forgotten Days. And now, G2 are one map away from making it to the grand final. And lo and behold, it is on their own map pick, Consulate, where they start off on defense. Hi, welcome back. I'm Milosh, with me are Fresh and Alfama. Fresh, how are we looking like here? Because G2 look to close it on Consulate.
Yeah, and G2 absolutely love Consulate, to be fair. They've played this map pretty much consistently since it came in, especially during the kind of latter stage of stage 2, when we saw it at the back end of last year. They were really trying to differentiate themselves on this map in particular to be the best Consulate team. They've actually played it, what, 4, 5, 6 times I've got on record. They've won it 5 of those times. They've only ever taken 1 loss on it. Who was that loss to? W7M. Okay, so let's discount a loss to the world champions. If you're not playing the world champions, G2 have beaten everybody they've come against on this map. They love it. I think they got a very early understanding of the intricacies, where the power positions are, where they could really put some of the best fraggers in the world in the hardest positions to clear. And sometimes you watch G2 on this map and they are just impenetrable.
And speaking of that, Alfama, over the break, we took a look at your package, your replay package, and wanted to really focus in because there was a bit of an issue where the wrong round was brought up on your point. So would you like to talk about it here? Somebody might have selected the wrong round.
Yeah, actually, that's on me. So that's on me. I showed the wrong round. I will admit it's not production. So just take a look at this round here. I think it goes to show exactly how G2 is able to manage aggression. Look, the Demos here to hand the first roamer. Then after this, straight off, you see Doki using his Demos to control the second roamer. And that's basically what was missing for Fnatic yesterday. They were not able to control that aggression from Forgotten Days. And this is how G2 prevents them to be too aggressive in the early round. But not only in the early round. Let's take a look later in the round. 1 minute left. Dora is trying to flank. And now they use the Grim to prevent him from flanking. He cannot go through it. Actually, he will get caught up by the bees. That's on him. He should have stayed a bit further away. But now he just completely gives up on his roam. And I think just using these crowd control operators was enough for G2 to punish that aggression whenever they were trying to, or just actually prevent them on committing these aggressions on them. So overall, I think it was the right plan. And what's funny to notice is that Forgotten Days, when they switched to attack, they actually used the same strategy towards G2, because G2 is a bit like this. They thrive on aggression. They thrive on individual plays. Yep. And so for 2 rounds in a row, they win attack rounds by playing the same style. They bring Grim, they bring Ashe, they bring Doka, Lion, Demos, and then suddenly on the 3rd attack round, they revert to a more default take. They bring Heartbreacher, they bring Brava, they play slow, and they lose the round. And what is the reason for this is because G2, they understood. If you give bodies to Forgotten Days, they will play these 1v1s, and you're playing their game. Instead, if you play closer to the bomb site, you bring your utility to make the site stronger, you reinforce it, you play Turtle and abuse the crossfire, that's gonna win you the rounds against Forgotten Days, because they're not a real team. They're not able to problem solve all of that utility. And Consulate, you have plenty of opportunities to play Turtle strats and to make it work. And mind you, G2 is starting in defense on Consulate, so they can start that way.
I actually think that it was a really good comparison of seeing how G2 basically took their lineup today against the Forgotten Days, comparing it to how Fnatic did it yesterday. And Fnatic will be watching this kicking themselves, because G2 have just shown them a masterclass of actually when you really bring those, like Leo called them, crowd control operators, you can punish Forgotten Days and you can stop them playing to their strengths. Whereas Fnatic just really weren't doing that yesterday. So yeah, I think, you know, G2 put on the example. They've got a really good read of it. And it, like you say, it maybe helps because G2 and Forgotten Days have got very similar styles, right? So if G2 have got that style, they're very clearly going to understand that style as well and know its strengths and weaknesses. And I think that was ultimately, if you're kind of looking at what was the big difference in the game yesterday that Forgotten Days had compared to today so far, that was the big difference, is G2 understood the style and really controlled it, whereas obviously Fnatic didn't and got burned.
Look, let's not forget though, Fnatic won the first map yesterday against Forgotten Days 7-5 on Club, and then Forgotten Days, what do? They bring it back 7-2, 7-2 to win the whole series. So maybe out of respect for some, you know, the history of some of the players on TFD, I would just give them the benefit of the doubt of, you know what, I know Consulate is a tough map strategically to work out with, but I think if they were to take Consulate, this might be flipped on its head, but that's a big if on how it would go, just because console just plays, you know, that defense start is just so heavy to deal with for any attacker. It's just something I know Wolves Fnatic also have struggled with over the stage.
It's also much harder in general to just attack this map when you're a mix. I mean, in the end, you know, every step that you need to take on Control It is actually much harder now that you have this rework of the map.
Yeah.
And mind you, you're also coming to G2 that has now the momentum. You know, it took them 2 rounds to warm up, and they find more and more creative ways to prevent you from aggressing. What is there for you to do, really? That's the tough part for me, is that actually I'm not sure what the game plan can be for Forgotten Days if they don't have the aggression with them, right? If they're unable to punish players that would be overextending or moving too much, what is the solution? Because so far I haven't really seen of them rounds where they go step by step in a structured way, and that they use their utility and synergy to gain the control they need and then execute. I haven't that playbook playstyle so far. So I want to see that from them if they want to win on Control It.
And, you know, there's 2 players that we highlighted at the start of this matchup, Astro and Doki. And we'd like to bring them up again because, you know, they really starred yesterday in their individual games. Today on map number 1, not so much fresh.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's actually funny because both were kind of the star of their team yesterday, as you say. Doki obviously led G2 pretty much solo-handed to victory up against Ents, and Astro had an excellent day. And between them, they got 9 frags across 11 rounds and 17 deaths. So I think it just goes to show that, like, even on both teams, you know, both teams have obviously full of talent where somebody else can step up in the absence. It's certainly something that we said about G2 a lot. Like, this gets said about G2 is when Doki's having a bad day, who can step up? Today, or in this map 1, it was Virtue. We've seen it before with Benja. Alamal's had, you know, a great stage, and obviously Uno's still got it in him as well. So G2 do have that. Maybe not so much for the Forgotten Days, because I think in that map 1, you know, across the board, nobody really had a standout performance.
Well, you know, I want to talk about that because, you know, we know how difficult Consulate is to chop up strategically, just because there's so many rooms, there's so much for you to scout, and many ways for defenders to just always find a backstab on you, right? I'm wondering for the Forgotten Days on the attack, you know, we talked about the spearhead and all, but who is doing that drone work, that clearing, providing them information, and maybe allowing for those spearheads to actually get the kills? You can't just, you know, you can't face check everything, right?
No, you can't. And I think overall, you look at this, I think the droner who should be wiser than, probably on his outreach role. At the same time, you think of Hungary. I think he's bringing a lot of Monty, he's brought a lot of Monty to try and push G2. Actually, the 2 attacker rounds that they won were him on Monty or them abusing the Demos. So I think he can also be a part of that intel gathering. I think in general, if I want to, you know, see them enter the building in the right way, maybe try to isolate some picks, maybe you group up behind that Monty, right, of Hungary. Maybe you have a second team that's working on the other side, led by Wazed and droning him. Maybe Astro is coming in. I think also overall, Astro didn't shine too much on Chalet here because he was mostly, he was playing the snow balcony almost all the time, you know, that balcony towards bathroom. If his teammates are not applying pressure as a cutoff, he's never going to get any kills. So I think it's more of a team effort. The real question is, are G2 are going to play into that? You know, are they going to extend and give this space of the 2 roamers to get punished or not? Because I think they understood towards the end that they don't need to do that to win. I think they understood that if they just play Turtle, and especially in Consulate that's even stronger than on Chalet, abuse the crossfires on the map, I don't think you necessarily need to be contesting that entry, especially if that's the strength of the team you're playing against.
I mean, G2 are going to use and abuse power positions on this map. And frankly, Consulate in the past, in its previous iteration, already had power positions to be used up. And now Soda has become even more powerful. You got a lot of little cubby connector rooms, either into console office or into the actual projector area or downstairs, also all the way down to the basement, Jack. There's a lot to clear. And maybe having Demos, Tokebi plus something else to kind of really help through it, because G2 were doing it and applying that pressure, but I'm not sure if Forgotten Days can apply it themselves.
Yeah, I think it's why G2 became a great map, a great team on this map in particular, because if, like you said, there are a lot of power positions on this map. So, you know, if we go across from the top floor, the kind of top Visa stairs corridor, all the way from the Soda side, all the way to the kind of coffin side, we've seen G2 play in and around that. I've seen Doki dance around there as Legion so much. There's obviously a lot of power positions inside of some would call it flag, some would call it baguette, the CEO office near the bathroom, towards the top yellow. And that's just on the top floor, right? There's lots of different power positions across the whole map. And the problem is for attackers is a lot of teams at the minute and a lot of attack at the minute really struggles to deal with these power positions because of how prevalent the defenders are. So, for example, you ban Solis, you leave Fenrir up. You ban Fenrir, you leave Solis up, Valkyrie, all these power positions on all these powerful operators that can reinforce these power positions as well. And the reason that G2 became so good at Consulate is they found ways to, I don't want to call it cheese these power positions, but they found use of good operators and 3-2-1 executes that they could do to take control of these power positions with as minimal pain as possible, as minimal deaths as possible. And that involves using, for example, the kind of crutch operators on attack, the Lion, the Ying, the Dokkaebi, the Blitz. We've seen Alamal play a lot of Blitz on this map where he will drop in and jump in the bathroom window and just go and run at the positions, trying to create some space for teammates behind him. And I think that's one thing that G2 got really, really good at with basically whichever operators are left open on the attack. Because again, if you ban away the Dokkaebi, cool. They've still got the Lion, they've still got the Ying, they've still got the Blitz. So that I think that's what differentiated G2 in the start. And I think that's something that they'll be able to use today, especially when they get onto their attack.
And I just want to clarify, by the way, for those watching, we're just replaying some footage here. There's some technical issues when it comes to kind of getting everybody into the lobby, which is why you're hearing us kind of yap and go on with our topics. We just have a lot to talk about. And, we're just kind of using the opportunity to go on for as long as we can before the actual game starts. So sorry for that. I hope you're at least getting some progress on your charms for the week if you haven't already grabbed them, at least I have. But I think the next question is, maybe G2 have what it takes to beat their opponents today in the semi-final and just kind of move on to that grand final against the Ents that are already waiting for them there. I don't want to discount the Forgotten Days. I just want to hypothesize because we have some time, right? What happens? Do we think G2 have what it takes even after this one map, Alfama?
I think it's a big clash of theories. It's literally a clash of theories because you look at Ents and their story. It's a team of young gunners that were patched together years ago that have grown consistently all the way up to tier 1 by playing together, by playing as a team, by playing as a unit, whatever they do. They don't have the flashiest player, right? They don't have players that are as known as on G2. And then you take a look at G2, you've got 5 of the best players in the world at their own role. You know what I mean? It's a 5-star lineup. And so far, they've relied heavily on Alemao calling creative ways to take shortcuts, exactly like Jax has said, right? On the way they attack Consulate, they find creative ways to gain control with limited amount of utility resources or limited access to the building. And on top of that, they rely heavily on their gun skill. And so it's two different theories of Siege. But in the end, it's a team game. And if you play Siege the best way collectively, if you're on the same page, you will always beat a team that's better individually. And in my opinion, if Ents continues that way, especially if G2 is tired after that BO3 and they just completely, they go into the next one and maybe, knowing Ents, they've had a lot of time to prepare and I assume they've prepared for G2. It has to be, they were expecting G2. So I think Ents right now will be well rested and well prepped into the matchup.
All right, I would like to continue on with you, Fresh, but actually I'm going to leave a bit of intel until we come back from this quick break. So as I just said a couple minutes ago, there's some issues with servers. We got all of our gremlins kind of working down in the server room, trying to get things working, and they're all in the hamster wheels, trying to get it back together. So Fresh, Alfama, thanks so much. We will take a quick break. Sorry for everybody, but hey, we got to deal with what we've got. We'll continue the LCQs and G2's continuation here against the Forgotten Days right after the break.
Okay, let's start. I think my first option will be
Shaiko from BDS. I don't really need to speak much on Shaiko because Shaiko is probably, if not the best player in the world. Put as a second support
because I think his playstyle fits the draw very well.
He's really he's amazing. He has one of the best aims in the game.
My first pick is British, the best support in the world.
I will pick Banter for my team. I would put him like lurking on my roster.
My second pick will be Deadshot.
I've played a lot with him and huge teammate, never negative, always positive.
He's good at entry, he's good at playing more flex.
Knows how to stat in entry, so...
For my dream team, I will pick myself.
Because he's like a good entry.
He really plays good, like he has strong gun power, he makes a lot of frags, so it's important as well.
At the moment, I'm the best first entry on the game.
I think I will take Tyrant. He showed a lot of good face during all the stages he did with the M&M.
I think we need more supports here.
Shepherd is like the hard support.
Because he's one of the good support on EU.
He's like the most like calm, cool and collected like player.
Has experience in the back lane.
A really good statistic of plans.
Yeah, we take Dan. Of course, of course.
He's just a goat. As an entry, as a flex.
He can play whatever he wants.
To be honest, no, I would pick Deepak and I would put Deepak as support.
Deepak is like the second flex support.
He's really good.
Deepak's probably one of the best fragging supports in the world.
I would say it's Noah from ITB, and he's keep improving. He's also playing really good as a flex.
I would have Azza from my team on flex. He helps me a lot with like calling and stuff. A really good teammate.
I think I will pick Alemão. Sometimes he's calling crazy stuff.
To IGL, I would take Qualifier from BGS.
For me, I think it's one of the most talented young players. For pick, I would pick Doki.
He's really good at entry.
Like even if he dies early, like he's still like super vocal and like he's a super positive guy.
So I think it's important to have that X factor in your team.
I'll pick always to like vertical.
I will pick Savage from the Team Secret.
I think he's reliable player.
When we're playing scrims versus them, it's really hard to play versus him.
He has ideas to give to a team, so I think on a flex war he could perform with that team.
I think I'd probably do Liloon from Wolves as my coach. Her players speak of her really highly.
The last option for me will be coach for Wild, Zeus, because like they have really good performance in last year's stage.
So for the coach, it's Agdar.
I know him personally. He's French, of course.
No matter the player you will give him, he will make result out of it.
Put the answer coach to be the coach, but he would have to listen to Benji, so...
Really working hard since the beginning of the game.
I learned a lot with him, so he will be the coach for this team.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to EU LCQs. As you can tell, we're still not in the game, which means we got to yap some more. And actually, we're going to turn this into a bit of a podcast. Why not? Have some fun. For all those who are joining us live from EU LCQ ASMR, I hope you're ready. I hope you are so ready for what we're about to tell you. Hello, welcome back. I'm Milos, with me are Fresh and Alpha Fresh. This was your idea here, the ASMR part. So I'm just going to put it all on you. Let's have a talk about how we got here for some of the teams that we expected to do better. Can we bring up that bracket again? I know this is kind of on the nose here, but if we could bring up the bracket with all LCQs, I'd like to go through our teams one by one, just kind of flash it here. So Wolves, Make Your Destiny, ENCE, VP, Fnatic, Forgotten Days, Wild, and G2. We're going to go through them one by one, kind of set Make Your Destiny aside just because they've excelled in a lot of ways, and it's their first time. They're super young. Great performance. I think we agree on that. Can I get an I in chat? We ready? Fresh, do you agree?
I agree.
Alfama?
100%. They've got a lot more to show.
Yeah, Make Your Destiny, great. Keep it going. Can't wait to see you in the next tournaments that you play. But let's talk about Wolves. Because Wolves did not make it to the final. It's ENCE that won there, and there have been, a lot of problems that have gone through them. So Fresh, I don't like talking about Wolves, especially when they take some L's. So all yours.
I mean, I think for Wolves, clearly anything but qualifying for the major was not good enough. They didn't even make it to the grand finals. They were knocked out by ENCE, as we can see, or as we just saw, I will say. So Wolves are out, and I think there was a lot of animosity between SI and Stage 1. There was obviously rumors of discourse amongst the team and that they might change out players and they might make roster changes. It actually didn't happen. They ended up staying with the same 5, I suppose rightly or wrongly, with that same 5. And actually, the stage came good in the end until they couldn't qualify for the major. Like I said, they messed up 2 shots at qualifying for the major. I suppose maybe the BDS one was not really a shot because they never win against BDS, but they messed up the secret game as well. And I guess in my mind, I'm thinking now you've had this kind of, is it a catastrophic failure? Yes and no. Depends whether you look at a short-term or a long-term view. But I mean, in the context of this probably Scupper's chances for 6 Invitational, I think it is a catastrophic failure, and they're really going to be, they'll sit, they'll lick their wounds. But actually, my big question in my mind now is, do they start making changes afterwards? Because, clearly they've got some issues, particularly on the attack. But how do they solve them? Is it an IGLing issue? Is it an aggression issue? What's the issue? I've said it a few times for Wolves. In my mind, it's a playstyle issue. That you've got 2 or 3 players that are quite passive by nature, and then a couple that are really aggressive, and that creates a big desync unless everyone's committing to those rushes, which is where we do see Wolves have success on their attacks.
Yeah, I think.
You're the expert on the French scene.
I wouldn't call it that way, but yeah, I guess I know these players very well. Actually, funny story. Actually, all the way back when I were in Vitality, I actually trialed for them.
Did you make it?
No, I didn't make it. Obviously, I retired. That's why I'm here.
Good. Know your place.
Great. Now I can shit talk them. No. What I mean with them is actually, I think in general, I think it wasn't that rough of a stage for them. I think they just suffered from the overall rise of level in Europe. They suffered from teams like ITB and Secret rising all the way up to the top of the scoreboard. I think that's the main thing. But in general, I think they deserved or were expecting that wake-up call, because that's a wake-up call, right? It's the end of almost 2 years of streak of qualifying to STR events. Yeah. And if you look at the way that it's been going ever since they got rid of Rise, they successfully qualified to every STR event, but every time they fall short, right? Every time I think it's a 9-12 finish or something like this. And they were clearly consistently a ceiling to, they were a top team in Europe, but not a top team in the world. And like you said, Jack, I think there was something consistently missing, especially in the attacker department. Is it that desync because there is a bunch of passive players and active players? Is it the lack of direction sometimes? Because I think they have some great shot callers on the team that are able to create these really cool, amazing ideas to shortcut and win really quickly some rounds by rushing or having fast-paced attacks. But they're missing the rest of the formula. They're missing the slow-paced, structured style, and all the range from fast-paced to slow-paced. There are many ways to do it, right? The limited takes, the aggression that comes really quickly, maybe between the middle and the late round. All of these subtle details that they still don't master. And for me, I don't know how you see it, Jack, but I think they've given enough to this roster, and in some ways, I don't really see how they can improve without changing one or two players. It kind of feels like it's the end of a story. But at the same time, I hate saying it because I love every guy on this team, and I think they're all so talented. So it's a tricky part. And you look at BDS, they had actually to go and recruit international players to make it work. And now, hence, a full French-speaking team are doing really good. So you cannot really go and poach players from them because they don't have any reason to join you. Who are you going to pick then? That's the biggest problem for me.
Yeah, do you pivot to do it the BDS way and just kind of pivot to something completely different? Might be the time. Honest, as you say, sometimes it's not about the players and how they are as persons or whatever, even their individual performance, just everything meshing together. Uno, who ostensibly used to not do well at all with Lustream. With all, I respected that era, Alfama, when you were on the squad in those days. But I said he is wasted talent on the squad because he's just not able to find his groove with it. And clearly, when he got on a different team, whether people say better or whatever, I don't care much for that. It's more for he got on a better spot, and at least for him, where he could really show his own skills, and we got that at the end. So in that case, it's fair to see Wolves a lot to work on. And I just wanted to update everybody, by the way, since we're here. We just got the news that servers are back up and we should have our lobby in the next few minutes. So stay tuned with us here as we continue down the line. Fresh, you rarely, if ever, touch on the subject of Virtus Pro. Like ever, you it's like you avoid them like the plague. You would never talk about the team. So can you please bless us today with your opinions on Virtus Pro?
VP. Okay, I'll talk about VP. Just seeing as though you asked me, Lash. I don't like to do this. VP went from third at SI to not making the major, not even looking close to making the major. Like, I don't know what has gone on there. I think during the stage, they came close in a lot of games, but ultimately never looked like winning a game. Is probably the best way of saying it. They, had a lot of 6-8s, a lot of 5-7s, a lot of overtimes, but never really looked in control of anything. And I think the one thing that I had to come to terms with Virtus Pro's playstyle, which is slow, which is methodical, which is old school Siege. And I'm not an enjoyer of old school Siege because I think the way kind of new Siege is played, the current meta is played, I'm very much on board with that and the way teams play, utilizing a lot of these new operators. VP never did that, and I came to terms with the fact that VP was still a top team despite not playing new Siege because one, their synergy was incredible. Like, it was untouched across so many teams, and also then two, that actually they didn't make mistakes. And I think what we saw this stage was a VP that didn't have synergy and made a lot of mistakes, particularly on their defense. And when you've not got a new style of Siege, when you've not got as big a map pool as you'd want, and you've not got synergy and you make a lot of mistakes, it leads to results like that. So it's crazy seeing a team that's been so consistent for so long, finishing third at SI, realistically should have been in the final, should have beaten W7M, but for a comeback, then just topple down the order inside of Europe. Like, that for me is like the biggest fall, like not the biggest disappointment, but the biggest fall possible that could have happened from any team in Europe.
Yeah, and I mean they've had that fall before, right? Where VP just as ex-Empire, where they completely disbanded and had to wait a year before they could play the way they did. But yeah, Alfama, your thoughts on it?
I think it was a question of time. It was a question of time for them that at some point the meta would be too strong for them not to play into it. You know what I mean? And I think to maintain the same amount of quality of synergy that they had, it was because everything was learned by heart. Every timing was learned and experienced. They would have faced every single situation at every step in practice because they would rehearse the exact same strategies. And I think that they just didn't have time after SI to adapt all of these strategies to the new meta, to make space and room for new operators. And I think that's fine. I think at some point it had to happen. I think this is a good reset button. I don't think, in comparison to Wolves, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of roster change or anything. I actually think they have an amazing lineup. I think it's just an issue of identity. I think they lost themselves. And I think overall they were changing a few things every match day, and it was the never-ending cycle of inconsistency because you try to change too much, and in the middle of the season, it's just not going to work. You don't have enough time to practice enough on everything. And that's overall why there was a big loss of quality, why they were less precise, why they were leaving holes and less energy overall. Now, they do have time to start working on new strategies, on reaffirming what is the strategy, what is their identity, what is their play style, and make it closer to the new meta. And I think if they take the time and they're hard worker, they will do it. They take the time to start working on all those things, we will see a very strong Virtus Pro in a matter of months.
Well, you know what? It seems like our lobby is almost set, so let's take a look at our maps once more for our series. Thank you very much for your input, and it's always good to hear from both of you on a topic like this. And of course, I hope you guys enjoyed our impromptu podcast here. But here we are, our second map, Consulate G2 on defense. Fresh, please refresh us one more time before we get into game.
Yeah, so G2, one of the top consulate teams in the world, not surprised to see them play it. I think what makes it impressive for G2 is actually their attacks. So consulate the defense-sided mapper, G2 will start on the defense, but also their attacks across the last 6 months, 53% attack win rate. How they do that is a lot of cheesy operators, and they're able to take these power positions pretty well. For the Forgotten Days, it's a non-conventional and non-default map. To be honest, we've not really seen it. I had to look through their past results. They've not really played consulate, so we don't know what to expect, other than aggression, which has been basically their playstyle through this LCQ.
All right, Alpha, my last thoughts before we go in.
Yeah, they actually did play once versus Ents, and it was a stomp from Ents, 7-3. So like not necessarily a good team for them, you know, a good map for them. And I think in general, G2 starting defense, 65% defense win rate. G2 should be closing this easily.
Well, let's see if they do. We'll toss it back to our casters. Please take it away, SNHAP.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And after that short pause, we will be getting into things. Sap, of course, already seeing G2 win on Chalet to kick us off. We've got a fly through there, but it's actually going to be Consulate that we're going to for map 2. And the Forgotten Days, it feels to me like they're really up against it now, Hap.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough fight. A little bit of a break as well, of course, that we just had. Might actually give them an opportunity to discuss their game plan just a little bit more based on how that previous map went. Of course, they probably expected to win that first. Not having to be slightly behind now. Halamau wishing Hungry a happy birthday, by the way. It is his birthday. Oh, it's about to get... Okay.
Oh. There
it was wholesome, and then Alamau kicked it.
We're just catching strays on his birthday there.
All right, Monty Band, that is definitely not really the gift that Hungry would have wanted, you'd say.
No, we know, of course, Hungry are very capable on the shields. Will not be playing the Monty this time. Demos taken down. Maybe not too much of a surprise with how well it was utilised by Doki, particularly last time, to track down those roamers particularly and keep them out of the game on Chalet in a couple of rounds. So, yeah, definitely coming into Consulate again, a roam-heavy map, realistically, one that the defenders can just get lost, can just disappear off into. So probably a good shout there. Azami and Benry are closing things out.
Lost you there for a second, but I'm back. That was my internet just decided to kick off.
That's quite all right, huh? We're just talking through the operator bands, nothing more exciting than that. And we will now be heading into round 1 of Consulate. G2, of course, 1 map up already, looking for a spot in the grand final against Ents to decide who will ultimately go through to the Manchester Major. A lot on the line here for the G2 side. I think coming out of Chalet, that overall, they looked pretty good. I think they look better than they did previously. They're better than they did yesterday. And I think this could be a tough one for Forgotten Days.
Definitely is going to be a tough one. Again, you know, they lost that first, so every little bit of pressure is on them now. The map that G2 really knows and loves. And Hungry is he's not allowed to play the Monty. Decides to swap over to the Blitz, at least for now. It's still the repick phase. Still see it go. But it seems like it might stick. And we've seen quite some aggressive shield play be very effective on a map like this because there is a lot of close angles, Ace.
5 seconds to
There is, and you know, I spoke about it, you know, with the attempted blitz rush that we saw in the last game, about shields and trying to use them in close quarters. You don't want to have to travel too far with the enemy watching you, because there's inevitably going to be opportunities for them to find an angle onto your side, for example. Yeah, like you say, something like the blitz particularly is great on this kind of map, because you're always closing people down, you're always tight up against them, and you can really get in there, close down that distance between you quickly, use that flash. Is ideal for it, really.
Good use of the phone call out there. Doki was about to go aggressive, and I see Sloth going on the HUD now. They know someone was around there. Uno, however, is preparing to go for a bit of a jump out, so it's just a question of who will be surprised first. Sloth that's on the lurk, or Uno with the jump out is actually relocating now. Might have just gotten a bit of information, but as soon as he does move, his window gets opened up, so he's a bit like, that's a missed opportunity right now.
Attackers have located a bomb.
We're just on pause at the minute, waiting for the push forward to come. He's just waiting for other operators to get into position, and then he will be able to aggress forwards. Uno has now found himself back inside a site. It's going to actually be Doki who picks up the jump out. We thought it might be Uno, but no, he goes through and picks up YZN. Sloth is there for the trade though, so 4 versus 4. G2 drawing first blood, but got days quick to answer.
Another trade to come through. Sloth, a second kill through that single doorway. Hungry finding himself close towards the actual site right now. Just needs to pass through a single extra doorway. Verticalities hastily being opened up by the members of G2, quickly trying to make something happen. The warden up from above is going to be crucial, but doesn't actually quite hit the shot. Not sure where Hungry's going to be. The plant is going down in the meantime, so the attempt will be there. Is there a response? Yes, from Benja, with 45 seconds counting down.
Absolutely beautiful drop from Benja there, finding one on his way down, but like you say, it's going to be tough for him now. He's up against the shield as well. Alamau, however, does manage to deal with that problem, takes down Hungry, 2 versus 2. About 23 seconds left for G2 to be able to realistically do anything about this and have an opportunity on the diffuser. Not going to work as Dora manages to find the angle. 1v1 though, it's all up to Benja. He's got time, he sees his man, he's going to do it, Hap! He just needs to get onto the diffuser, he's got time, don't worry. Cool as a cucumber. Benja clutches out the 1v2.
Bomb diffuser.
A great clutch to happen from. I just got like a flashback to one of like the great clutches we saw, and then that was on what was it, Cafe. And because of the SMG-11 having to reload, they actually weren't able to reach it in time by like 1/10 of a second. Of course, it was close enough here, but I was like, please don't reload. Everybody's dead. You don't need it. But a great clutch to come through, and even though the Forgotten Days able to find themselves on the side with quite some control, getting that plan down, unable to actually hold on to it in the end. And I think, you know, it was the right call to go for pure vertical control at that point. Unfortunate you lose one through the C4, and then you're just aware of the fact that the hatch drop was still coming through from the Lion, and not losing like patience. As you said, cool as a cucumber, just having to stay calm as you're in that clutch situation, because you don't want to overstep and accidentally get yourself killed. There was time to play it out the way he did.
It was really well done by Benja there, and I think that's going to be a big blow for Forgotten Days. They nearly get themselves an opening attack, but also for G2, it feels like maybe it was a little bit of a roll of the dice, picking that as the first choice site. Piano and Exposition, of course, is normally the site that we would see as the third choice. So by getting that done and dusted now, they can go to the top floor, they can go to basement. There's no guarantees on those 2 sites, but we do see teams have a lot of success up there. Surely they're going to know that Doki's here. Surely he's going straight out here. He's going to get himself... No, there was too much choice for Doki. Astro manages to react the quickest and takes him down. You feel like if the second man wasn't there, Doki definitely gets on. But you could see the cogs ticking in his head. Which do I go for? And it cost him.
You know, trying to spread a bit of aggression as well to maybe find something back, but instead it's a second kill to come through for the Forgotten Days. And I mean, for sure there, it's the second time we see him being this aggressive near a doorway, waiting for them to open it up. He wanted to go for a run out, that's for sure, and he did. Just again, the second choice a bit too much. You always start firing in the middle when you get that choice presented to you. And as Benja aggressive on the breach right now, they're just trying to find some fight towards the outside, G2 is.
Yeah, G2 just desperately need a kill at this point, just to try and get themselves back into it. They are holding on to top floor, so there's not a huge amount of sort of space that you need to keep a hold of realistically. If they can play one by Soda, who can hold on to the admin side push, they've got one under, one underneath that they need to deal with here. Sloth making a little bit of a nuisance on the book, but other than that, they don't need to hold too much ground. The problem that they're going to have is stopping this plant going down if they come in and just try to plant directly through that window. Virtue almost finding his man underneath. That would have been big if he can find Sloth, but it's actually going to be Alamau, and that maybe gives an opportunity now because Alamau can hold off the plant. This was the problem point for G2.
As long as he's playing below, there's going to be no way they're going to be able to get in safe. They're going to stick it anyway. Alamau from below. They already knew he was down there. Gets one, drops a diffuser. It's Dora to come in, but I don't know what happened there. It's like he disconnected at that point.
Dora getting caught out. Hungry goes in, manages to find Alamau and clear out. That's going to allow him to potentially collect the diffuser. That's exactly what he's going to do as he goes in. They'll have heard the rappel though. He's likely to get swung. He finds the first. Now then, Benja finds himself in a 1v1. Not going to extend the distance anymore. He's very cautious about this. I don't think he wants to give away his position, and Hungry, instead of pre-firing, tries to just creep his way around, but gives his position away. And once again, Benja having to clutch up at the end of the round, but G2 in a 3v5 doing really well there to understand where the key points were for winning that round, and one was retaking underneath. I'm surprised to see Forgotten Days, when Sloth was dead, just going in and trying to plant. That was only going to end one way.
Yeah, I'm really confused about that as well. Like, you would have really wanted to at least get someone down there to put a bit of pressure down onto Alamau so he cannot purely focus up on the rappel. The choice was made. I'm a bit more worried though about the fact that it was a 3v1 in favor of G2 and it came down to a 1v1 because of the, the swings that were coming through. Again, I'm not quite sure what happened with the gunfight Dora to convert you. It really just looked like they disconnected at the moment that fight happened because there's just no response at all, like not even a mouse movement.
We're going to have a top to bottom setup coming in from G2 here. And yeah, I've already said it. Forgotten Days. This is looking worrying for me, and I know it's only 2 rounds in, but the reason that it's looking worrying is that's 2 rounds that honestly they should have won. They should be 2-0 up at this point. They've had the last one maybe a little bit harsh. It's Hungry's done well to bring it back from a 1v3 to a 1v1. But again, potentially pre-fire around that corner. Benja was less than half health. It was definitely winnable for Hungry, but it should, at absolute worst case for Forgotten Days, it should be 1-1 at this point. And so to be 2-0 down, they're really going to be feeling up against it at this point. G2, they're down in the basement. They're spreading themselves over the entire map here. Going to make it really, really difficult for Forgotten Days to get in and do anything. But it looks like maybe Forgotten Days aren't really going to play too much into that, and instead just look at going through Secret possibly and just take out the potential problems that come with that extended roam game.
Waiting patiently, trying to get some information down. Of course, they have the ability to go with pace with that shield. There's a lot of ground they need to cover, especially because G2's all the way extended up towards that top floor. I believe there's actually someone waiting. They have Alamau holding tight, is getting some pre-fires aimed towards him, but there's a second player out there in Benja, who's been incredible so far in these 2 rounds. Like the sole reason that those rounds went to G2 the way they did, as Alamau finds a nitrocell onto Sloth, opens it up. It's your IQ gone. Suddenly it became a lot harder to get rid of these cameras.
Yeah, that's it. Any black eye cams that are remaining are likely to stay that way unless they're spotted out. We're a minute and a half through, and I was going to say your next big point for not clearing out black eye cameras when your IQ's gone is going to be time. The closer you get to the wire, the more you have to rush, the less time you have to look for that sort of utility. So G2, it feels like they're really sitting pretty at the minute. They've still got players out in the map, and with the man advantage, they can leave them there. They've got people back on site. They've got time now ticking down as well. It's looking good for them.
They know what we know is pre-fire should be coming in soon from YZN. Gets that kill. So nice and clean return to come through, and the backside now under full control. of the side of the Forgotten Days. Alamo, however, is up top, but he has been spotted out, and that might actually hurt them more than if he would have been, you know, gone unseen and dropped and then spotted out, because now they know that there's a potential drop that they need to worry about.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
They're just creating those lines of sight from the backside. Hungry looking to push forward. The Banshee is going to give away his location. Smoke canister goes ahead of him, but he's going to have to dip back for the time being. There is still one on the roam for G2, and the site players just need to hold on. 20 seconds left to go. They're not making much progress here, but here comes the flank. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2, as the Blitz is causing a nuisance inside a site. 1v2, and it is the Forgotten Days that managed to take the round. Hungry just getting aggressive on that Blitz. It was something that G2 never really dealt with there, and it came back to bite them.
Yeah, the strike from the back actually worked out from LML, brought it back towards that 2v2, but at that point, you know, it was just the Blitz rushing the Soul Sight player in a 1v1. LML getting flushed out as well. Neither of those are going to be beneficial to you, so they need to pay some attention towards that. Of course, they banned out the Monty as they didn't want to deal against a Hungry on the Montaigne. Now there's a Blitz, however, so you got to find a different way to deal with that some way or another. And, you know, some things that come into mind, of course, are like trap operators or impact grenades, although, you know, everybody, you know, those you want to use for tricking as well to some extent, so it is a difficult way to deal with it at this point. Usually goo mines just slow it down quite a bit, and like you have the gas canisters from a smoke, but otherwise you're going to be looking at the nitro cell, I guess.
I think G2 will be happy with the start overall there. I mean, looking at it, as Fresh pointed out on the desk before we started, they've got more than a 50% win rate on attack on console at the G2. So for me, 3 rounds is an essential minimum on the attack here for Forgotten Days, because by just purely statistics, G2, you would expect to be winning at least 3 rounds on the attack. So if they can get 4 on the defense, it's going to be enough. So yeah, that first passage of play, really not the end of the world. G2, they've got themselves 2-1. They can rinse and repeat. They'll go through the same sites. They're now back to piano and exposition. And they just try to lock down the same 2. If they can end up with a 5-1 half, even better for them. But even another 2-1 here, go for 2 overall. Perfect start for G2.
Uno has been droned out, quickly firing back some shots, but again, aware of the fact that someone's downstairs now. Gonna have to hunt him down. Don't want to have that nitro cell just roaming down below on a site that is quite destructible from down below either. Zelaman gets spotted, he rotates all the way up to the top with the remainder of G2. It's a very vertical, focused hold. There's no one on the actual horizontal side.
Okay, just opening up more lines of sight from up above. Hungry throwing me there with Hungry.wild. Forgotten Days just managing to clear out the basement now. They've forced everybody back. Hungry's going to continue up spiral with the Blitz shield in tow once again. It's only really had a lot of impact in that last round, so I'm interested to see whether it becomes, you know, still a permanent fixture for the rest of this attacking half that Hungry will be bringing the Blitz. It certainly appears to be the case. But like I said, they've not really had too much value out of it so far.
I mean, especially on this side, you have a really good opportunity to get that diffuser down. You just, you know, look upwards towards the vertical holes. You find yourself a nice little angle where you just have the opportunity to get that plan down. We saw that work before. LML, even with the glasses, couldn't really find the angle to take out that Blitz. Do see a bit of struggle going up at the top reach, however. See that the electrification's out there. They need an EMP, which they don't have, so need some pressure from below. A Sloth actually pushing up the yellow stairs.
Sensor deployed.
Boris got himself positioned on spiral as well. They're going to have to go at some point, Forgotten Days here, and try to find some kills, because at the minute G2 are happy to just keep playing their positions. They're confident, I think, that they've got the verticals they need to prevent any plant going down. Hungry is going to try to push on into sight behind that Blitz shield. Alamo tries to drop the nitro down. It will get caught out. Sends it down now, and he's just waiting for any push in. And what it will do is force players potentially to aim towards the ground. But if it's the Blitz that goes in, they're unlikely to pick up on that nitro as they do so. Sees it at distance. Well played from Hungry. 15 seconds. Got to get it going. But Alamo is holding them out for the time being. It's going to be difficult to think about getting a plant down here.
5 seconds remaining.
Really just able to sneak through again. This is what I said, why that shield is so important. There's a lot of pressure coming down horizontally from the top floor now. 45 seconds again, counting down. It's basically a repeat of what happened the last time round, but back then G2 were able to clutch it out. I don't think that's going to be happening now. Both these players on low HP still have the pressure around Inspiral, which actually does get noticed, and some attention is being paid towards it, but there is going to be these flank watches, of course, to come through. And Virtue now in a 1v3, still a shield to face as well. Oh, actually gets a good shot and the kill eventually, but nothing more than that. Astro shuts him down. And like, you were playing with 5 people up on the top floor. You cannot expect to... Last time it happened the same thing, right? The plat happened. Why did you expect it to go any different this time around?
Well, this is the thing. If you're going to play with your defense so heavily weighted towards the top floor, you've got to be able to stop a plant in any location inside a site vertically. And they just weren't able to do that. Hungry went in. Yep, Alamau made a challenge onto him, but it wasn't enough. He was able to get into a spot where he couldn't be seen, where he could get the plant down. And it immediately puts G2 on the back foot, because then what you see happen is G2 start taking risks to try and find that angle onto Hungry, and they lose 2 players whilst doing so. And then they're massively on the back foot. G2 definitely having a wobble over those last couple of rounds. I did question the blitz and how much value they were getting out of it. Round 1 and 2, not so much. Round 3 and 4, Hungry's done a great job.
Yeah, again, like, I know what Alamau was trying to do, is trying to tap off the head just over the shield, but like, Hungry could just watch all the way up, right? Like, put the shield as much as in a beneficial position as he could, because there was no pressure coming out from the horizontal. If there was a player or 2 horizontal and 3 up on the top floor, it would have been more difficult to actually get the execute going, because there would have been more factors to worry about. Now it's just of the, all right, let's see, where are these vertical angles? Where's the safe plant spot? Now we know where we need to head to. So hope that if we go back there again, we see a bit of a change coming out from the G2 side of things. But for now, we're headed towards the top floor for the, well, single to last defense of G2.
I think they need at least one more here. As I said, the 50% attacker win rate is something for G2 on console that's going to stick in our mind. We can almost bank on them getting 3 rounds, given the history here. So they need at least a 3 on defense here, you would say, to give them an opportunity. That would only see them, possibly into overtime. But Forgotten Days, they also need that 3, and then they can try and get on and better things in the second half for themselves. Going to see a lot of damage done early on to a number of the Forgotten Days players, but in comes the Finker juice up. The health boost comes along and is going to put them almost all back up to full. There's only Sloth that is now short of health. Hungry on the blitz once again. They need to get that shield inside of the map. Obviously, that's where blitz thrives, is as close to the enemy as possible. Top floor could be difficult for him to really get into some meaningful ground. We had Sloth underneath last time trying to play this verticality and allow the window plant. Alamau was able to retake that, but G2 once again haven't played anybody down there to begin with, so will they learn their lesson that the only reason that they won this site last time was because they were able to use that vertical?
Here it comes, Hungry, just ready. Sloth will be the first to drop, however. Smoke canisters to come through, and there it is. Also, the smoke canister to stop the diffuser from going through, so now it's only up to Hungry together with the Finka on the back. Look at how low Hungry is, a single breath. There you go, single breath would have killed him. Doki eventually will find that final shot. Astra will find a second for his efforts. Nothing more than that, though.
G2 better there, I think. Sloth struggling in both rounds, really, with that position underneath. I don't know whether he needs a little bit more support or more information. Alamau last time, Benja this time, both able to take him down without too much of a contribution. And as soon as they do, the attack generally falls apart from there, because G2 then know that they can hold the plant spots from underneath. There's nobody to threaten from below. So then everybody on the top floor can just start looking for those kills and start swarming Forgotten Days, and that's what's happened there. So G2, they get that 3rd round. All importantly, they are still going to be looking for the 4-2 half. If they do, then you got to say they're looking good to win this 1-2.
Have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, if they manage to get yet another round in, they should be finding themselves in the best possible position, especially if they can, start off their attack with a bit of a bang as well. like they did in the previous time when they were on Chalet. Basement coming out. Now we saw the back push coming in here from the Forgotten Days the last time around. It took a little bit. Alamau spotted up top, actually caused a bit of an issue here or there. But in the end, you know, the Blitz still being able to make that push happen. Alamau just a slight bit too late to actually make that change that was necessary. As a result, it went towards the Forgotten Days. This is a spawn peek attempt that's happening onto YZN.
He's having none of it. I like that. I like that from YZN. Just very aware of the potential for G2 to try and give themselves a little springboard into the round. He's going to take a few pot shots before looking for an alternative approach. So Forgotten Days certainly not giving G2 anything easily. Drones going in, checking every corner. Good intel from them. I'm not sure if Dora spotted the player. I don't know if he was spottable or whether it was just because of the silhouette. There it is. The Solus will take out the drone. I don't know, like I say, whether Benja was visible before that, but they will certainly definitely know that he is there now.
Pressure coming in from the admin side, all the way in the opposite side, of course, of where we actually need to be headed. We need to get that first little bit of an entry onto the site. Now, there is a ping coming through. I think it's asking for someone to call the boom sign as soon as someone walks by. It's going to be the phone call to come through. They're quickly disabled with the mute jammer that they kept there in pocket. But already the information has been given out, so maybe we see the Forgotten Days go for the hunt here.
Could well do. Astro's going to be working his way across towards reception, but then dips himself back around, looking to head up those Visa stairs. And again, you know, just chasing G2 all over the map at this point. Dora thinking about the drop, I think, but sends in a number of flashbangs. Doesn't check the angle that he needs to. It's Benja that manages to get the first and the second. Beautiful stuff. Nid, he gets the third. He's not going to mind losing his life there. Really not the end of the world. He couldn't get away from the explosive, but to take the third body before it goes off, that is a tough loss for Forgotten Days to take.
Squire literally fighting till his death there, taking everybody with him that he could. Last two remaining members on the side of Forgotten Days weren't even there at that point, so left to try and clutch it out now. Control of the first floor, control of the top floor. Now they just need to find themselves onto the actual basement to get that plant underway. However, they are numbered 2-1. So it's going to be quite difficult of an ask. And Doki still lurking up on the yellow stairs, looking to make an aggressive play happen. Of course, has that SMG-11 in his hand. High fire rate. If he just quickly swings the corner with that, might just be a quick snap and then not even knowing it happened.
20 seconds left to go then. Forgotten Days, 2 versus 4. Absolutely no option for Hungry and Astro here other than to just drop into sight and see if they can get anything going. Astro still trying to find something on the angle, does so, but Doki with a double is going to close out the round. G2 4-2 on the half and sitting comfortably on Consulate. They had a wobble in the middle of that half there with a couple of rounds going over to Forgotten Days, but overall they come out strong and we fall back again to that 53% attacking win rate for G2 on Consulate. If they can maintain or better that, it will be enough to put them in the grand final.
So of course what they'll be aiming at. Again, they rather do it in 2 maps than 3. They want to save as much of their endurance as they can to go up against Ents, decide which team will be making it to the major. Whether it will be G2 once again, or if it will be the new kids on the block for the European League who had a, well, not so great start to their stage, but managed to salvage it in the end anyway.
Seeing that monumental effort from Benja inside of Tellers, absolutely beautiful triple kill that he got for G2 to push that line push that round towards the line rather, and make sure that they got another one on the board. So we head on to the second half. It's going to be Forgotten Days on the defense now. I did say it on the last map, Chalet, and I'll say it again on this. I do expect, you know, more out of Forgotten Days on the defense maybe than the attack. This is, you know, setups that they can have predetermined. Everybody knows their roles. They're coming in. There's no surprises, no adaptation, no flex needed. You just go in and play to the plan. You know, what is it that you need to do? And that's going to be the focus for them on the top floor in round 7.
Of course, you always still have to make adaptations based on if things start to fall apart around you. But again, yes, you have to be less flexible in that matter, because the attack you're all about solving the puzzle that's tossed up ahead of you within a certain time limit. Times that 6 man that you usually have on the defense as well, which makes it a lot more difficult to make these things happen. But G2 quickly into the top floor. It's Alamau to be quickly outed as well. Only Benja and Uno remain though after a very quick attempt here from G2, not really netting the results they wanted to.
Well, that's it. They've been punished a little bit for the attempted rush in towards site there. Forgotten Days were more than ready for it. Astro picking up the final kill onto Benja. A 1v3 was a lot to ask from him, and he was unable to deliver. So G2 giving up that first attack, and I come back to that win rate, and I will keep coming back to it. G2 letting slip at least one round there to kick things off. Let's see in the next whether we see them fall back to a little bit more of a default, slightly more cautious style maybe. Use that clock a little bit. Use the time that you've got as opposed to the rush on in.
Now, on their attacking win rate actually throughout the year, I have them on a 30%, which isn't that great. That also, of course, goes all the way back towards SI. That also goes back towards the South Breach, where they have played Consulate. And actually lost it 2-7 to Jihu. So, of course, that doesn't really help their statistic here, but if we get that complete picture, it hasn't been as great as that 50%. The 50% is more recent, however.
Let's see what's going to happen in the now, which is what's going to be important. This time attacking onto Piano and Exposition. Basement certainly dropping off in popularity recently. There's a lot of verticals that can be opened up down into the basement. I guess the same is true of Piano and Exposition, really. If you get yourself up above, plenty of angles can be worked downwards from meeting and CEO in onto there. So we'll see whether that's an option that G2 choose to take. They do have the book on side with Benja, so plenty of soft destruction available. They're going to be looking to grab the utility, grab the gadgets with the clutch drones as they roll on in. Okay, looking to assist that process. So obviously a lot of concern. I think the IQ maybe just being brought along to try and be a hard counter to the Vigil and the Solace as well.
Waiting patiently, some information coming through and a clean up on Astro. Nice clean take, exactly what they need to get this going. Astro was that rush attempt, that failed horribly. As the phone calls go off, Doki now knows about a player that's close in the corner, tosses in a grenade, actually doesn't know about the second one being around. Sloth finds that kill. Stokey tried to rush himself towards the administration side off the map. Bit of a mistake made there.
Yeah, with the Vigil on the board, you've of course got to be careful sprinting into anywhere that maybe hasn't been droned. Obviously, Vigil, yes, can keep himself off the drones, but with the white lines signaling his presence, if they have droned in there, they should have been aware that it was a possibility. So, okay, certainly getting caught for free a little bit there. But I think in the overall exchange, losing the IQ, losing the Solace is probably going to be the more important out of the two as a loss for the defenders.
No, of course, it's a bigger loss, but that one was a free pickup, and it really didn't need to make that push out there. It wasn't like a direct one-on-one trade either, right? It's like a completely different part of the map where that happened, so it's a bit unfortunate. You lose that man advantage that you can no longer really leverage out now. There is some information coming, though, to get the skeleton key to work from below. Not really anything that shows into the hands of Benja here, who's been playing an incredible round so far. As you know, combined with that buck, finds Wise at hand.
It's just about getting people moving sometimes. They've got themselves in a position that they feel is safe, but you're just watching, waiting for that rotation, for that movement to come through, and Uno is there to get the job done. So Sloth still above, could play spoiler here, but G2 have the man advantage. 35 seconds left to go. Haven't really dealt with that top floor, but we saw successful attacks against them. However, unaware of Hungry, Uno going for the plant. He's not going to be able to stick it initially, will be taken out as well. It's time for Alamau to potentially go in. Are they going to look for kills here, or do they try and and put the diffuser on the ground again. Hungry is inside the site with him, looking to challenge. They now know where he is. They've got a vertical as well. G2, this should be winnable, but time could be the big factor as Hungry finds one, and that's the diffuser down. Virtue has no choice but to rush for this to try and find the kill, and you can't help but think that G2 have given that one away.
They did slightly. I mean, I get why they wanted to go for the kill at that point, but it is just such a risky thing to do. You knew where he was. You knew he fell back because you saw him walk out the door. You just didn't see the rotate. And I don't know if that was a rotate because of the fact that they didn't know where he was anymore and they expected him to go to the opposite site, or if that was a we'll hunt for kills and see what we'll make do. But that should have been their round. It should have been a G2 round. And with it, the Forgotten Days really getting back into that game, putting themselves up 4-4. Still on that defense, heading towards the tertiary site now. And of course, they are looking to push this to a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger point there is going to be that G2 know that should have been their round. You know, realistically, they know that they should have been walking away with that. 2v1 at the end there. They were hunting for the kill separately. That was the problem. I'm not, you know, it's not even necessary about going for the plant or not. It's the fact that, you know, yeah, Uno did his best to try and get that down. It's always tough when you've got utility after utility being thrown at you. But Alamau's kind of just running around site a little bit. They've no idea where Hungry is. Yes, the time is ticking down, but you can't just be sprinting around like that. You're not ready for a gunfight at all. And then when he dies, Virtue has to just drop and try and find what he can. And yeah, I just feel like they could have probably worked together a little bit better there. Get Virtue down onto site first before Alamau starts running around. Can you get into a position where, you know, Virtue can cover and we try and get the diffuser down, or vice versa? Alamau had more health. You know, anything at all to work together, really. But they just didn't. They played it as individuals and gave Hungry the 1v1s.
We've actually seen a very quick opening happen in Korea. Double impact potentially on Uno. Yes, there we go. I was going to say, you want to get that double impact down. It actually guarantees you the kill onto the Maverick. Just took too long, and, you know, they have the opportunity to start doing that. They still have 5 more impacts to deal with any issues. And that wall will probably not open up now. That's a better ill timing there for Benja as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They've got plenty of other hard breach options, but like you say, you know, they are going to be burnt away time after time with impact tricking more than likely over the top. So there's going to need to be some direct pressure into site. Doki could potentially provide that from bottom yellow, which is the position that he's playing now. It might just prevent those defensive operators feeling comfortable enough to impact trick over the top, but it just depends. It may well be that G2 don't bother going for the front side at all, and they just work with a rear-sided push with a little bit of attention from yellow, and Virtue along the way manages to find one to level things up 4 versus 4. G2, they're looking to just take a little bit more ground before they can do anything.
They'll have to, but still there's going to be with the spanner walking upstairs and Sloth playing around on that vigil. Has the opportunity to just start dropping in and start causing issues, and G2 seemingly not aware of it at all. There's no attention being paid towards him. And he could decide to come down at any given second now. Virtue actually at this point looking up just for a slight moment, but Sloth, he's in the projector room. He's just waiting there.
He's just waiting there to open up the verticals, I think, to try and catch somebody out underneath, just waiting for that information. Keeping himself off the radar still, instead chooses to go for the hatch. Now we'll have a look at the vertical. Almost find his man, can't find the kill, and does give away his position. So that lets G2 know that there are at most 3 on site. So it is possible for them here to just get aggressive and try to push forward. But as they do so, YZN, he's going to cut down Alamau, just not ready for that fight at all. 10 seconds, and G2 just being cut down at every doorway, every breach, every barricade. And Forgotten Days take another, and this time get themselves into the lead, 5-4. And Hap, you were right. The longer-term attacking stats seem to be what are ringing true for G2 rather than the short-term consulate attacking stats.
I was going to say technical timeout must be coming through right now. G2 not connecting anything whatsoever. And it's quite problematic looking at it. Of course, they want to be making it to the major. And this is one of their favorite maps. They're just not able to quite get it down to where it needs to be. They need to be locking these off. They're just struggling too much. They're leaving these roamers unattended. That causes issues, so they just decide to hit the side instead. There's been a mirror window they've just spent like 6 or 8 X-Kairos on, weren't able to get it, and then they just walk right in front of it, expecting no one to be behind it anymore after they failed to open it up.
G2 definitely needing to change something up on the attack, like you said, just not using utility efficiently enough, you know, losing the Maverick at the beginning of the round to a double impact. It's just, you know, these are the oldest tricks in the book, essentially. You can't be giving away such key utility. So with front side not opened, it just made Forgotten Days way more comfortable to play inside a site. They never dealt with Sloth up on the top floor. He was able to just run around for the entire, you know, the entire round. It was just a big problem for them throughout. And so G2, I feel like, not problem solving here. You know, what's going on with the front breach? Can we get it open? What do we need to do? What are they doing to stop us from doing that, and how do we avoid it? How do we deal with the roamers? They're not answering any of these questions. It's kind of like, well, we're just going to go for this push and we'll see what happens. And the last couple of rounds, it's really not doing the business for them.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
They need to step up. They are behind, otherwise map 3 will be coming in, and that is truly going to be a no man's land. G2 like Oregon. So do the Forgotten Days. So does most of the competitive community in this game. Everybody knows how to play that map. That's the dangerous part of it.
Yeah, it's absolutely anybody's when we get into Oregon, realistically. There's no telling which way that might go, and that's why G2 is so essential. I think to just get this one, they need 3 attacking rounds in a row, and from what we've seen so far, that's unlikely. They haven't been able to win one. It's 3 rounds in a row to, you know, to Forgotten Days, and I don't know. If I'm a G2 fan, I'm looking at this and thinking it's going to have to be that risk on Oregon at the minute, because or at an absolute best case is maybe get themselves to overtime, but they are staring down the barrel of a potential 5-1 half here for Forgotten Days, and that's if they can pick up an attack at all. It could be 5-0.
Benjo waiting below, trying to get some information out, maybe from the Bs before he starts skeleton keying things up. And really feeding into that. Sloth actually given a shoulder to work with, not finding anything as a result. Openings will be made. The Bees are giving away some information, and that is just going to be chased, I believe, by Benja to put up some pressure. YZN taking some damage as well. Flashbangs will not blind him as he has the glasses up, but he doesn't come out on top.
Uno somehow just managing to walk around and get that kill. As you say, you'd always favour the Warden in that situation, really, but Uno with a beautiful pre-fire does get traded out by Sloth. Doki looking to just apply some pressure from the top of Spiral Stairs there. And G2 just hitting the pause button a little bit. I think Uno's movement there was going to progress this attack and start pushing them forward, but having lost the IQ as he came around that corner, it's just slowed things down a little bit. They need to find another kill to just elevate themselves forward, really. But at the minute, there's 2 underneath, so G2 could push sides.
Alamau getting that plan down. Virtue will go down, but 45 seconds are counting in their favor. However, look at where the push is coming from. Sloth up the stairs. It's an injury. It's a trait to come through. But Hungry now will confirm that that person has died. Picks up one of his teammates as 2 of them are down, and Doki will strike on that opportunity, find both kills, and brings it back to 5-5.
A little bit of a misplay, I think, from Forgotten Days there. They had the players underneath. They were obviously looking for that vertical denial. They've done well on the vertical game so far, but the Nitro just came in late. I don't think they were quite aware that Alamau was planting as soon as he was, and it was a second too late. Alamau gets out of there. It was actually a really important down from Alamau as well onto Sloth, because if he doesn't get that on the Visa Stairs, Sloth can maybe sort of run rampant over G2 on the retake there, but Alamau, even though he lost his life, still managed to find that down, and it was really important that Sloth wasn't able to continue forward. So good stuff from G2. They'll level things up at 5-5. They can continue to dream of getting this one sorted.
Still very much possible. Overall, things have been in their favor. That round wasn't really going G2's way either until that plant managed to get that that trade on the board. That was an important turning point for that round. That's when G2 was suddenly in that round.
5 seconds remaining.
So, again, you have complete control, I would almost say, of this map right now.
Heading into round 11, then we are guaranteed that we will see all 12. That much is for sure. The rest of it, we don't know. As G2 continue trying to get this one done here and now, they of course won the first map of Chalet, 7-4. As you can see at the top of your screen, they're now trying to lock things out in this best of 3. The prize, of course, being a position in that grand final to play against Ents for a spot at the Manchester Major. And Dora with a big mistake there, trying to firm the bandit trick, trying to keep himself in position to be able to fight. Beautifully timed from G2, and he gets taken down with an aid.
Might have thought that he was able to just step out of it, as YZ then finds Benja through a bit of a vertical hole. Beautiful one at that. Benja, of course, who's since the swap at a half only found a single kill so far. Really been struggling. Doki pushing in quite close towards the side. Does he know about the one in admin? No, he doesn't. Oh, actually, he did. Uno finds Sloth. Astro does go quite low on his trade. So we're in a 3-3 scenario. Astro is quite low, but it's playing around on that Solace, so has a lot of opportunity to get some extra information out. For example, when people are droning.
A bomb has been located.
Does give away his position a little bit there, though. Uno will be aware of the Solace underneath. I think ultimately G2's problem at the minute is not cementing that advantage when they get it. They've got a couple of kills, but every time they've got a kill, they've suffered one, in reverse very, very soon after. YZN manages to pick one up with the Nitro there, so Virtue and Doki now with it all to do. 2 versus 3. Time is on their side. 1 minute 15 left to go. They've got one active drone that Virtue can use. There's plenty more left, on the side of G2. They've still got 5 out and about in the map, but one that Virtue can relocate if they want to.
And off the rappel there, Hungry giving away his situation. Doki actually saw him there for a second as he's trying to hunt him down vertically. Does he see him? Yes, he does. Great kill to come through. Brings it back to a 2-2 again. Astro, very low on HP. Just needs a single bullet. It's up to Hungry to really take the brunt off this attack. If this is a hatch drop, that should be the kill. And that's the diffuser drop as well. Virtue finds one, but the gold mine will slow him down. So he has to pull him up first. Where is Astro? Most importantly, as the rotation comes through, he misses the opportunity. And now the plant attempt will be made. Astro in a 1v1. He needs to make this push happen, but the time slowly ticking down. As Virtue goes off, Astro heard that just in time and tries to pull away.
So much time here for Virtue to play with. Realistically, he can take a couple of opportunities to get this down. Is able to stick it this time. Gets off just at the very last second, but can't get his gun up quick enough. Astro has just played that absolutely beautifully.
Had a camera in there. They knew exactly where he was, and you heard the pings consistently going through. That's why he was making like the little sprint noise, then quickly back out. See if he would back off on the actual defuse. Not the case. So the commit happens. And G2 there. Finding very nice and early opening. Unable to convert it again into a round win. It's not the first time that's happened in this map.
You feel there comes a point there where Virtue's just got to chase that kill down realistically. Maybe commit to it. 20 seconds left to go. He's not far ahead of it. He knows he's within a close proximity because he's already come and taken him off the diffuser once. So it's unlikely that he's going to be able to run for too long. So I think, Virtue maybe. It's a difficult one. Hindsight's always 20/20. And if he gets that plant down, comes off and gets guns up, then maybe he wins the fight. Gives himself a bit of extra breathing space to do something with it. But ultimately, I think knowing that Astro was so close to him, you've just got to chase and hope that there comes that opportunity where you get that slightly longer corridor that you can just catch them before they disappear around the next door frame, for example, and try and pick up that final kill. But really well played from Astro and Forgotten Days as a whole. They give themselves a map point opportunity now. 6-5.
That was the 4th opening kill for G2 in this one map that they were unable to convert into a round win. And as I said, it's not the first thing that happened. If they were able to convert these, the game would have already been over at this point.
Stay back!
There's definitely been opportunities for G2. Uno just struggling with the barricade a little bit there. I think he wanted to apply the pellets to the hatch without taking the barricade down, but ultimately wasn't able to. It had been shot down too low. Astro starts the way he left off, picks up another important kill onto Doki this time, finds himself another, doubles down, picks up Benja, and it looks like we could be going to a third map here. Big advantage for Forgotten Days now. 5 versus 3, and they're just running into utility G2 here all over the map.
Still need to go down, and that is one of those big worries as well. So much utility still on the board. We have mirror windows around. We have the Valkyrie cams around. A bunch of goo mines to worry about. Magnets as well. So even what is in pocket still for G2, probably not going to be able to fully use that. So it's going to be relying on their gun skills to come through as Hungry. Takes the very first fight. Doesn't really deal any damage. Misses the goo mine, but has the opportunity to correctly replace that. Seems like a backline push was attempted as Elamau just executes one through the side of Astro. A bit of a panic move. Fires at one of his teammates, and Elamau will find a second because of that.
Well, 30 seconds ago, it looked like it may be a Forgotten Days round, but how about this from G2? Fighting back, Elamau, Virtue, Uno. YZN, he can play for time a little bit there, and he burns a little bit out, but it's not going to be enough. There's over a minute on the clock. G2 are going to have an opportunity to recover that down diffuser. They're not going to be able to pick up Uno as he gets finished off with an impact nade, but this should still be doable. Virtue finds the final kill, and we're going to overtime, Hap.
Elamau dropping in at the right moment there, finding those 2 kills and instantly pushing on afterwards to find another rotation to come through. Just a little unawareness of the player in Garage where you know those happen. Oh, Dirk is quickly off.
Intensity's going up, Hap.
Yeah.
The pressure is mounting.
Quick nervous bio break, I'd say.
We're going to get into overtime then. And the advantage will, we would imagine, sit with the defense. 4-2 in both halves. And I've spoken already tonight about how, you know, if the attackers have been in the ascendancy, then moving on to the overtime, we often see that flip because the defenders get to pick their best site for the first 2 rounds, and round 15 isn't uncommon. That's not going to be the case here, given that the defenders have been on top so far. They've been able to lock out more than one site, so coming into overtime you would expect them to potentially be able to do those 2 defenses that they need. So we'll see who starts where, but from that screen it screamed to me that G2 were on attack because it looked like Doki got straight into a drone there as he sat back down. So yeah, G2, they're going to have their work cut out.
Bringing in a little bit of a trick out of the books of the Forgotten Days. It's the blitz to come out from Elamau. Maybe to bring up a little bit of the extra pace and a little bit of a more secure front line where the trade is just harder to achieve for the defenders. Of course, it's a quick way to clear the map out as well, right? Get a drone in, spot that the initial entry is clear, and then from there on forward, that blitz can do a whole lot of work, especially with a bit of cover behind. Nitrous Cell missed. How's Virtue to escape with his life? You see that the Tuberau is trying to challenge at least that wall, keep it closed for as long as possible. It's just a bit of time wasting. Gyarados Elamau drops down. The Skylight from the yellow stairs gets a little bit of damage done. Impact will meet him now as Astro drops. The Dora will go down as well, so a double kill to come through as Uno drops by the EDDs.
Not an ideal time to lose one to a Capcan trap, but Sloth surely going to be dealt with here on the top floor. They've got him cornered inside a bathroom. They know exactly where he is, but Benja is picking up one elsewhere. Hungry. They're just playing with their food at this point. Elamau as he manages to finally get that kill, and it leaves YZN now in a 1 versus 3. G2 looking good for their opening attack in overtime, and what looked like it could be headed in Forgotten Days' direction as a map here. Consulate could well now have slidden back towards a G2 favor.
A great clutch needs to happen, but they just spotted the back of him on that drone. They have a rough idea. Opening up vertically is forcing him off. Here comes the shield. That's going to be quite problematic. Actually, Elamau makes it right through the side. He's actually going to try and go for a plant instead. A bit of a safe area. YZN struggles entering the side himself due to the verticality being watched. And as he's going for pre-fires, the plant attempt will be made 4 seconds before it is 45 left. And Elamau gets it done. And now we're in a 1v3. Verticality still to be challenged.
Know exactly where YZN is coming from, so it's going to be very difficult as soon as he walks in. Going to be challenged. Virtue manages to pick up the kill from above, and Virtue continues what has been a good game for him across both maps so far. He's had a lot of important kills over the last couple of rounds, and certainly gets G2 back into, I won't go as far as to say the driving seat, but they are now in the lead of overtime, 1 round away from locking down that position in the grand final, and they get to defend. They went 4-2 on their defensive half. They were really good on that side of things. But in comes the tactical timeout from Forgotten Days.
They still had that one left in pocket, and there's no better point to use it than now, because otherwise things will start to slip away from you. It's a completely different route what we saw from G2, focused on that shield, something they haven't really done before. And now you're back on your attack. I mean, they had some great shield play as well that G2 just struggled to deal with. But this is also allowing G2 to have that chat. How are we going to take out that shield and secure this round?
Going to be coming towards the end of the tactical timeout then. G2, of course, getting as much advantage out of that as Forgotten Days do, able to talk amongst themselves as well. And like you said, I always feel like a tactical timeout can be more useful for the defensive team sometimes. When it's like this, G2 now have just had a chance to have a real deep discussion about, right, how exactly this isn't going to be, you know, one of those tactical timeouts where it's like, right, come on guys, we need to find a couple of kills and let's try and hype up. This is going to be a deep dive, very specific. How do we win this round? How do we win this defense? Where are we going? What are we doing? They know that Sloth has tried to play in underneath into Piano twice with Buck. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case this time. That's getting switched up. He's on the Ash. He could well choose to do the same job, using that soft breach gadget of Ashes to try and open up those verticals anyway. But G2 could read into that and try and catch him as he's on his way into the building.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Do or die sort of for G2. Their attacks have been quite troublesome, with a few exceptions, of course. They are here. They did manage to win some attacks. That last one they did was pretty effective at that. But I'm pretty sure they'd rather lock it off here than go back for yet another attempt for the attack.
Straight away, Forgotten Days getting themselves into the map. Hungry going in with the Grim, joined by Sloth as well, who's just aware of any potential presence from defenders down in the basement. Don't think he's going to find anybody. But YZN, everybody on the side of Forgotten Days at the minute doing work to try and clear utility and try and gain as much of a complete picture of exactly what they're up against from G2 here as they can. It looks like they're shaping up for an admin-sided push. If that's the case, they're going to be playing into an awful lot of G2 firepower.
So Nitro, it's not actually going to find anything. I believe it's stuck. Explosion comes through, a little bit of damage done. Benja, however, will drop by the hands of YZN. That's a great pick, 16 kills on Benja. There's really been a reason why G2 is in the game the way they currently are. As Doki's going on the chase, he hoped to find at least a return kill, but couldn't find anything as a result.
Almo just going to be trying to hold those verticals onto the players underneath. Sloth, meanwhile, is heading up the stairs to try and pressure meeting door and just join YZN and try and support the push from that side. Alamo's going to need to be careful. He's playing where he is for a reason. He's watching the vertical, but with the shotgun can challenge close on the door as well. So he's ready for this push. Dora's joined over on that side as well. So yes, Forgotten Days very much pushing from admin and Visa. In comes the final player, Hungry, joining as well. G2 need to recognize this, because as soon as they do, all guns can point in that direction.
Minute left on the clock. They have a man advantage on the side of the Forgotten Days. They need to leverage this into a round win. But we know how quickly these things can go south as soon as the pressure starts to come. There it is, actually a string to come through from Uno, right through the Bs. He didn't care as he finds himself a kill, and Astro goes down as well. This might be the end.
3 versus 3, YZN manages to pick up another beauty through a soft wall there, but it might not be enough as Doki onto Hungry. YZN takes a ton of damage from that Toxic Babe canister as well. Dora just running around trying to get anything going. Time is ticking down. They're just having to full send it into sight here. Surely Doki is able to stand tall, lock it down, and G2 win inside of 2 maps. It looked a little bit wobbly on Consulate at times, but they get it done and send themselves into the grand final of the last chance qualifiers.
They came back from a 3v5 G2 to push themselves to overtime, and that was enough to eventually lock things up. You see a little bit of a sigh of relief on Elamau where they just, just won it. Doki in the same time as well, just laughing things off. They have another match ahead of them though, just momentarily, but for now, a little bit of a moment to relax.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to take the pressure off a little bit. It looked a bit hairy there. At the end of the day, G2 probably won't feel that it was too close because it was only map 2. They had another one to go to. It wasn't like they were going to lose the game or anything. But definitely missed opportunities at times on Consulate there. But overall, doing well and getting the job done. It was great stuff from them. I think we can head over to our desks and they will break it down for us.
Thank you very much, Jensen. Yes, G2 were able to pull back and close it out, and the entire time keeping us on the edge of our seats. I gotta say, Alfama, we really got a show in more ways than one.
Yeah, I don't think we expected, Forgotten Days to go that far and to contest that much, especially after Chalet. I think Chalet was quite convincing from G2. And it's actually exactly what we discussed, right? Consulate is such a big map with 3 different floors, many different rooms per floor, so plenty of opportunities actually for Forgotten Days to play aggressive, to lurk around, to pressure and backstab. And it's exactly what happened actually, multiple times the playstyle of G2 taking limited control backfired, because then the roamers were able to exploit that. And then I think especially in the late round there were some hectic comps on the side of G2, some moments where they seem to not exactly be on the same page, maybe the wrong plant spot or the wrong timing, overpicking without a trade. Very small detailed mistake, but because they're playing against a mix of players that are so talented, they got punished for it every time. So that's small stuff to be tweaking to be able to win the grand final later.
I mean, now it's the follow-up fresh, having all that energy to keep it up and take it to the grand final.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a pretty tricky game, especially a pretty tricky map for G2 to kind of overcome and navigate. I suppose the difference between G2 and Forgotten Days, obviously G2 came out over just in the end in overtime, but I think the difference realistically is, like Leo just said, when the push comes to shove, because I thought both teams strategically didn't play particularly well on Consulate, but when the push comes to shove, G2 have got these world-class players that can just win rounds on their own. We saw Carl Alamau have a huge round. Benja had some huge moments. Doki, literally everybody on the side of G2, maybe apart from Uno, not his finest day today, everybody on the side of G2 had a particular moment that dragged G2 over the line in a round. The Forgotten Days, they don't, no slight on them, but they don't have that same quality. And I think that was ultimately the difference in a very close fought Consulate there.
Well, it's G2 kind of continuing on that legacy of it's not over until it's over, where they could always bring it back and they always could take control of a map. And well, they've done so here in this matchup. Though I do want to give a bit of a shout here on the Forgotten Days because, they made it past Fnatic yesterday and they pushed G2 to the edge. And for all intents and purposes, a couple changes, we might have had a completely different final than we have here at FAMA.
Yeah, and I think overall, I don't think they were expecting to qualify to the major in the end. I think their objective here was clear. Show that they are worth it. Show that they can be good pickup for T1. I don't think they would be picked up, entirely as a team. I think they're more looking to prove that everyone in their role are T1 level. And I think that's attained. The objective is attained. I think in many different ways, so many of these players have had their moments. In every game they've played, they've proven that they can play against the best teams in Europe and play convincingly and in very different ways as well. I think they were, showing a set of skills that I didn't expect from MX. And I think in general, we're going to see more from these guys and their career definitely isn't ended.
And so what you're telling me is that we're going to see more of them and that things are going to be very wild here in Europe when we are done with this.
They're real fanatics of the game.
Very much looking forward to it. We have a replay package. We can play it as we go before we prepare ourselves for our winner interview here. So let's bring it up. What do we have in store for us here? A lot of Doki. Of course, a lot of Doki playing well today.
Yeah, I think Doki's had an excellent day, and I thought, a lot of G2 players, we saw and we leveled criticisms at G2 where they said it's just been individuals, and that's basically been the story of the full stage. In a way it was today, but I thought G2 and so far in these LCQ have put out a lot better performance than in the stage.
Well, we are joined now by, I guess, analyst from G2, Titan. Titan, first of all, you're looking great. How's the gym been going for you? God damn.
Been brilliant. Thank you.
Well, good. Maybe you can hold myself and Fresh accountable for things over the next few weeks. We're definitely working on it, though. Let's set, me hours aside for this one here. Fresh, what do you got to ask Titan?
Okay, so I've got a couple of questions for you, Titan. Hello. I also echo that sentiment from Milosh. Yesterday, when the guys interviewed Doki on the desk, he said that he thought that the Forgotten Days would actually be a harder game for yourselves than Fnatic. So without dunking on Fnatic too much, do you agree with that sentiment? And I suppose what made those guys a tricky game for yourselves today?
Yeah, I'd agree with Jack with that one. They are definitely the harder team of the two. It's, as I say, it's no slight on Fnatic, but it's the way that they play. I think they're much better at abusing the operators that are currently in the meta, and also making sure that they leverage sort of power positions a little bit on defense, and just the general team play, it seems, is a lot better coordinated, and especially on attacks. They collapse very well as a team. You can see there's a clear sort of identity and philosophy with what they're trying to do with each round, and at times people might say, oh, it's a bit chaotic, it's a bit ranked-esque, it's a bit sort of, scrappy, but there's always a clear vision of what they want to do. And if you kind of think about the players on the team, people like Hungry, Ride, and the scene behind the scenes, people like that, it's the place how they want to do, but it's sort of controlled chaos, you can put it at times.
And then my second question for you guys was whipping out Consulate today. Was that a specific plan just to take them off quite a default map and get them onto more of a technical map that you guys are comfortable on?
It's one of our better maps for sure in recent times, but also it was something that, it's no secret. We look at teams, what they prefer to play, what they don't prefer to play in terms of comfort, and it's one of those that there was I think about 4 options we could have chose from, and Consulate was one of those that we thought, let's give it a go there. That's a good crack. We'll get defense start on it, and it's why we kind of went for it generally.
All right. Well, Titan, now we're looking forward to the grand final. You're going up against ENCE. How do you feel that's going to go? What is something that you think ENCE has that can cause you problems?
What do they have? Unique players is the way I'll call it. They're very, they're different with the way they like to do things. They have their own solutions, their own ways of working things. I think their 3-man spawn peak on K9 on Chalet was a perfect example of it, trying to kill Shinka by what's a cliffside spawn. They do things different, and for sure it'll be a fun game, it'll be a difficult game, it'll be a quirky game, but we're more than prepared for it.
What would you say to them?
Enjoy staying home watching us in the major.
Fair enough. Titan, look at him. Not only is he throwing down words on here, but also with the team in the server. He lent me his Bugatti to take to the hospital so that I could make it also for the Ranky Stag on the night. This Titan, man, he is all over. So big thanks from the entire crew. Titan, again, it's been a pleasure having you. Congrats on the win, and good luck, because very soon they'll be playing against ENCE. So let's see how that ends up in the server. Let's toss it to break. When we're back, it's grand finals time.
If I remember correctly, it's Skies who's telling to Jack to run out because he was playing in the second floor of the big tower. He was just baiting them for Jack to run out, and he could get both of them, but he got only one.
And actually now they're like they lost a breacher. They have to rotate, so now we have like the advantage. We still have the top and stuff, so like we knew that they had like lost one breacher, and we knew that like they can't open anything. Just like they opened the main at the beginning with the ace, so we knew that they had or like to come on the top or to come like dining. So like that's why we were waiting there. They just pushed with the Osa. The Osa was like kind of like against us since we can't really kill the guy. And I think I just choked the 1v2. I just picked and I should not have picked.
We choked the map. It's okay. There is like three maps remaining, so let's just focus on the next map, and we will talk about it after the match.
Like we knew that like every time on attack they were like baiting outside with like Brava and stuff like Twitch and stuff like this, so we knew that we just had to wait them, and like we know that we are better in gunfight, so we just wait them and play together like in cross and stuff like this.
Yeah, we wanted to make them waste their time. We knew that they love to take CC control when they push on border, so I was just there wasting time, and then we fall back when we get a kill or 1 minute and stuff.
Like if we see like 1 minute, I just drop from T1 like just to waste time. I got killed like the wrong timing. So now they have top, but like we still have C4s, and they have only like 50 sec, but it's kind of like free for us.
Yeah, we just gave them space.
I think we had the Valky cam like on the we had the Valky cam I think on like office. That's why like we asked him to flank, and that's where like we win the round.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we are leaving top floor is that I can flank with Oryx on the hatches, so it's okay if we let them have top floor control.
Yeah, that was part of the like plan at the beginning.
We just sounds like we know how they play, we know what to do. Just do our basic stuff and we will win.
Hey guys, it's Leon Gibbs from Fnatic, and today I'll be playing Unmuted.
You're all very unbalanced individuals.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. Like, if I was going to guess, it would probably be like Nomad, because like obviously air jabs and stuff and you fall over. Or Oryx. I'll go with Nomad for this one, I think. Bandit. Yeah, I've never heard that in my life, and I've played a lot of Bandit.
What does an artist and a sniper have in common?
Oh, this is easy. I already know it's Glaz. Blatant Glaz on the operator video. Yep.
They forget the first rule of survival.
Yeah, I immediately just think of Thatcher with that one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's right as well, actually. Yeah, operator video.
Pass those plates around.
Oh, that's an easy rook. As soon as that armor is on the floor, pass the plates around. Easy. Yeah.
What's in the canister?
It's smoke. What's in the canister? If I tell you, you'd have to die. I'd have to kill you. That's what he says. Smoke operator video. Yeah.
Actions speak louder than words.
Actions speak louder than words. So I'm getting like a Finka or Sophia. Maybe Ella. But I just got an ooh after I said Sophia, so I'm kind of thinking Sophia now. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, lad. Hey guys, so I just got finished playing Unmuted. Hopefully you guys did better than me. Make sure you put it in the Twitch chat or on Twitter as well if you want to let me know how you guys did as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU. Well, it's LCQ, latest qualifiers, and we are ready for our grand final. No two ways around it. Whoever wins this best of three, well, they make it through to phase one of the Manchester Major in just over 2 weeks. Hi, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh, with me are Fresh and Alfama, and we've been feeding you intel for the past couple of days. Today, it all comes to an end, actually, over the next few hours. Let's discuss our two squads. First up, our bracket. Let's just recap it, how we got here. I think that is quite important. Alfama, you've been here for the past 3 days. Can you walk us through this bracket?
Yeah, I think initially in the quarterfinals, no big upsets, right? Every T1 team beating each other. Maybe Ents versus Virtus Pro, that was a bigger upset, but Virtus Pro were looking really good. Wolves beating Make Your Destiny was kind of usual. Then Fnatic losing to Forgotten Days. Forgotten Days, you know, this tier 1 mix of players that were clearly the better ones, and that honestly were a big problem for G2 in that semi-final. While obviously versus G2, I think it was two different levels. So overall, in the semi-final, we arrived to the big French derby between Wolves and Ents. And there, a surprise again, you know, historically Wolves was the better French team. I think Ents has outgrown them. They've progressed more throughout the stage, and that's why they're in grand final. And now, Forgotten Days versus G2, you know, it was quite obvious that Forgotten Days were going to play aggressive, try to be, you know, putting troubles to G2 and scared them a little bit here, especially in that last map. But G2 pulled through all the way and deserved to be in grand final. Now, G2 versus Ents, very interesting, very two different playstyles. Can't wait to see it.
Sorry there, choked on myself here. I felt like I was feeling like Forgotten Days there. Anyways, let's move on to this was actually like legitimate. I wasn't preparing it for a joke or anything. Though, let's talk about our rosters. First up is Ents, our I guess Finnish team with a French squad, and they've made it all the way to the grand final against all odds. Fresh.
Yeah, we were actually off camera. We were actually, I suppose off camera whilst the game's going on. We was actually saying what Ents as an org has done in picking up this roster was actually incredible, because they obviously will have shown a lot of faith in this team as a tier 2 team to make the step up, but also give them enough breathing room to not put expectations on them to make the major. Regardless of that, Ents have still got to the point that they are now in one best of 3 away from the major. They've developed probably at a faster rate than I think anybody was expecting, and they've really come into their own. The guy on the left, you can see him there, Skies, particularly across the stage, has looked absolutely excellent. He was probably the most coveted player from this roster when they were called Valor. That actually had BDS or Wolves really wanted to make changes. He was probably the one that both of those French rosters would go after. As it is, this roster stuck together, and it's good to see why, because their progression as a team has been incredible.
And well, that is this one roster's French squad, but let's see on the other side. I mean, we've talked about them forever, right? G2 Esports, they've made it so far. They're ready for redemption in many ways. They fell out of favor through the stage, and Alfama, they look to reconquer that limelight.
Yeah, everybody expects them to be in the grand final of the LCQ, right? Everybody expected them, since they were in that LCQ, to actually end up all the way, and probably everybody expects them to take the win here, because that's just who they are. That's the heritage they're carrying. But I don't think it was an easy road at all, and I think every team they faced so far, whether it be in the early stage here, in group stage, and then LCQ, exposed some clear weaknesses on their side. And I think Ents is the type of team that can maybe exploit them best and in the end convert it into a win.
Well, maybe they could convert it into a win. I mean, we've seen that with G2, their biggest power is it's not done until it really is done. And this man, Doki, today has shined quite bright for the squad. Would you not say so, Fresh?
I would say so. I think Doki, just to highlight on Doki as a player, because I think Doki as a player particularly is a player that at times when he was on G2 struggled with trying too hard to be that guy. And it sounds silly, but when Doki's just playing his natural game, playing off his teammates, playing a naturally aggressive game, he is that guy. And then every now and again, he's like, I want to go and be that guy, forces it too much and looks horrible, right? And I think a lot of G2 players have had these ups and downs individually, but Doki, when he's on his day, is absolutely world class.
Absolutely. And, you know, there's a lot of, I guess, potential with Ents, and we've talked about, I think, on End and specifically, Skies and what he brings to the squad and all that. But I wanted to bring up a head-to-head here because there's two players that kind of perform different roles than these entries that we just mentioned, and it's Rykos and Virtue. Alfama, can you guide us through this comparison?
Yeah, I think it's two of the quieter player on both rosters. Players that are very calm, very collected. I mean, you can hear Rykos when he's in the interview. He's already super focused. And I think Virtue is the same time of players. Rykos is actually quite a bit more aggressive than Virtue in his roles. He's usually that second entry or that flex player and consistently able to deliver a lot of kills, a lot of opening engagements, and also using utility operators. I mean, his main played attacker is Flores. That's quite unexpected, from an entry. And then Virtue, I think, is the real clear backline on the side of G2. We can see here a couple clips actually from Rykos, holding his ground, especially against the game of Wolves, where he was instrumental on the win of Ants. I think it's important to notice that, yes, Ants is a really good collective group. Yes, they do play well together, but they also, like everyone, rely on these big moments of every big player. I think Rykos is that player. He's always so consistent. And that translates to Virtue as well. Is that super consistent player on G2 side, a bit like the Shepard of Virtus Pro, you know what I mean? I think that backline that's just always there and always consistent.
Yeah, what about Virtue on the other side, Fresh?
Yeah, I think the one thing for Jake, for Virtue, is that on this G2 roster, he actually plays in a lot of pretty bad positions for them. He plays a lot of the dirty operators in the dirty positions, is the best way of putting it. He's on, the castles and a lot of the operators that you don't really want to play on, that you don't really have a good gun on. Virtue will sit and play them, and he'll play in those positions. And like Leo just said, he'll provide a really consistent level of performance, despite the fact that he's playing in some of those positions and on some of those guns and some of those operators. And I think that's the thing, is like a lot of the G2 players, and this is a consistent theme that G2 have been saying whilst I was on the team when we picked up Virtue. I was on G2. A lot of the G2 players and stuff will say he has the best aim in the team. And you might not think it, because look at him here. He's playing a Cade. Do you know what I mean? He's playing Cade TCSG for the team. But he's one of those players where he will always put team performance above personal performance. Maybe personally, that hindered him a little bit. Certainly didn't seem to hinder him inside of the semi-final at least. But yeah, I think, all around what Virtue has done on G2 has been commendable, because he has been that consistent, like throughout they signed him in 2020. So you're looking at 4 years now.
All right, so because we don't have our map picks just yet, I kind of want to theorize, what could we see from these two squads? Because at this level, we're looking at a G2 that has played an immense amount of tournaments over the past couple of years, whereas ENCE kind of, yes, they were Valor before, but the depth of map pool requirement is different when you become part of EU League and you get to a spot like this. So just off the top of our heads, numbers and comparisons, Alfama, if you're just looking strategies on your end, what do you see kind of being that big difference, or what can you expect?
I think overall, 100% for sure, Akdar has a game plan. Like 100%. I know this guy, he's hardworking. He knew that there was a biggest chance that they would face G2 in the grand final. I know for sure they did not only prep for Wolves in the semis, they probably also prepped for G2. I'm looking at maybe,
talked about him about that specifically, like Akhdar, ENCE coach, this man can just do so much in the background and nobody gets to really praise him enough.
No, 100%. I think this guy has actually been an instrumenting part of ENCE growth throughout the time. Even their players, Rykos just said it a couple hours ago on the broadcast, and they've taken, I think, all hours that they had after the first semi-final to prep for G2. So I don't know what to expect in terms of map, but 100%, one thing that's consistent, a consistent pattern from G2 right now, two weaknesses. I think in general, a lack of synergy in the late round, and also certain problems, I think, when it comes to communication, and probably a last one, taking too limited control, giving up too many areas in the map for lurkers to play around. All of these weaknesses, they should have noticed it, and I will probably use it in the next match.
All right, Fresh, what are you seeing here? Because you have more numbers to work with too.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Leo in that Akdar will have a plan. I think if you look at G2's best of threes throughout this bracket, but also in the best of ones, there's been two maps they've consistently banned: Border and Clubhouse. So what that means for Akdar is actually, if ENCE are ready for this, they're going to get their pick of the other 7 maps. Obviously, they'll ban 2 in that veto, but they will know with 100% certainty which map they are going to. I think for G2's pick, it's a little bit more up in the air because they're much more flexible with their picks, but G2 are only operating a 7 map pool this stage. So I think that's a little bit, it gives Ents a little bit of confidence that they will be going on to their most comfortable map pick possible. With regards to the maps, I think it is very up in the air because Ents haven't shown a lot through stage 1. You've got to remember, like, they came in as the new kids on the block. So you've got to take all the tier 2 tournaments, the multi-LAN, all that type of stuff with a little pinch of salt that actually does that represent their map pool when they're playing it in a tier 3 tournament and they're kind of just running around. Maybe not, and their development throughout the stage. So you've got to treat them with a little bit of respect and a little bit of uncertainty if you're G2.
And I would just add one thing onto that. I would just say that if you keep the 2 permabans on G2 side, yes, they can pick any of the remaining 7 maps. But right now, from what I'm looking at, I don't think there is any out of the 7 maps map where they feel more comfortable than G2. And that's not going to be a problem for them. So even if you have 2 permabans, I don't think your pick is going to be that great for you to be an amazing team on it and G2 not. I don't think so, because G2, even if they're working with 2 permabans, they're really, really good on the other ones.
You know, we have a video here, I'm being told, a first entry on the first map. Okay, I'm very curious to see what it is. Can we bring it up?
Next, Kevin, is new map. A lot of the map is taking control of areas where you need to make vert, like buff, ramp, and sledge. Massive one on Nighthaven.
All the hard breachers, so Thermite, Ace, Hibana. So you can open all the walls and then you can choose from wherever place you want to enter from.
Yink is really good. If she is not banned, need to be peaks on almost every map and every point. For defense, a lot of Mirror, a lot of Bandit, Cade, Info Denial, so Mute, Mozzie. Solace is a massive one because there is so many corners on that map.
I would spawn Helipad. You are very fast into the map.
I think it's called Park. 4 guys will spawn there, and 2 guys will go to the top floor, and 2 guys will go outside main, and they work in pairs and clear the roam. For me, it's like the best option, so you can refrag each other or you can drone for each other.
You don't have many spawn peaks towards Helipad, only one window in storage, so it's very easy to go into the map and not die.
But kitchen is like, if you have a good kitchen setup, it is difficult to attack, and not many people play it, so it is like one that you can whip out if needed. For me, basement is really good. You can put a lot of roamers above. When attackers waste a lot of times on top floor, they don't have a lot of drones in the end of the round. They don't have a lot of time to do vertical to clear all the angles. A lot of people like to extend on like fountain meeting with like reception players to try and deny the entries. They're playing top floor heavy. You can just ignore them and just go directly for the bomb site through like the reception door, because if they have a lot of people top floor, that's what they want you to push. So making sure you know where they're extending and how heavy they are in certain positions can really help you base your attack from which area you're going from. Those were my first entry tips for Nighthaven. Hopefully they suit you well.
So for some reason, production put up a video of Nighthaven Labs. Would that have anything to do with our map bans? Let's bring them up finally and have our first map. Wow, it's Nighthaven Labs. G2 will start off on defense. What are the numbers crunching like fresh?
Yeah, so I mean, G2 will start out the bans by banning away Clubhouse and Border, as we kind of expected. But yeah, they've picked into Nighthaven, which actually I think is a little bit of a surprise, because G2, they used to be great at Nighthaven when it first came out. They were very early adopters of this map, but at SI, they sucked on Nighthaven. And we've not seen it from them since, to be fair. We've actually not seen it from them in a long time. So this stage has pretty much been a permaban for them. So this is G2 definitely in the LCQ, flexing a little bit, saying, yep, we've hidden this map away. We need it now, ready for the major. If we move through to Ents's map pick, Ents have picked into Cafe, and this one is also a little bit of a curious one. So Ents had pretty much 100% certainty in what they were going to pick. They've decided to go for Cafe. Now, it's worth saying, Ents love the map. They beat BDS and they beat Wild there this stage. Obviously beating Wild, pretty much everybody did that. But beating BDS, Ents are only one of 2 teams to even take a map off BDS this stage, and they did it on Cafe. So I understand that. However, the one thing I will say, G2 love the map. Like, they played it this stage, they've won it this stage. It's been a stalwart map for them all the way since they won SI back in 2023. They absolutely love that map as well. And then just quickly, if we go through to the decider, we're going to have Consulate, which we've just seen G2 win on and be pretty comfortable on it as well. But it's a very comfortable map for both teams and feels like a great battleground if we need it as a decider map.
Alfama, let's hear your words on it. Let's start, because we have quite a bit of time before we go in. Labs, Cafe, Consulate, overall thoughts on our map bans?
I think overall, I mean, Nighthaven is clearly, to throw them off, to throw Ants off. That pick was unexpected for sure. They were hiding it. They've been prepping it in the shadows. And it's a low preference for Ants as well. It's okay. They've played it against Wolves. It was a barn burner. They won. They lost at 7-8. It was very, very close. And not necessarily a map that they wanted to play again. They banned it against Wolves today. So I don't think they really want to play it. Then if we move on to Cafe, like you said, Jack, I think Cafe is an amazing map for Ants. But on the other side, I don't think many teams want to take G2 to Cafe. That's why also they haven't been playing it lately. It's because G2 is so strong on it that nobody wants to play them. Actually, they have a 7-map win streak on Cafe. So it's really risky to go and pick that against them. Maybe leave it as a decider, but to pick it against them, that's a show of confidence for sure. And then the decider Consulate, maybe that has to do with them watching the match that just played out. Maybe they have something cooked up. They were probably watching the game. I'm assuming they have a clear game plan in mind if it goes to the decider.
I could be annoying here and just say, hey, how do you see this entire game going? But I'm going to take it map by map, just kind of spare you anything that might happen. So at Nighthaven Labs, G2v ends fresh. Who do you see this going to, and briefly why?
Do I need to go and put my G2 shirt on, Milosh? I might have to go and do that.
If it means you take your shirt off, we're all good.
I see G2 taking this one. I think G2 and saving maps is synonymous with this game. It really is. They've clearly saved it all stage. They've needed to pull it out now. They will be very confident on it. They were early adopters. Like I say, they had to go away and rework it. Clearly, they've done that to now be picking it in a best of 3 after saving it the whole stage. So I fancy G2 on it.
Alfama, your thoughts also?
I think overall we're looking at a map pool that favors G2. Like, there is no weak map for them right now. They chose to go on Nighthaven. The two other maps they're really strong on, Consulate, Cafe. So I think overall we're looking at a better map veto from G2. And maybe, they will make me lie. Maybe it's all in the game plan of Akdar for Ants. But overall, I'm looking at a G2 win here.
So let's be honest with it here. Like, G2, they got so far, and especially with already one win under their belt today, I wonder if this might get to their heads somehow, and Ents could exploit that. Is that, when we talk about what's going on in players' heads, that's something to worry about?
I think, generally speaking, I would say that usually when I was in the same shoes, when I was just fired up after a BO3 and then jumping into the next game, usually I would be more warmed up, my team would be more warmed up, and I would usually be winning the first map out of it. That's my feeling as a player. That's how it was. For me, it was easier to jump straight from one BO3 to another one. Maybe it's a different case for them, but I think overall it's also a favorable thing for G2. They just ended this one.
Jack, what are your thoughts?
I honestly, I think G2 are just in a flow state. I think they progressively looked better is all I'll say. Sure, Consulate is a bit of a tricky map. It's always going to be a bit of a tricky map, and it can fall into, late rounds and decision making. But I think on the whole, individual wise, G2 have hit where the players are just in a flow state. And like Leo said, they've just come out of a 2-0 in a best of 3. These guys scrim 6, 7, 8 maps a day, 9 maps a day sometimes, right? So I don't think fatigue's at factor here. Obviously, both teams have already played one best of 3 today. But I do think that G2 might take a little bit of an advantage by just being in that flow state, by being in that Zen state and being currently warmed up.
All right, then I'm very curious to see how it ends up happening in the server fresh. Alfama, thank you very much. I hope everybody enjoyed our pre-game here just to set you up for it, and I hope you have your snacks because Nighthaven Labs is coming up, and who do we have for it? It's Hap and Floop. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh and gang. And yes, we have but 2 teams ahead of us, and only one will be able to play in that final spot here. So let's not waste any more time, Hap, shall we?
Let's get into the final best of 3 that Europe will have to offer for stage 1. Actually, that any region has to offer for stage 1, because after this, all our teams are known.
Oh, it's exciting. You could cut the excitement with the butteriest knife.
Let's get into the map, actual operator bans.
What was
map
that
bans.
delay? You have to be excited,
Okay,
Hap.
so see, I was just thinking buttery stuff knives. I was just thinking in my head, how does that work?
A butter knife.
Buttery knife. Yeah, okay, but
If you
it's
can
like
cut
buttery,
something with a butter knife,
yes, then it's very
it's
smooth.
easy. It's ready to be cut.
Yes.
One of these two teams, either ex-reigning championship roster or young French upstarts. What's there not to love, Hap? What is there not to love?
I mean, there's a hint of Benelux in the in ends, so you know where my vote lies.
The little bit of a hint.
Yeah, a little bit of a.
Everything Benelux can cling on to. is your dream. We find ourselves starting here. Nighthaven Labs. It is a very fun map for the 5 versus 5 sort of gameplay. It's one of those maps that's still kind of cutting its teeth and finding its way through. But at this point, obviously, with how both these teams have got here, I think Ents probably, and I'm not going to say people prefer them to take it, I'm not going to say people believe they'll take it, but with the performances that have been put forward today by both Ents and G2, I think people will believe this result is going to be closer than they might have otherwise thought before.
Yeah, for sure. I think it will really rely on this first half from G2, though. That's when we get like that nice and true taste of how these teams will be matched up against one another. Ents, of course, fought 2 very hard-fought victories with 8-7 and 8-7. Virtue's hiding the Kate there, by the way, just making sure no one's going to know that there's going to be Electro Claws on the board. Maverick is already chosen, though, so there's always a way around them.
Now, obviously, we're looking at 2 teams that have themselves a little bit more put together. Let's be honest, it was a great fight that G2 had to fight in their previous map, and it got closer than it should have. Even they admitted it on Twitter themselves. But that was a roster that's come together for these qualifiers. Players that are, to be honest, putting in a great showing on Consulate, a new map, a map that's still developing. It's Hold. Labs is sort of that same sort of echelon. A slightly different pace. The Mirror just sets itself up outside IT, means you can try and trick any of the breaching, hold this extension for longer than possible. It'll get smashed, and we'll play audio a little bit, might just shoot it out and then pocket. But the fact that it's a Maverick might change his plan and force him out of IT.
Of course, it'd still open up the mirror window probably as soon as the Maverick would start to open up that certain wall. Is that late reinforcement to come through? Is Maverick already starting to open up elsewhere? And I was actually talking about this with Tim like last round. We saw this in Korea being so quick when they opened this up with the Maverick. And we actually saw get like impact tricked as he was trying to open it up, and it just took a little bit longer than expected. And just wondering if we're gonna see that in the other regions as well at some point.
It's the nice little trick. It's the sort of little lines at the top of the bottom. I mean, the straight cut across. Yeah. Oh, it is perfect.
I can wait for that, right? Like, as soon as you have the player up there with the nitro ready, they're just hoping to catch out that one player. Electroclaw will be making sure the other wall will stay shut this time round as Rykus comes in with the Twitch throw. Finds a mirror window. Nothing really seems to be worried about that, though. All the G2 members not paying any attention to that whatsoever. Actually, Azax will go down by the hands of Virtue as the actually mezzanines gets taken. Rykus didn't actually see the player jumping out there.
Alamau takes a fair bit of damage, but Rykus is the one that goes down and is dropped finally by Doki on the roll of the clash. And at this point, 5 versus 1, a 4 and a 3 versus 1. He's gonna see if he can try and maybe pull some of the pieces out, but he's out of bullets.
Did you see that?
I saw 2 G2 players swing their way around. One of them got the drop with a single bullet.
No, it was the hip fire. Like, he canceled the reload and he hip fire headshotted the guy that came around the corner. There wasn't much more that he could do because he was really out of ammo after that, but that was a great shot to come through. If only it wasn't a 3v1 at that point.
To be fair, it was a 5 versus 1 4 seconds earlier.
Very true, very true. He did some good job.
It was some exceptional exit fragging, but it was just padding the exit numbers, and G2 was aware of it. They wanted to get through the round as quickly as possible. This time, not down all the way. Instead, we'll find ourselves sitting just on... I mean, it's sort of the weird thing. In comp, I'm not entirely sure of the direct stats of it. This is definitely picked a bit more than Kitchen, though. I say with some half-hearted confidence.
No, like from like my experience personally, it has been, yes. Quickly see if I can pull up the stats quickly, but it does feel like this one is way more favored than Kitchen.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit more strength up top. You hold this vertically, as you can see. They're going for what is a similar hold towards the one below. The IT wall is reinforced, electrified. They've got the mirror windows in the same places as if holding on, because you can have a watch on any of these approach. In fact, that mirror window on IT is exactly the same as well. Any entrance towards the A or the B side pretty much can be watched from above, as can Doki, who was trying to watch out of a window but suffers.
Happens, just trying to bring the aggression, not working out this time around. Alamau missed the opportunity on Jax walking by, but Jax wasn't bothered by it. Azix, in the meantime, just swooping in for that kill. So great start to the round so far for Ents as they try and continue on the little bit of pace that they've been able to build as Benji comes around the corner. There's a player waiting there.
I mean, that was one of those timing moments there. I was pretty prepped and ready for the swing round. Uno goes down as well, and for all the compliments I paid to how you can hold this above, it's paid no dividends for G2. Instead of going down to the basement, they've sort of played what is statistically a tertiary site here. The dibbled and dabbled fight dribbles its way out to an unsatisfying conclusion. I've got the message from Fresh saying Kitchen hasn't been played once in EU at all. So our gut feeling was correct. I believe I've seen it in Korea. Yeah, I've seen it in Korea.
Just trying to find out if I could find any of the other info, but again, like we're probably going to go down towards like the basement, or you know, maybe repeat that site now, but it's probably where we'll be headed. And we did hear it during the map intro segment that was here a bit earlier. We said like no one really plays Kitchen, and if you have a good hold on it, that's maybe when it is
it was Kendra, I believe.
It was Kendra, yes. It's like because no one knows how to attack it, because no one does attack it. Because no one defends it. You know, it's crazy how that circle goes. If you can find yourself with a pretty good hold, that is actually working out. I mean, maybe that becomes viable then. And we've seen that kind of rotation happen with more sites the longer the map is in, right? Because people start experimenting with the other sites that are never getting played. That's why on Villa sometimes you see a very good living room hold coming out from some teams as a bit of a throwaway, right? Like as a joker they could just toss into that matchup to suddenly like ruin the entire groove that was going on in that game.
One apiece this time. Fall down to the basement, and well, with the extension and stretch that's offered here, quick play of the pocket can opener. A little breach on the corner to a Doki who was actually already left. He was the early body pretty much instantly in the previous round. I'm not sure what that was, if just covering the audio, maybe hoping for a bit of a bait out that Jax is desperately watching for. Doki isn't too far away from it. And there's the scan, there's the reveal, there's the spray through. Deimos, you know he's on the roof, but Doki cannot quite be got here without somebody making a route in, and he's not going to offer himself as that early body again.
I mean, he knows someone's that side of it, but they also know where he is, so it's like, I don't really want to take that fight. I mean, it might be coming out on top because the person outside waiting doesn't exactly know where you are, but it's still like a risk to take that he'd rather not. So, kept himself hidden. Zazek's taking control of that top floor together, of course, with the Deimos. Slowly but steadily making sure that there's nothing left here they need to worry about. Still have 2 more floors to go, though, before they find themselves on the actual site itself. So there's a lot of work to do.
Another reveal onto Doki, but, I mean, the old intel is still the same intel. He's still able to actually slip right past that window, and well, he goes back up. He's seen on the fight and sprays through, but Jax has sat at this window for what, coming up to a minute and a half, 2 minutes at this point. Hasn't netted anything, has the hard breach, has the kit, and now they don't have a Rykos. at this point, time is just slipping away from them. They've not really been able to get the grip. I say as he finally finds the kill onto Doki, but with a minute left to attack the basement, and they still haven't cleared all the players out from these top 2 floors, and they're running low on time.
Yeah, really not open up anything towards the actual site itself as well, and still running into problems of G2 up around in that first floor. And Elamau now looking to make himself known on a bit of a flank, and oh, well, that's electrified. We need that open up first before we can actually start breaching. It's going to be requiring some help from his teammates. I believe he's about to be detonating. If he's just waiting, and then, you know, they're going to have to just go for a drop and find the electric claw. It's taking so much time eventually. Well, they run out.
Onto the close left, just on the side of the double window, one on the door as well, but what other options do they have? G2, it's very easy to weigh up where they need to be. Jax, well, he might get caught from the swing round. There's at least one back. Benjamaster is the one that can pull all of this away. They're just going to plant, tucked on the inside. There's one in the reveal of the player. Sprays through, gets the second. There's 3. Benja's round.
Benja's been playing an incredible game already today. In the previous matchup they had. Multiple multi-kills, basically securing these rounds for G2. Just in the right position here as well, and making the right decisions at any given time. He's had a bit of a struggle here and there as well throughout the season, so it's good to see that, you know, when it matters most, when the final hurdle is there, that he's having himself a bit of a good time.
Bit of a good time, bit of a good time.
I don't think that's the actual lyrics.
No. It's fun though.
I don't deny you that.
2-1. G2, a little bit more of a distance there, but you know, it felt sluggish, as I said. They didn't have many options. They started getting the kit planted, and you think if they had an extra 10-15 seconds on Benji getting that first kill, the player planting could have popped off, might have stuck in a sort of trade swing on the secondary player there, gone towards Benja alongside with the Ram, and maybe a different result. It's those maybes that time dictates. It's that very narrow sort of walk that time is either one side or the other on. Still. Early days, early doors. And early in. I don't know, do you think this is going to go to 3 maps? Are you feeling that in the waters?
I don't really do. I think this is a 2-mapper that we'll be seeing, but again, it will depend on how this first one goes. If G2 takes this one quite convincingly, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be like a... Oh, it's quite dangerous. Actually getting the spot out. Azek's not responding to it. That could have been a free kill if that drone would have been able to successfully lend the information out to him.
Well, there's the catch. Through the breach, Uno takes the head off the skies. They lose the Grim. They lose some of that sort of first test and pressure in. They still have every sort of pocket bit of utility that they might otherwise want, but if it takes a bit of pace out, if it slows them down once again. Last time we were here, we were sort of trying to just force the take on towards Rafters. I don't really know if they've done much on towards construction itself or connector even. But with Uno prepped on one side of Fish and Alamar prepped on the other, as soon as this break comes through, does Azek have something to smash this open quickly? No, but there's the smoke canister, there's the shotgun around the back of it, there's one. Rykos does get Uno on stairs as well, so they've done some damage. The air jab's just going to stop them swinging out the back, but they need to try and get rid of the shotgun at the top of the stairs. Virtue has the cover, Azox has to leave. And unfortunately, the quick strike hasn't quite worked.
Definitely hasn't. They heard him rotate out as well as the last man standing now of his team in a 1v4 situation. This might become a bit of a pseudo timeout for Ends. Actually, it won't be. He gets shot down from the vertical angle, and it's G2 that will find themselves with yet another round on the board. And then to come back towards your first point, Emmy, do you think this will be a 3-mapper? I hope it will become a 3-mapper. But my mind is telling me that G2 takes this in a very convincing 2. But also, I do want Rykos to the major. So I'm very conflicted in all the different kinds of information.
Because they're from Benelux.
They're from Luxembourg. They're the only Luxembourgian player
In the
that I've ever
history
heard
of
of.
Luxembourg?
What do you say?
In the history?
I mean, I have played against Luxembourgish players, but that was in the qualifiers of the qualifier for the league. So, like, does that really count?
I feel like
they were 14-0'd.
Yeah, I don't.
By me, I mean, you know.
I don't think so. I'm gonna unfortunately make the executive decision. If you are out there listening, 14-0 Luxembourgian players that lost to Hap, I got bad news. I don't think you're allowed to call yourself pros or semi-pros. I think you're a
Attackers have
hobbyist.
located a bomb.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Hap beat you at your hobby. 3-1. G2 on their map, put a bit of distance in. Yeah, they're starting here on defense. I think that's a bit of a curious point, obviously, and opting to start with their attack. They've taken their time out as well. It does make you think, what difference do they think they should be making right now in this first half? How much is their sort of barometer for
10
success?
seconds left.
Is it a conversation of, look, if we keep going, we're going to get behind the pace, or is it we're already falling behind the pace? Was that a sort of preemptive timeout?
Attackers are moving to
I think they really want to get themselves on like an even split, right? So it's more of a, like, we need to steer the ship whilst we still can before it's getting out of hand. It's 2 rounds of a deficit. That's still something you can work with. If it would be 5 or 4, sorry, at the end of this half, that's something that you just might have to discard at the end of the day, especially given the fact that G2 have always liked this map. Not always had full success on it, they've always liked it.
Now, Ents, what was the conversation about? Was it something that's going to pick up the pace just a little? Maybe get ourselves with a punchier fight early on. You've got everything to try and slow things down. The Tubarao as well, which might see some use, but against the Maverick, it's always going to have problems. It's not always going to have the same sort of power behind it. Still, when we're onto the site for the first time played of Kitchen, what's going to be the difference? Is Kendrew right? Or is there a reason there's statistically not been a play of this in EU?
We will find out in about 2 minutes from now.
Maybe sooner. Maybe sooner.
Verticality is being created already by Ram. Sending out the boogie drones is going to be providing at least a little bit of extra visibility. Nitros are being tossed back. Benja still has one prepped and ready to go. So wanted to give absolutely no pre-warning coming out with the ripping of the Velcro. Snakeo is working on opening up that hatch. It's actually, you know, quickly having to go off due to the scan from the Jackal, but I've already seen that the person was going down, so no longer having to worry about it.
Doki's crept his way round, but the position he's holding might be one that suffers a bit of a break and a breach coming from the bottom of blue. Snakeo starts to work on towards the external hatch itself. Just get themselves that split angle, 50 seconds, and Uno, he's very good at C4 fishing, but unfortunately, no bite and no catch from Nako this time. This one, however, from Benja. Oh, that removes Skies. Cannot get the second. They swing onto the side door. Azox, a big take, sprays towards a single player stuck in the corner, but how do you remove him? Doki, he dabbles with the fight down the long corridor. Either side smoked off by Rykos, but he can't quite move in. That might have been a smoke to try and get themselves further forward or separate Doki from the fight itself, but it hasn't quite worked. Can they force out Alamau? Virtue finds Nako. There is Doki onto 1. There is Doki onto 2. And the third is Jax struggling to find a way in, but Uno pops the pistol.
Just collapsing on that last person. That's something we've seen G2 more often. Like, if it's just a 1vx, everybody's just going for that kill. And it might not just be as much about the fact that everybody wants that kill, but also of a, like, let's just stay on top of them, right? Like, let's not give them a moment to breathe. They're behind. They know it, and they need to know it. And just don't give them any opportunity to steer where necessary. Good stuff coming down there from G2, just in control. Didn't really see any real contest onto the side itself, though. Like, there's more gunfights all around it. That's, of course, the style of G2, so play it right into it.
I mean, 100% win rate for defenses on kitchen.
Yeah, very true. It's the most viable site right now.
The statistics just don't lie, Hap. They just don't lie.
All right. 4-1. And this does seem like it starts to get a little bit more troubling if you're an Ents fan right now, because of course everybody remembers the last time these two faced. It was like a 7-3 victory for G2. So the map of Oregon, which was banned first by Ents, not wanting to go back there. But Oregon is such like a fundamental map as well that if it's a blowout there, you start to worry a little bit. And a map like Nighthaven is often compared to the likes of Clubhouse to some extent, as it is a quite Heartbreach heavy map to some degree.
Yeah.
And even though it's a new map, it feels like a classic, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no, 100%.
So it's also very fundamental heavy and very coordination focused on your pushes. So if this is also becoming a blowout for G2, then you start to worry even more.
Yeah, 100%. It's weird how Labs sort of showed up and it's like, hey, I'm that other sort of Clubhouse map. However many years. Sorry, I got lost venturing. Sky's got lost in front of Uno's gun. And it finds its way, as he said, it's built on fundamentals. It's built on being able to take portional map control, getting your hard breach on, playing more traditional roles. And that's something that G2 like to put the pressure onto because they're confident enough to go for the swing. They know fully that there is this player shot from underneath by Doki. Rykos now, desperately low on health. You have an IQ. You have an IQ, and they are so far away. And just went past a Valkyrie cam.
I mean, this kind of shows that they're not really working on their step-by-step plan. It's more of a like trying to salvage whatever is left kind of deal, forgetting about what like step 1 and 2 is, which is to take control and then take out utility whilst getting your breaches done before you can go 40 execute. And it's just like pressure is happening from everywhere. You're being shot at from underneath. C4s are starting to blow up. It's just pure chaos. Just forget about it momentarily. I'm not even sure if they found the Valkyrie camera in the meantime now, because otherwise this two players just completely in vision for the entire duration of it. Doki's watching it, if they are.
I mean, think about what they have right now, which is pretty much nothing. You've still got Alamau above that's going to go and aggressively retake the space. You're just having to send it on the single hatch that's open. And okay, Uno finds one, Uno finds another. Did get a kill before it ended, but just no control of the map there. And is it the pressure of going up against G2? Is it the pressure they're one game away now from a major? Is it just this map? These might be questions that have to be answered on our second map, because they're just being raised here, unfortunately.
It is, and it might also just be like the G2 playstyle, right? Like they're very disruptive. You saw that there. You open up a window, you're being swung. It's like you just need to work together to deal with that. You need to get the information game on point. Because we've seen, like, in the game before this as well, G2 is just very, very eager on taking the first fight within the first 20-30 seconds if they have the opportunity to, and instantly put themselves in, like, in that event. This is what I mean. Just open up the window, Uno's around there, just by any chance, whatever. Gets that kill, and then he gets 3 more as they start dropping the hatches.
Five to 1. I believe first time we've had a divide this big
10 seconds to go.
across the playoffs today, maybe even yesterday as well.
5 seconds to insertion.
On a map where so much control has been wrested by a single team on a single side. We'll see if it's something that G2 can kind of push over the edge here, if they're able to get their opening round, if they're able to get their opening sort of shut down here.
Of course, they've just played a best of 3 as well. They've had a pretty good warm-up. Ends, that they won theirs in the 8-7, 8-7 close fashion. But then they had to wait for like 2.5 hours before getting back into the server again. Breach is being attempted. Actually, almost spotting out ahead there. Someone watching. This other canister to slow things down just a little bit more. Breach is being placed by Virtue. There is a Nitro cell in pocket for Nako. He could use that technically. Did it just get tricked? Yeah. Lost the exothermic, so didn't need to Nitro. Oh, look at Alamau. He's already inside.
I mean, G2, they're not wasting any time. They're keeping the pressure on. They're keeping everything pressed all the way up to the line of the fight, to anything that is trying to be accomplished to sort of set up here on the defense. It's just instant pressure. It's instant removal. A smoke canister forces Alamau back. They try and retake some of the pressure onto IT. But G2, they're so happy to just play their game at this moment.
Not sure how wide the opening has become. I think that is maybe faultable for the players out there, but Alamau just has to play her and be like active and around. Actually finds a trade onto Rykos after his cover died. And now they're just stuck in here because there's that Montaigne pushing him out slowly. And you see a wide hold from Ents, but it's a very universal take and unilateral take from G2. So all those deep players don't really have any impact right now.
Well, the Monty wants to make a route round, but with how there isn't really anything to stop him being caught off, they need the controller top blue, which Skies is currently in control of, or they need to try and force the player off of the electric door, which nobody's putting direct pressure onto at this moment in time. Alamau is only going to get shot from pretty much every single angle if he goes to the entrance. Is some of that width coming, but it's Virtue onto a single breach. And Uno does find something to break the deadlock, and that's going to be the call to arms. Look at that. Yeah. I said they just needed the controller top blue. They get the couple of kills there. Alamau's touch around the corner. There's a bit of a last rotate round. The C4 doesn't quite, does get the connection. Doesn't quite get both of them, but 1 versus 3. One of them's a Monty. It's right on your right shoulder. You're trying to focus on a single fight. Wants to force this engagement, waiting for some support. Alamau is playing this very safe. Unfortunately, Benja isn't.
Yeah, good stuff there. Like you saw, a lot of pressure coming out towards the IT wall, and in the meantime, just walking up the warehouse stairs, being on the rafters, Alamau putting up that pressure. And as soon as they cleared the CC hallway person that was holding it, that was like the one trouble point that might have been able to stop Alamau as soon as they walked in. Instantly rushes in to get that planted on. Nothing they can do about it. 6-1, which is an incredible scoreline. And Ents now might be worrying a little bit that they let this map go through, but they'll just have to live with it, as they now need to be flawless for 5 rounds in a row to reach overtime. Any mistake could mean a G2 map, and it would be very painful if that's a 7-1.
Now, with G2 almost locking this off as quickly as they have done, does this become that sort of question, this conversation of how warmed up are they? How recent was their game versus the Forgotten Days?
10 seconds to go.
Versus the sort of time that Ents has been sat back after their showdown with Wolves earlier on in the day. Sort of sitting, sort of waiting.
Attackers objective.
It's one of those sort of splits I talked about where we haven't seen something so sort of strong from a single team on the opening half and where it's gone today. We did have it yesterday, I think twice. Once was Forgotten Days against Fnatic, and once was I think also Forgotten Days against Fnatic. Sort of shows how dominant performances can be here. G2, they have so many rounds to lock this off.
They could quite literally toss strategies at the wall and see what sticks.
They could toss players at the wall.
That's it. They could even do a full pistol round. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. But
I wouldn't recommend it.
We've seen like weird kind of like strategies happen and like rushes come through as soon as like a team is this comfortably in the lead. It's just that there's a major spot on the line, you know, which is why every single round will be taken very serious. A great kill to come in from Doki, and that's suddenly a giant gap in the sight.
I mean, there it is, smashing their way through. Uno's going for the plant itself. Warden's doing their best to try and hold off, but the smoke passes and nobody is home. G2 said thank you for the site. We've planted, we're moving off. Azox is looking everywhere for a fight, spraying through, but gets caught anyway. And I think at this point, this map, this wash is something that Ents need to forget as quickly as possible before we get on to the next, which is going to be theirs, because this in no way was anything of theirs.
This was just nowhere to be found, really. G2 controlling all over, just being able to show that dominance. And I said it again, it's like G2, they might be struggling throughout the entirety of the stage, throughout the playoffs, but they always have that habit of somehow just making it to the major anyway. And you know, they're now one map away from doing that once more, but for the Manchester Major. And after a dominating performance like that, and the map that's about to be coming up, I will be very worried as an Ents fan.
They're playing like a world-beating team right now. Or they're playing like the team that they were when they did the lower bracket run. But, I mean, it's one of those sort of teams that, as you said, they show up when they need to. Who else shows up when we need them to? A wonderful desk.
Thank you very much, Hap and Emmy. And yes, we are back and we show up exactly when we're needed. And in this case, to break down a fairly one-sided Nighthaven Labs. And here we're kind of thinking, okay, look, it's defense, G2 are up, you know, it'll be fine once we swap over. Things will be okay for Ents, but seems like it was a bit hashtag difficult for Ents instead of the easy for Ents that we usually know. Well, welcome back to that desk. Hey, I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and Alphaman. We're here to break things down. G2 with a huge victory here. Fresh statement on that one.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they needed. It was a statement victory. I think the one thing that me and Leo had kind of discussed off camera was actually, are Ents actually a little bit scared of G2? Are they a little bit worried about their reputations, about their players? They know how good these players are. And I think we can categorically say that was yes. I think G2 were in full command. They brought out a weird and wonderful map pick that Ents will not have expected. They've got to start on the defense on that map pick, and they've been absolutely dominant. I think as soon as Nighthaven came out, G2 felt in full control. And what I liked from G2 was their commitment not to let Ents breathe. Every single round, even when it was a 1v5, they're throwing bodies at it to try and make Ents feel as pressured and as stressed as possible, and they did just that.
I think Emmy put it best at the end of that cast there, where like G2 actually played like they're supposed to. Really, Alphama, this is just kind of a sort of a return to form, and with the LCQs, we were talking about G2 backs against the wall.
Yeah, really, it's a super well thought game plan to bring that Nighthaven, and well executed strategically and in terms of gameplay. They beat Ents every time strategically by banning the Thatcher. They played Kaid every round in defense. They even brought Tubarão on mute to have even more wall denial. So strategically, they were already winning on that. And then on top of it, in terms of gunplay, they were relentless. They were already pressuring them at all times. So both strategically, but in terms of gunplay, they were, you know, super strong in defense. And then when it comes to attack, take a look at their lineup. Triple or quadruple outreach, and then they bring mini MPs to counter their own banter, right? So overall, strategically, super well executed. In terms of gunplay, super well executed, in full control of the pace, of the kills, and of the strategy.
It even gave space to someone that has been a bit quiet over the past games, and you know, let's put the screen up there just to see Virtue, or sorry, Uno in this case, who has been a bit quiet, has performed well in this game.
Yeah, he had. I actually, you know, after Consulate and after that previous semi-final, I actually said he was one who had a difficult game, especially on Consulate up against the Forgotten Days. Came out onto Nighthaven, and Uno looked like a completely different player. Made some big, aggressive, confident plays. We saw him get entry kills with a C4 lineup onto the Mavericks. And then this round on the Alibi, where he got, I think it was a 3K, it was a 4K on the Alibi, actually it was. Basically won G2 the round, playing quite an aggressive advanced position. And, you know, it just goes to show that, especially on defense for G2, every player gets an opportunity to be, like, basically be in those positions. Uno sees that opportunity, and you know, his men. I know I've teamed with him before, but he's got the mental resilience to know that, all right, I had a bad game, but we still won. Cool, on to the next. And I think he showed that. You know, 3 entry kills, got the plant down in that last round, 11 and 4. You basically can't fault him in this map so far.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's time to GT go next here because Nighthaven Labs was, as we said, a G2 smash against ENCE. And now it is on our French squad of ENCE to see if they can come back and actually stay in this matchup, or will G2 just qualify, much like Liquid did, for example, in Brazil, into the LCQs and to phase 1 of the Manchester Major? Well, that'll be after the break for Cafe Dostoevsky.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof, and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as like the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level when I used to watch the Brazilian League back in the days. There was players like Nesk, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat M-Curse And in Challenger League, we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you are gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 AU League, our last chance qualifiers. Well, they're almost done. Hey, I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and Alfama, who've walked you through all of our matches over the past few days. And now on map 2 of our grand finals, things seem to be locking in, unless ENCE can pull one victory on their map choice, Cafe, where they start off on defense. Fresh, can you feed us in on some intel on the map?
Absolutely, I can. So ENCE have picked Cafe, which is the map they love. They beat BDS there. They also beat Wild there in the stage. They're also going to be starting on defense because of the way the map bans worked. They get the side choice despite it being their own map, which will help them. When they beat BDS, they won all 4 of their defenses, so they're certainly cooking on the defense. They played a lot of Capcan in that game, if I remember rightly. However, the one caveat for that, if you're an ENCE fan, this is all great news, but the one caveat for that is Cafe is literally G2's #1 map preference. They also love the map. And also, they're not a bad team at attacking it whatsoever. It's not uncommon to see G2 pulling out, at least 3 free halves on the attack of Cafe.
Alfama, what are your thoughts on Monsieur Dostoevsky?
Jack is absolutely right. Actually, G2 are pretty good at attacking it. They have a 57% attacker win rate, so that's more than 3-3. So I wouldn't be too worried of them starting in attack. I think it's more on ENCE side to react now. Really, I mean, you just come off of a 7-1.
And I want to hammer that point home, is that the onus is all on ENCE to make this happen. But what do ENCE need to do? Because they did not look like they were kind of the squad that we saw over the LCQs in the first map, Alfama.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you're in that situation, it's quite clear. You need a complete mental reset. You need to. It's your map pick now that you're coming into. So you come in with a fresh game plan. What G2 did on Night Heaven was strategically completely outplaying them. So whatever you throw at them next, you need to be ready to adapt, right? Whatever you throw after the 2 first defenses, if you've been extending too much, that's fine. Change the pace, go back to a turtle, try things differently. They have nothing to lose right now. Honestly, I don't think anybody expected them to qualify to the major. Everybody expects G2 to win. So it's the time to experiment. They have all 6 rounds of defense right now to adapt and completely change what they want to offer. A full side rotation as well. So this is the moment where I think they need to really throw out the strats if needed and completely revamp whatever they're doing. Just trust their synergy to bring them into the 3rd map.
Well, we have plenty of time before we get into our matchups here. So let's talk, win conditions for both of these two and how they're currently feeling, right? G2, they're on the cusp of victory, on the cusp of fixing, I guess, mentally all the issues that they've had over the stage and making it to the major, some sort of reset where they can prepare for it. They'll have a couple of weeks to get that done. But on the ENCE side, they've already gone deeper than anybody would have even expected. So I'm questioning what sort of, I guess, pressure would be on the ENCE side, Fresh.
Yeah, the problem is maybe they've gone past expectations. Maybe they're beyond their own internal expectations. and certainly beyond the fan and I suppose public expectations. The problem with that is they've got one game away. They can literally taste the major. They're that close to it. So that creates, you know, their own type of pressure that they're like, right, we just need to win one more best of 3 and then we're on a miracle run. So yeah, I think they've had a little bit of pressure, and it was actually something you said to me, Leo, when I was off camera, was they maybe need to play the operators, not play the players. Yep. And I think that's a key thing. I think Ents are a little bit in their own heads that they're playing G2. They've now been slapped by them twice. If you look at the Ents that was confident when they were playing VP, because they'd beaten VP 3 maps in a row, they felt confident and they were coming into it not a care in the world. Comparing it to the Ents that we've kind of seen now, it feels like they're definitely playing up against a big reputation in G2. And, you know, that's one of the things that they need to get out of their heads. You know, block them, you know, get rid of the names, just have the operator names if you need to. Whatever it is, I think Ents just need to get back into their stride, because they got completely thrown off by Nighthaven. The map threw them off, the way G2 were playing threw them off, and they were just not ready. They were simply outclassed. Throw that away.
Is this too much fear or respect in this case?
Yeah, maybe. I think so. I think it's probably both fear and respect, and maybe a little bit of nerves and pressure that they've not felt so far.
Yeah, I would even argue that I think, like you said, their external expectations, yes, of course, nobody expected them to take the major, but I think internally, actually, I think they expect to go to the major. Knowing them, they're super competitive. They expect to beat G2. But the thing is, right now, that's why they may be in their own heads. If you have no pressure, if you don't expect to go to the major, you're not feeling that stress. But right now, what I'm seeing on their faces, it's not the same faces as G2. G2 are laughing right now. They're super confident. They know they're just one map away from taking it. And you can see on the side of Ents, they're all super stressed and serious right now. And it feels like a very important moment in their career. And I can feel the weight on their shoulders. You can see it literally on their faces.
Because it is, let's not mince words about it. There's a big potential off of this, but who knows? You'll have to get into the server to actually see what changes, and it is on Ents to do that there. Otherwise, G2 can just run away with this 2-0. Speaking of which, French Alphaman, thank you so much. Let's see which way the wind blows. We'll toss it back to our casters. It's M&Half. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And will this be one more time tonight? Will this be one more time this season? Or will this be the first of 2 and an epic French comeback? That is entirely down to Ents. As they said on the desk, we need to see those boys get back into this game.
That's it. We need to see them do what they were doing against Wolves, what they were doing for the rest of the last chance qualifiers. So we know they have it in them. It's just not really shining against G2, and we saw it in the regular stage. We saw it in the first map they played today. Let's see if Cafe Dostoevsky will bring us something entirely different. Now, I think the following is a blessing and a curse, Semi. They're starting off on defense. Could be a blessing, could be meaning that they get 4 rounds. However, if G2 then suddenly start running away with it here, like a train, and in the famous words of Desertu, what was it, Niha? Nina? Something like that?
I don't know. What did he say?
I saw Blitz earlier today. I was casting with Ace, and I was like, Nina. No, it's Nina.
Nina?
Sure.
Nina? Yeah.
Back to the point, though. If G2, you know, start off this game 2 rounds, 3 rounds, maybe even 4 rounds, at that point you will start to worry for Ents.
Yeah, I mean, as we sort of said, all the momentum is currently in the favor of G2. All of the sort of confidence, the play, the way they're sort of laughing and joking and smiling. It's a team of experience, and that's that sort of line that is unfortunate. It's the catch-22, right? You only get that experience from getting to majors. You only get to majors sometimes from having that experience, from having that sort of reliable dependency of going, we've done this a million times. This is one more time versus Ents of this would be our first time. As a roster, as any of these players fighting and finding themselves from where they started towards the bottom of the board at the start of the season to here. Maybe our 4th team against previous world champions getting themselves off towards the major. The fight back starts here on their map. On defense.
They have to.
Yeah, I mean, what else? What other? They're not gonna roll over and die.
Otherwise, it's a very long off season that they'll have to wait for before getting going again. So, no pressure, Ents, nothing at all.
Luckily, they can't hear us saying, no pressure, no worries. All right,
It would
guys.
be worse if they would type it in the chat, you know, the observer.
Starting with a steady approach towards the top floor. Now, just pointing out what windows have been punched and where the runouts and sort of peaks might come from. It's currently nothing that's thrown itself too out there. If anything, unless you're going for a peak underneath towards the top, you're not really going to throw your life away that early on. Azox more than ready for the chance at somebody on towards the hatch, but Benjamin still with the secondary is not going to play the close game. Too many risks of being caught out.
Now, my big worry is the Montaigne out there from Uno. He has the opportunity to basically safely navigate himself around from that hatch drop to start dislocating these players, either in Piano. That is currently receiving some pressure. I'm not quite sure where that happened from, but Keep is quickly being redeployed to get themselves some safety. Quickly punched out again, as well as the Bees are coming in to give Nako's position away.
Oh, does get Virtue. Great shot. As the pressure might start to come around towards the top of red. Monty is in and knocked right back out. Didn't check for Azox, and Uno caught here. Now all of this weight, all of this pressure could lead round onto Alamau. He's playing against it. He does have the ability to smash one of those Kivas from a bit of range, but they're going to see if they can do that instead. Threads the needle, finds the kill, but with Alamau being caught by Skies as well, just Doki and Benja in a 2 versus 4. What can they try and get out of this?
It's a bit of an odd one to lose your shield the way they did, because they spotted out that Azov was around earlier. Just get shot in the sides. Not really the thing to go for. Very convincing round here, friends. There's just Benja left in a 1v4. Almost already striped this one off. It's not going to be happening. He's not going to be able to turn this around. Fires in all the Bees. He's definitely going to try. But there's verticality to worry about. There's horizontal lines, crossfires, everything like that. It just needs to get the upper hand in each and every single fight.
It's a full start. No two ways about it. Cannot get the exit frag, and well, time for them to rethink. They had a couple of moments like this actually in their showdown earlier before they got into the finals G2. I think it was on Chalet on about round 2 or 3. Uno ended up sitting on the roof for a minute for them to sort of have a team talk, slow things down, get themselves back together. It's a roster that is aware of when the game gets out of hand. One round isn't enough to weigh it up. A couple of mistakes, those happen. First round back into it, Enter very fired up. However, you're against their primary, regardless of how well known a side it is. Let's see if they can try and make something a little bit better here on their secondary attack.
The big question. I mean, again, like, this is actually where like a Monty would be more useful, I guess. You know, when you're completely in a horizontal push, you don't really need to take top floor. We do often see it though, because of the fact that basically the entire top floor or the entire ceiling of this side is approachable vertically, meaning that you can put a lot of pressure down onto defenders and really force them into only 2 or 3 spots where it can safely be, really limiting a lot of the angles that you would have to clear when you do go for a push. But it's always nice to have that bit of extra horizontal pressure point to come through whilst you're also clearing vertically.
Well fortified.
From the false start towards the top, towards the pressure onto the bottom. Concerned, as you always are with Cafe Dostoevsky, of somebody finding an angle out of a window. That's why you'll often see clears start like this, the pressure around towards the top itself, to secure anyone that's on the adventure around there, cut off their rotations down either of the 2 stair sets, and then see if you can sort of punish them from the back end. Rykos, so you're leaning around, not entirely against it, but just keeping an arm's sort of length grab on towards the start of an engagement on a fight, whether it's on Snowdoor or the other side. They're both propped on the hatch to pull out. Ooh, a bit of a risk there from the smoke, but Benja not entirely rewarded for it.
There comes the hunt. Capcan on site. It's going to be confirmed. There's not really that much they can do about it. You see being cancelled by Doki as well. So I think it's more so in a use case here to find out if there's any roamers, and if there is, where are they located? Verticality seemed to open up. Quick check from Virtue. Almost lost this bunch of HP by that one Capcan trap there.
Still no one caught. Seeing if they can try and remove anything that's otherwise prepped around the back end of the freezer wall. Doki wants to catch the chance at the VIP player getting out, but it's Azox. They still have 2 more canisters to buy themselves some time if they really want to hold on to the position. There's the swing chance round from Kochek as well, so they don't quite have the lockdown without forcing out Nako. They can't really get Azox without forcing out Azox. They can't really get anything. There's the pressure onto one of them. That'll free up the fight onto the second, but they haven't gone very far. Doki's able to get that kill. As I said, they isolated it. Where do they go next? There's 2 lined up. Doki fed, and there's the final one picked, but you wonder a little bit what Ents thought was going on, because it obviously wasn't correct.
They just completely riddled that bar there. It's like the 3 people behind it. Everybody just start firing at it. It's like a little bit of a case of spacing. Like, why are you all in that same area? I get it if 2 people are in the same room, but if you're both stuck right behind the same piece of cover, I think it's never gonna go well. So, a good return from G2, instantly finding themselves on a tech round on the board as well. Of course, there is still a lot to do for them. But it's just case for them now to get 3 rounds on the attack, maybe even 4. If G2 manage to do that, then Ents is really going to be struggling throughout the second half.
Just a strange round, a strange dare as well. You know, they're cowering from the bees. The reveal is there. They know they were holding the aggressive position. You're holding that position with the awareness of that extension towards the dining area and the seating area, that extension towards VIP. They've just lost the player in VIP. There's all this pressure coming from Coat, from the bottom of Brown.
5 seconds to insertion.
And, you know, it's just battening down the hatches and hoping they find some safety. But G2 isn't a team that offers team safety. They're a team that smells blood in the water and wants to bite.
Doki coming around with the Amaru. Got yourself prepared from Azox. Is hoping to find one on the rappel, but quickly goes off. A Blitz and an Amaru. Together with a Finka, a Grim. Something to me just smells like there is going to be a quick plant somewhere. I don't know.
I think see you're here with us, Inspector Clouseau.
No, I'm just, you know, it's just a bit of pace coming out somewhere.
I mean, there's a lot of options that's offered. My favorite one with this lineup is the idea of going up the freezer hatch and getting straight into the site. They've tried a part of that, but it's actually only come up and single Claymore got the take. Azox heard the zip. And Doki reloading, caught from the drop down. He did do some damage, but the adaptation on this play hasn't quite worked.
It's definitely quick.
Yeah, but as I said, the usual play of that is you sort of smoke off the dining table itself, you put the pressure on, the C4s get the catch, the pistol cannot quite get a connection behind a mirror window as well. It's never going to be easy as an approach. They just drop off because I'm not going to sit around and get punched in the shield, punched in the face by some sheet metal.
Are they taking a fight towards him out here? I mean, he's glad to take it. He's just gonna see what he can find out of this. That's a flashbang, should be a kill. Jack's quite low. Sky's as well. This is actually quite winnable if you look at the HP on the left-hand side of your screen. Like, they both just need a single shot from that pistol. It's just Azox that's all the way up full. So they really need to be playing this in crossfires here.
Flashing walls are not quite being netted with the result. As you said, they have to play it in crossfires. Yeah, they're low, but there's no way a Blitz can sneak up on you. There's no way any of these fights can be surprised. And, you know, there's only 2-3 clips left. They've done this very well. They haven't given them any avenues, any chances to get extra kills, extra fights. And Jax has the lockdown.
Bringing in that second defense round here for the side of Ents. Quite a comfortable one. Very Oh, uncoordinated push really coming out from the side of G2. It's like 3 people repelling in intervals, really allowing them to just have time to rotate around and get that information out and spread. So no real threat towards that side. That would have all changed, of course, if Uno, I believe, was the first one to repel in with the Finca, was able to find that initial kill. I'm not putting any blame on him. I'm just saying this is a what-if scenario, because then suddenly, like, the site would have fallen and you'd have had, like, a pretty powerful operator in the middle of everything.
2-1. And they still have themselves in a bit of control here, but with how pasty the rounds have been and with what G2's been trying to lay down, you know, I don't think there's massive cause for concern as of yet. They're happy to sort of play these runs, and talking of sort of ways to play the game, if you look at the previous lineup and it being a pocket here, the Glaz Sense combo as their take onto Kitchen. Now remember, this was their only successful round so far. 4 of them screaming towards Coat, towards the bottom of the brown stairs. They're going to see if they can try and isolate this off very quickly. How quick will those other ends players be to react to this? There's the first smoke canister thrown out early on, buys them some time. The Glaz is looking for a fight towards the back of the bar. It's not quite been offered as of yet through the Sense gadget, hoping they make a mistake, but not quite.
Just a bit of bait, right? They know someone's in VIP. They're just trying to isolate that Firewalls at the same time using the glass to take out any of the cover. It didn't really work out, so they're falling off. Benja's still around, but also knowing that, you know, he's just in that window for now. Raka's getting spotted out. Has the opportunity to drop back down the hatch. Hunt is coming through in the meantime, though, as a bit of pressure is coming up from the horizontal. Doki coming in with the Deimos. See the Buck coming in as well at the very same time. Rykos finding himself stuck and spotted right now in the actual train area.
Oh, Deimos just got the end of that fight there. A little bit of an overconfident sprint. Maybe thought they were a step further away and a step more unaware. The Azami's taken a lot of damage as well. A breath away, but Nako could be the problem that is dealt with by G2 later. They are still droning everything out and double checking. Obviously, they can kick those lines up and slow things on if they think they're going to get droned out. There's the lines active, so you assume a drone got close to him. But even then, that'll just pull more information away. Benja finds Jax. At some point, the Vigil has to activate. It has to try and operate his way down. Alamau, free to rotate. Skies gets 2, though. Very important. Ria's control back. Suddenly, this power position G2 were in was absolutely taken away from them, and even more time now is into the hands of the Vigil.
Not just that, but also like my player that's on 1 HP. Like, this guy should have died already at this point, as Aztecs just fires blindly through the smoke. We'll find Alamau. And suddenly everything is back in complete control of Ants. We still have Nako up above. Surely there's been a call right now by any of the flank drones that, you know, he's coming by because the ERC-7 is active. Like, Ben just starting to push through, roads right through the smoke. Does he know about the player out here? Spots one, doesn't know about any of the others though.
I mean, really, this should have been G2's round. Everything has just fallen away from them. They had the 5 versus 3 situation with one of those 3 being on the top floor and not yet activated. A fight over a Kiva barricade is as messy as they come. And there it is. Hence, keep things secure. A big sort of double kill that came through from Jax towards the site that unfortunately weren't able to see, but to be honest, it was such a surprise sort of swing against momentum that you're thinking, G2, what are you doing here?
You're really wondering how that one went south suddenly. Is it like an unfortunate stack up and a swing unexpected, or not quite sure? That really gives Ents a good opportunity to basically secure the half here by getting that 1 extra round in the next 2. Put them on 4.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
and
bomb.
I'd say that's their goal. 4 rounds to start things off. 5 would be very much appreciated as well.
It's a solid sort of build up here from Ents. They've been able to wrest control it shouldn't be a 3 versus 1, but it is, and they can make the most of that. The compliments paid to them in their game earlier that got them here versus Wolves was that every single round was a bite. Every single round
5 seconds remaining.
was a fight to ensure they made themselves all the way across.
Attackers are heading out to the future
Yep,
bomb.
here they are. Still with that mindset, still with that energy.
That's bomb peek attempt. No one as of yet. I don't think they'll find anybody. Oh, actually, there's some people close. It's not a jump out from that window. And that's really bringing the fight towards the outside. Here's Benja. He's getting himself set up with some track stingers. He's first of all going to mask the sound as it goes on. Skies just here's Virtue run by, shuts him down. A great start to the round for the side of ends. And they were all looking outside. They were all looking to find the spawn peak, and finally they found it.
on the other side. Tracks deployed.
The E1D isn't quite able to get a catch on anyone that's pulling back. Doki just shooting through keeper barricades of nightmares. And we find G2 in, I'm not going to say a position of not knowing what to do, but hoping something would happen. This isn't really their team dynamic. This isn't where their team is at its strongest, and wanting to punish Ents, who are just able to freely open themselves other angles. You look at the previous map that we had, and that was entirely what G2 was doing here. There's a swing round, there's a take onto the first. Alamau's going to make sure he has the cover onto the second. Anyone else can execute Nako. There's Benja watching for the rotate from underneath. Doesn't quite net the kill, but there's a lot of damage to Rykos, who can cause some problems later. Azok's on Lumber, wants to lean in. Keeps some control on towards Pixel, not quite netting a result. Another pulse of Lion, but G2, they got that one kill. They got themselves some strong control. They haven't got the swing round, I say, until Uno able to execute Rykos, finally finds the end. Alamau finds Azox, and this is more of that G2. There was that period of sitting and waiting for things to be set up, and then they find that setup, and everything seems to fall away. Doki isn't even needed to pick up the back of the fight. G2, excellent response from what was a stall out.
It's fun how quick that can change, right? Like where things just suddenly seem to not really work out for G2. And it's like they snap their fingers and suddenly they're like that world-beating team that could be going on to win the tournament if they play every round like the one they just play. And I just find all these single engagements, they lock out everything, they still have the flank watch ready to go. That's more what they need to do. And that's an unfortunate development there for Ents. You know, they were looking to get that 4th round on the board. Still have the opportunity to do so, but a very convincing attack round there for G2. That's just ill timing.
One of those things. I mean, to be honest, that was the 3rd engagement that they'd almost peeked their way into. The first was at the bottom of white, but they thought better of it. The second was pushing up white stairs, and they almost got entirely dropped. And the third at the top of the red, they just couldn't find a way back into the site after Alamau exploded. And, you know, I wonder what the call is, or what the call was even, for G2 to suddenly get that little spark of life, but
attackers must locate and defuse
the attack's cemented. If they get the 3-3 half, they're in a pretty good setup to try and push this one over on the other side. You see again, this being Ents' map, G2 opting to start on the attack.
As Ents actually having the choice in their map ban, by the way, that they started it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So they chose the fence and also chose the map. It's like there's multiple map ban variants.
Yeah.
Just depends on how you...
That was the recent change. I always forget it. I'm old, I'm warm, and Nako's dead. And Doki's also been caught. My mistake. That makes a lot more sense.
Which is why it is so problematic if G2 were able to find those 4 rounds. They're still on the board though. As they find it first in Nako, Doki dies as well. Not going to be able to put down any extra air jabs. By the way that, you know, we've seen these last couple of rounds play out, and especially that last one, Really no need for it as Elamau down on the hunt. Actually, an enemy outside. Virtue misses the opportunity. Repeats back in. Sky's just decided to go for it. Benja over the top will be able to secure his teammate's life, but that was like a double there coming through.
I wonder if they also run out the bottom of white to maybe try and buy some seconds and, you know, give an impression that someone else is running out, that they're surrounded, let them open up snow door. It obviously didn't work. 4 versus 2. G2 prepped up to get themselves the even half here. Azox is not entirely going to throw himself up. There's a fight that's coming through that Uno is well prepared for. Quite actually get the snap, but does get dropped. And will they get the pick back up? They will. The kit's cold. The cap can offers them that with 50 seconds left. A lot of time here for G2 to formulate a take. The pre-fire gets the drop. There's the finish. There's the finish.
Elamau has been on that staircase, Emmy, the entire round.
Loves those stairs.
He didn't move at all. I think he got the final kill from him. We didn't see the kill cam, but the final person just walked into his crossfire finally. He's just been sitting there the entire time waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And a perfect half, or so, you know, even half coming through, not a perfect half. And you wonder who's that going to be favoring? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard to tell, but I think it is still in favor of G2, considering that defense is usually considered a bit easier. The attack just needs to be a bit more fluid. I'm just looking over to the rates as well. Ends their attack is on a 48% on Cafe. Whereas G2's defense is a near 70%.
3 apiece. Let's see how much of a distance we start to get now towards the second half. If G2 can throw 1, maybe 2 rounds together, put themselves in the 5-3 situation. Full sense to have sort of conversation, which might be their last this campaign. The Solace can cause huge amounts of damage on this map with how sort of, you know, boxy the approach of information is. They're already trying to find a statement outside, and well, might not have been able to shut down much if they got shut down early on. They were well aware of watching that window.
Yeah, it's a single attempt you give it. You check it once, nothing more than that. Sees a player run out. Or no, sorry, run past. Look, he also knows there's going to be 2 claimers on either side, so he's not really going to try and do anything with it. I think he actually just removed one with one of those impacts. And that's just for later use.
A bomb has been located.
Now with the Solace being chased by Deimos, sort of just saying where they are on the other side of the world. The E1D will do a little bit more to slow them down, but the attention needs to sort of be paid towards this. The swing in. Oh, somehow one out. Not entirely sure. It was a threading a needle made of a Kima barricade. Jax gets his second at the top of red, and Ents, what a smash through here onto the top. Doki gets one, gets caught a bit by the upside down rappel on the white stairs, gets himself in towards Freezer. Now they have the split, with Virtue offering some cover, some protection. How aggressive
surge
Doki want to be? They know one's in towards Cigar. Virtue desperate for the kill, finds it. The adrenaline surge, pops the intel. He's pushing further and further inside the cigar shop. Does he know how close they are? No! Jax gets it locked. The Deimos track forces the player further and further back. Either side getting the split through, can't quite get the connection. There's mute jammers that caused a bit of a slow in the problem, but you know, Doki's a player who loves to scrap, and he finds it. The rotate round behind him, though, it's Lumber. 56 seconds and it's pinged. Jax, his location is being revealed. Doki's pre-firing, so he sort of says, I know that you know that I know. There's the take, there's the miss. Jax in a sliver of health, just as Doki is. Up close and personal, it's Jax that gets the final kill.
Way too close for comfort there. G2 almost bringing it back from a 2v4. The adrenaline surge, giving it away to Doki. calling that out and you know, bringing it back to a 2-on-2 at that point. Maybe going slightly too aggressive there. Virtue afterwards heading into the cigar box. But man, that was close. That's round number 4 for Ents. Again, they're needing it. They need to find themselves with the map win if they want to keep their opportunity to go to the major alive. This is also like, that should not have been won by Azix, but he did anyway.
I mean, what a round, what an explosion. Just 2 SMGs tiptoeing apart. Both only needing, I think, 1 bullet to connect. As close as it could possibly be from what really was as surprisingly far away at first. Ents. They pulled the round. If that had gone away from them, it would have been a bit of a disaster and a huge sort of boon towards GT's mental. Instead, they fall 1 round further back. They're not going to try the top floor again. But a similar sort of setup.
A bomb has been located.
Benja waiting for any repel. He, when he pops, he hears the noise. He's trying to find it. Sees him, but loses his life. Skies, he saw the small opening. He was ready to go for it. Shuts him down. And a quick rush into the side happens.
I mean, it's just trading. It's just throwing themselves back and forth, suddenly seeing an opportunity to go for the side itself, it being locked out. G2 had the single foot up. They had the single sort of pressure point. As the calls come out, Alamau's back on his favorite stair set. Sort of with a no entry sign. It's a player that's happy to say, look, I am here, come and fight me. The grenade has an opinion on the engagement. It's not going to slow him down too much. The 2 remaining players, 1 on the door of the site itself, but without a kit, not much that can really be done. I've talked about the isolation of a kit before, and this one out in pillars is the same.
Drones being tossed out, a lot of verticality under control from the sides of G2. They still have the default cam up. They rushed in, didn't take that one out, and now it's just going to be feeding information as soon as that diffuser gets picked up. We have 1 up top on either side. Sky's digging in deep into the actual side itself, hoping to find a bit of verticality, but G2 noted that diffuser is dropped on the ground. Otherwise, they would have planted by now. As grenades are being tossed up, they know exactly where Skies is located. Jax will find a kill onto Alamau to bring it back to 2-2. And there's still 1:10 left on the clock. It is so much time to deal with.
They still have this time to drone, this time to recollect their thoughts and their perspective. Trade-off of health. Now, they don't really have the gadgetry to slow it down at this point. All the canisters utilized will turn out and towards these flat firefights, but, well, there's the reveal of 1. Virtue quickly tucks tail and rotates his way off to just get an execution. Doesn't really matter at that point, but Jax, who was that final player of the previous round, is looking to try and find the loose fight here. They've both rotated up and now caught on the cam. They have this vertical pressure. He doesn't really know, but he's going to pick up the kit and start maybe trying to get the plant secured. Oh, he's not even sure where, and caught out on cam again. I mean, brilliantly played there by G2.
Yeah. As soon as he wanted to plant, it was Virtue that popped up there. The default cam's really being a big help there in feeding information towards those last remaining players that were still left up top. Of course, the initial stop as well from the rush that happened, because they got the entry kill from the spawn peek attempt that was made by Benja. They decided to just run in from the snow door just to be shut down. And G2 have actually called a tactical timeout because of it, because, you know, first of all, the first round they were on the defense fell away. The second one didn't really start off the way they wanted it to. It was very chaotic. So this might just be a bit of, let's slow things down. Let's bring it back into our own momentum kind of timeout.
I mean, that's the sort of, I guess, mental side of it. From a team like G2, with the experience they had, the sort of citation that we came into this game, into this showdown to the series is you couldn't really have a more experienced team versus a fresh team. You couldn't have a better situation of a modern David versus Goliath story, and one that both teams have fought pretty viciously to get to this point at. You know, you're looking at what is that fourth sort of scrap through team, and it's still coming down to the wire. Beautiful pick. 4 apiece. Who is going to be able to just wrest any control of this map? Think about how the first ended up being a 5-1 half. It was such a difference, such a distance.
Of course, that was G2's map pick. A map they've always loved. It just fell a little bit out of their, you know, recent arsenal due to some disappointing results, but still banned against them, I believe, a whole lot.
5 seconds remaining.
So they're happy to bring it out to make the major potentially.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I like what G2 is doing with just opening up these windows just to give the illusion of spawn peaks potentially being out there all over the map.
Oh, it's great. It's one of those. Yeah, it's one of those lessons that people learn when you play more and more Siege. And one of the most common things is Rykos eliminates Doki. It's not just about the pressure that you can put on your opponents, but it's also the illusion of pressure, right? It's why Mira for a long time was the most powerful operator and changed the game, was because it changed what could be put under a phantom pressure. You don't really know. You have to check things out. You have punch holes in windows, whether you're an attacker or a defender. Virtue, that being open, he has to be cautious of it. He cannot just ignore it at this point, regardless of any time anyone goes back there or not. Phantom pressure is a very, very real thing. Please call this hotline if you too have suffered.
It also works on the attack, of course.
Yep.
Like, think of Clubhouse, Oregon, sorry, when you want to go for a blue take. Even if you don't want to go from blue itself, you just want to drop E-box, you make sure that that door is open from barrels, because otherwise they're just going to be freely playing around there and shut you down. So it goes both ways. You just need to give them the illusion that someone could be there. Often helps out hugely already. About 105 seconds left in this round, and you know, Doki died early on. It wasn't actually a spawn peek attempt, it was just shot down in the actual bakery by, I believe it might have even been like right underneath the barricade, because I don't see any holes in the barricade. Jack's taking some damage from a nitro cell, but still lives, still has the opportunity to open up vertically. Talking of which, the Boogies have done some work.
As the cover on the rotate, and Doki's death, almost a distant memory at this point. It was so long ago, it may as well have been in a different round. And haven't been able to get the second follow through on it. But as they steady themselves, their hand towards the hold, Virtue's been pushed a little bit further out of VIP. The angle being open, the destruction and the cover of Alamau.
They need to go for a bakery take here. There's just so much pressure towards the backside. They actually need to either deal with them, but with 30 seconds, you don't have a lot of time for that. And it seems like they're actually going to take these fights.
I mean, they need to try and take something at this point. They're really running on a sliver of time. The swings around on the back of a blind. A great take on towards the first. We've seen a 5 versus 3 go away from the attackers. Rykos is making sure it doesn't quite get to that situation. Skies, he's holding onto the back of the bomb chassis. Alamau's no longer holding onto the bomb chassis. Uno, all that's left by a systematic removal of G2 players here. And I mean, what a great attack.
Great attack indeed to come through. They were waiting up at the top floor for quite a while. Weren't actually given anything by G2. Decided they just needed to pull the trigger instead. Drop the hatch, put up some pressure from the brown stairs as well. Make sure that there was no real rotation happening from VIP or from the long bar either. Puts ends now 5-4. Working that advantage. Trying to extend on it. They want to go to map 3. And when we go to map 3, suddenly everything will be possible, Emmy.
Map 3, after what has been, I don't want to say an entirely sort of expected way of running through these LCQs. Obviously, we've had a little bit of an upset. We've had a couple of games that have gone away. Even Ents being in this final, for some people's money, is a bit of an upset. But Wolves, you know, their history has been a bit up and down recently, and Ents have been playing very, very well. But today, especially, it's been sort of 2-0s. It's been handed games. It's been fast games. I kind of want a fight, regardless of whether you're casting EU, regardless of whether you're casting sort of a very established region with a strong tier 3 scene, a tier 2 scene, all the way up to the top, or you're doing a more sort of recent region. When you're sending a team, whether it's the one that you're sending or the fourth, it has to be an all or nothing fight to get there. You want to be sending the best in every slot.
The Nitro. Well, baiting it. Now it should be coming. But he's already fallen off at that point. Benja decided that it took too long for them to actually come out there, and he didn't want to play anymore. So he went off, but if he would have waited for like 10, 20 seconds longer, he would have been able to find a kill with that. Where did that come from? Alamau from the window will find Rykos. A great bit of utility that he's taken out early here.
The early bit of utility gone. The hold in the cover as the Flores tries to make a little bit of ground into the back, but you know, you're looking at what's been removed there. It's the Capitan. Any of that smoke coverage, any of the force on towards Alamau's position, any of the sort of lockdown here, any approach onto that castle barricaded area, that's a fun bug. Now we're in the old times. That's going to be one of those sort of moments. Yeah, we've gone back towards it's a night map
sound as well at this point.
It's a night map. That it's like fading back in. That's cool.
Yeah. Still not fully there, bro. It was like we're halfway there at this point. There we go. So we're gonna cut the sound as well to really make it feel the part and put subtitles under. Stokey gonna take a fight onto the stairs. Oh, hit fire headshot! And a second one to come through from the window. A great round as he goes for the third. Doki wins it with a jump out. 4 kills from him on a demon.
All right. We might have found old-timey slow and black and white Siege in the middle, but Doki just exploded everything into Technicolor. Huge 4K. One on the stairs, one on the window, one is the hop, and then one outside. I mean, you know, if you're in Vegas, you double down. You keep riding that red.
That's it. There's got to be another jump out coming out from Doki now, right at the start. Like, here we go. Hip fire headshot. Finds a second. Jump down for the third. And then Skies is like, wait a second. He felt it coming. Survived the Claymore. And Doki knows, like, that's one of those rounds. This one for the highlight reel.
Shield going out.
Five apiece. And as sudden as anything seems to happen in this game, as sudden as anything seems to entirely fall apart. 4 kills, including a jump out, including a jump over a barricade. See what happens next from this progression, but it's becoming tougher and tougher to call. As I said, Ents have had great bites in, but G2, they found a bit of smooth sailing on towards the latter half of this game.
That's the danger, right? Like, if G2 managed to find yet another round now of another amazing play from one of these players, and we say it so often, each and every single one of those G2 players is World Championship material. I mean, they are World Champions, but they're all able to just do it again. If everything clicks, if everything works out, there's nothing stopping them from doing it.
Flashes over the top, pressure removes those castle barricades, but as I said, it caused some problems with Ents' approach, funneled them before quite well because we lost any of the coverage. This time they have all the gun 6s and destruction in the world to remove any such problems, and Benja wants to remove problems of his own. The impact on the double door, the run out, hoping somebody is on cam, not gifted to him. There's the roll of the pressure, the grenades down towards, oh, core of the freezer, but nobody is quite catchable.
Destroyed his own drone with that grenade. Jack's losing one as well. Still 6 left in pocket though for 1:30 to play with. Doki, however, is down below, roaming as a mirror. Don't see that one often. He's looking to find at least something happen as Nico will find Virtue, so the entry kill will be there for the side of Ents, and a second one at that.
I mean, throw himself in a building with an LMG, and Azos can make magic happen. A 4 versus 2 with the C4, being able to find a single one, but it's once again Doki and Benja in this 2 versus situation to see if they can piece this together. There is a minute, there is plenty of time for them to calculate and reevaluate how they want to make the approach. Doki dreamed of the swing out there, but he's actually going to be gifted with half a fight on towards the top floor, gets himself rotated back round. Got a big bite out of skies.
He has information. He just got a ping earlier, so he knows someone's around on the pillar side, but he just misses the engagement and has to fall back again. But that at least leaves him guessing, like, hey, where is this one player gone? As Doki finds yet another one.
3 versus 2, much closer, much more sort of eyeable and enviable as Benja goes for the rotate up the top. If he wins out, suddenly the 2 versus 2 with the vertical control. They're having to stack themselves in on the plant. This hold from Ents, this superior position is down to a 1 versus 1. Benja versus Jack's a name that we keep seeing in the final throws. Benja on the swing wins it out this time. And G2, they're the ones able to win out this 1 versus 1. They're the one able to win out this round that explodes in the final 15 seconds. And they are the one that are 1 round away from getting themselves to Manchester.
That one must have heard. It's yet another time where you see it. Ents just being like such a great position. And it's clutched out by G2. Was it a 2v5? A 2v4 at least. I'm not sure if the 2v5 happened.
It was technically a 2 versus 4, depending on how you count it, because as soon as 1 kill went down, the C4 kill from Doki happened.
See, I thought that was bringing it to 4.
It was a 2 versus 5 for all of about 100th of a second.
Great kill from Azix here.
You'll see it. Oh no, you won't see it.
We don't.
You can imagine it though, chat. Close your eyes, picture it.
Twitch clip replay, there you go.
I mean, Jax continually in this final do or die situation. Ents are only 1 round away from pushing this into overtime. But as I said, G2,
Attacker's objective is to
1 round away, and we will have our final confirmed team for the Manchester Major, and we will only have 2.5, 3 weeks before our eyes are locked on an opening group. And the last time G2 went to a major in the phase 1 rather than the phase 2, rather than getting themselves the bye, they said they enjoyed it more. They said they felt they played better because they were more warmed up and ready for the engagements.
And it helps you to iron out like the mistakes early on, right? Against the teams that should relatively be easier to beat. So I can totally understand that. It's how a lot of teams also prefer to be back-to-back best of 3s, because you just have that flow going for you. Which is of course the case that G2 is in right now. After dispatching a map 1 very quickly with a 7-1. Now looking to find that final round to lock themselves in for Manchester as the final team in the world to do so.
This first kill could dictate so much. We talk about pressure, we talk about expectation, we talk about how much that can affect a team, a young team, on their first chance of making it. There is no more pressure than this round. The spray almost gets Benja. Jax could have got that first strike. But the boy who's exploded over the past few rounds survives, at least for a bit longer. They're free to start doing their work. Remember the last time we were here, it was a systematic removal of G2 players. It was brilliantly put together by Ents. This time you're wondering what G2 might change up. It is a slightly different approach so far from Ents. A lot of focus onto the vertical first, rather than that pressure on towards coat room.
I'm kind of hoping that we're seeing a bit of a rotation back up, because I mean, there's only a single person around in the garage area right now from the side of Ents. If you would be able to shut them down, suddenly the entirety of White Stairs becomes available to you. As it seems actually like we will be seeing a bit of a bakery push to come in. Azix has an opportunity to jump in and find an angle onto Uno if they drone him out, but I believe they might have just missed him as they went through Rykos.
30 seconds, Ents, you have to activate, you have to throw yourself an Uno. There's one, he cannot find the second before he's traded out. They are well aware of what's going on behind him. The bodies are dropped and traded either side, but the body advantage is in G2's favor, is in G2's pocket. Ents, 10 seconds, 2 players, their only chance at staying in this is Skies. Holding onto the plant, getting this locked in. Here comes 3 big names. There goes one French name, G2! They are our final team heading to the Manchester Major, the last EU team to make it through. And a clean day of siege for reigning world champions. Celebrate now, but you have a harder challenge ahead of you.
What a costly missed drone that could have been from Ents there, but we cannot forget the heroic performance, the Doki 4K to come through, the clutch we saw the round before this last one, and now they managed to finish the job and again qualify themselves for the major, even when everything else seemed to be down.
You have to give credit to Ents. They put in a phenomenal fight, and unfortunately, obviously, as you said, it's a long off season for a roster that was really starting to find its teeth and to cut its way through. You look towards the tournaments that might be happening in the middle of the year, hoping that they can make some noise and do some damage there. But for now, unfortunately for them, they'll have to sit and watch. But G2, a team that, let's be honest, we didn't really expect them to have to be in this position, fighting in this situation. There is still work left, but for us, no more work for now as we throw it to the desk for one final time for this EU split, for them to break it down.
Thank you very much, friends. And again, Emmy and Hap on the mic. Let's give it up to our MCs on the cast. Here it is, G2 pull it out of a hat and make it to the Manchester Major into phase 1. Fresh, Alfama, hell of a day we've had.
I'd like to say it was never in doubt, Milosh. It was never in doubt that G2 were going to go to the major, but it was in doubt the whole goddamn stage. But, you know, just like they did last stage, when they needed to, they absolutely came alive. And congratulations to them for making the major.
Oh, and it's also the way they come to life. I mean, every single time you feel like they're going to lose the round and they keep getting away with it. And every round you're like, how do they get away with it? They're always in a mad disadvantage and somehow someone in G2 just pops off, drops a multi-kill. And then usually they actually manage to play really well after that. It's not only, you know, getting these picks like this from Doki, just take a look at this vector skill, actually.
Ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. But like, again, they were at a man disadvantage here, and they again turn it around. Like that's the magic of G2 for you. The magic of having 5 of the best players in the world in the same team.
The magic of never being out until the game says so. That's G2. That has been G2 for, I feel like we're rolling close to a decade on at this point. But, you know, I say decade, we're probably like a year or so away from that. But yes, incredible the way that they've had it today. Even Uno showing emotion. And there it is. Congratulations, Doki, of course, with his partner. She says that he's quite cute. He's even cuter when he wins. 7-5 victory for G2 with Doki on top. I mean, the man has sailed across the map from the top rope, and they did not look out below, Fresh.
No, honestly, they looked incredible. I think they really brought it out when it mattered. I think if we look at the whole Ents game, the veto to go to Nighthaven, Ents picking into Cafe, I do think it was a bit of a mistake. But hey, G2 are going to be more than buzzing playing those 2 maps. They were happy, they were feeling comfortable. And I think from minute 1, and I think this is the big thing for this final, from minute 1, they felt in control and they never let their foot off Enter's neck. Even when rounds looked unwinnable, G2 was still putting up one hell of a fight to try and get every inch out of every round. And we saw it. We saw Doki with a huge play, we saw 2v4, and ultimately we just saw them be the better team on the day as well.
Okay. Anfama, do you have something to talk about before we head out to the next pieces?
I just want to point out that what they've been doing, the way they've improved, they need a shout out. They're not taking the spot to the major. It's fine. I think in general, we just need to congratulate them for the improvement that they've had. I think generally speaking, this roster has been doing an incredible job. Most of these players were unknown from most of the public here in Tier 1, and look at how far they've come. I think they have a really bright future in front of them, and I can't wait to see more of them.
Absolutely. The fact that they got here, they already had to go through some tough competition. I mean, it's incredible what this squad here at ends. They went through Virtus Pro, Wolves, and made it here to G2, and almost took them to map 3 in this case. That is huge. But I want to talk about the player that kind of made those ends, made that ends potential for a comeback, I guess, fall a bit more flat. Doki on the performance today, fresh once more.
Yeah, I never get tired of talking about Doki. I think whenever push comes to shove, he stands up tall and he's the one that's counted inside of the server. And I think there was 2 huge rounds today in particular. There was 2 huge rounds today where on Cafe, it was rounds 10 and rounds 11. That 4K on Mira with the Vector that we just saw, which was incredible. Won them the round, just a moment where here it is, where he gets 4 kills. Bang, 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 and then the jump out to finish it off. A little bit of styling on him, didn't need to do it, but he did it anyway, wins the round. And then the next one was a 2v4. The very following round was a 2v4 with Benja. Those 2 rounds go a different way. We're talking about a map 3 right now. So not only is he one of the best players in this team, he also backs it up and performs when needed in those big moments. And yeah, he's going to have bad games, but his good games outweigh that significantly. Oh, here he is. Hi, Jack.
Hey, Doki, we've been rizzing you up. I'm sure you always enjoy a fresh kind of rizzing you up here and making it work. I saw that joy in your eyes, and of course your partner being very happy. She said that you're very cute with your current hair. Do you think that's
me? She said she hates it, but all right, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, that's what she said to me in Twitch chat. I kind of hit it myself, but I want it to be nice. But anyways, Doki, congrats on the win. That's more important than the hairdo. That's for sure. How you feeling after it?
We are back-to-back LCQ champions. Now, I don't know if anyone else has done that before, but that is an achievement in my eyes. I want that in my Wikipedia. But yeah, feeling great. Feeling great.
Jack, talk to me about the stage. So the reason that I want your, I suppose, synopsis on the stage, your understanding of the stage, because the highs have been really high, and obviously, you've qualified to the major, congratulations, but also the lows across the stage, you've put in some, as a team, you've put in some bad performances across the stage. So what is it that, in your eyes, is causing that?
I actually didn't realize this until maybe a couple of days ago, but I think when you compare us to, let's just say, BDS, I think BDS are the best team right now in Europe, and they've showed it. They had a lot more time to prepare for EUL than us. It's not really an excuse, but we had a pretty long SI run, massive boot camp before that, and then straight into Malta, which is kind of like a little meme event. But we didn't have a break. We had no break. We had no time to do any EUL strats. We came home and it was just struggling. On top of that, I think maybe some people are a little bit burnt out of some things. And best of ones is it's always kind of hard because the room for mistake is so small, and all these teams in Europe are not bad. These guys we played today, Ents, they're not a bad team. They can win games, absolutely. So I don't know. I think it's a little bit usual of us to not play good online. We're not very good at that. But when it comes to best of threes, I mean, I think it showed, right? I don't even think we dropped a map, so we can just abuse the map pool way more, right, in our best of three. So yeah.
So talk to me about the map pool actually today, because obviously in the last game we've just seen, you played Nighthaven. It looks like you saved it pretty much the whole stage, brought it out today. And then picking into Cafe, surely you must have been more than happy with playing both of those maps.
I mean, we said before, these guys are going to pick Cafe or Consulate. It's 2 of our best maps, our absolute best maps. Pick it if you want. You know what I mean? And they did that. I think it was a big mistake by them. But I guess they're a young team, right? So they're going to learn not to pick one of the best team in the world's best map and a best of 3. Again, hopefully. And Nighthaven, did we hide it? I don't know. Again, it's one of these maps in a best of 3 you feel way more confident with, because if the map goes not as expected, you have something else to fall back on, right? Whereas on a best of 1, you are just fucked. So, sorry.
Oh boy, it's a family show and all that. I mean, Sunday night.
Sorry,
I don't
kids.
think kids are watching at 10:30 p.m. at this point here, at least in on mainland EU. But you know, Doki, with this victory, of course, you make it through. You say you've had to fight through LCQs twice now over the past year. How are you feeling going into Manchester? Because now you get home turf, even though you have to play through phase 1.
Yeah, these Brazilians they're gonna see what's coming. I'm a different beast on home turf. So yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, hey, last time we won the LCQ, we came top 4 at Atlanta Major. So hopefully Fury aren't as good, and then yeah, easy pickings, I guess.
You afraid of anybody in phase 1?
I don't even know who's in phase 1, to be honest. As long as FaZe and Fury aren't there, it's just whatever.
They are not. Liquid is there, so
that's totally fine. That's great.
Absolutely.
Actually. Please,
there we go. I was looking forward to hearing that. Thank you very much. I certified myself in that hater camp, so we'll see. You know, G2 against 7 other teams that are in this phase 1. Well, you know what, Doki, good luck in Manchester. No two ways around it. That's 2 weeks from now. I'll leave you the floor to say something to your fans out there on the win.
Yeah. Thank you guys, first of all, casters and everyone who's done everything for UL. It's been great this season. To the fans, yeah, you guys are ruthless. You really just don't like us, do you? I don't really call you fans. So yeah, I guess supporters at Manchester, but to be honest, do what you want. I don't care. So yeah, buy the Fenrir skin though, please. That's one thing. If you hate me or hate the team, at least you can buy the skin because it's a nice skin. So
what if they like you?
Anyways,
not possible.
If they like me, they send the money to me. I'll drop the PayPal link in the Twitch chat. Much appreciated. Mwah.
Is it really that tough, huh? Doki, thank you very much again. Congratulations on the win and good luck representing EU in phase 1 of the Manchester Major.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. There it is. Our 8 teams now qualified, all locked in. All SCQs are done. We are ready. You know, for the next 2 weeks, it's going to be a bit empty here in our Siege schedule with G2 coming out from Europe, Space Station Gaming from NA, Team Liquid from Brazil, Cyclops Athlete Gaming, KAG Osaka from Japan, Fearex from Korea, Cruelty from Latam, Bleed from Asia, and finally GK from MENA, Middle East and North Africa region. All right, there it is. What a stage we have had. And I guess all 3 of us have been on many of these broadcasts to kind of see and watch constantly the 24/7 Siege action we've had on both Rainbow Six channels, at least in the English language, let alone everything else happening. So, gents, you know, final thoughts as we recap all of this. Let us, what do we have? What do we want to go through now? We went through these. We don't need to go through many more of our graphics. Anything that you think that will be a big surprise going into phase 1 now that we closed it out, Alfama?
I don't think I'm expecting big surprises. I actually think that some of the best teams in each region, I think Liquid, G2 especially, Bleed, are the teams that are gonna come out of the phase 1. One thing I'm looking forward to and I'm happy about is that the LATAM team is actually full of Mexican players. And I think that's really cool. It's not a team full of imports. Yep. And I actually want to see them play because I love that their region is represented by a team full of players from that region.
It's not the UK lads that are kind of poking at the region like we've seen over a year or so ago. Fresh, your thoughts on phase 1?
My gut feeling is that we couldn't have a major without G2. We had a major in Atlanta without Liquid, and it felt very similar. So I'm very happy that G2 qualified. I'm very happy that Liquid qualified, even if both of those teams do have some demons to fight. And I think both of them will probably make phase 2, if I'm being brutally honest. But yeah, I think it's only good for the scene. I think, you know, especially congratulations to G2, because, you know, they have looked very up and down this stage. But I think if we were going to put the strongest team forward out of the LCQ bracket that's represented, you know, from the past 3 days, probably on an international basis, you can't argue that that's G2 as a former world champion team. So I think the best team won the bracket, and I'm just looking forward to seeing them. I think every single EU team has got some kind of UK representation on it as well, and I'm more than thrilled with that, of course, because the majors is coming home.
Yeah, it's coming home. I mean, home technically would be Montreal, right? But we're gonna say it's coming home to the UK. First time since the Leicester, which wasn't even an officially like big event. Of course, there were Pro League finals, but that was way back in the day in season 2. But we move on from it, and we'll take a look at our opening schedule for the Manchester Major. You can already block out your days off because we don't know who's gonna play whom, but these are 2 best of 3s that'll be happening, and it's also kind of happening between 2 streams on Thursday, May the 16th. So if you're watching at home, make sure you time yourselves for these games happening in the afternoon. This is CEST, of course, not I guess Manchester time. We got Manchester predictions. All right, you know what that means? Look, you see that there are teams that have won a spot at Manchester to actually qualify to the event, but you can also win something whether you are attending the event with your own ticket or not, because you can participate in the pick'ems. I was so glad to be part of it, and many of you also were part of it during SI. Well, we brought it back, and you got to do is kind of register on the R6 Esports website. Make sure you link your account. We'll have more info on that with the event guide, and you get to pick which team will win which game, and you do it for every single play day. And if at the end of the event you have X amount of wins, I think 27 right, then you'll get a lot of stuff to win. But even if you just participate, I'm sure you can make it through and win some free stuff in the game and participate and be part of the esports scene here in Siege, whether you're at Manchester or watching from home. Though I think that's it. We've watched enough from home. It's time for everybody to get ready for LAN Fresh. Thank you so very much for this entire stage between traveling to Copenhagen and doing things from home. I know, the difficulties of handling all of that. Alfama, thank you very much for joining us on the LCQs. A welcome guest, as always, our good friend and ex-professional player, Alfama, joining us from France. Of course, to all of our production team. There's been many, many people that have made this show work, including our direct production staff and directors off in Copenhagen, but also globally for all of the regions, all of our colleagues that casted and analyzed and did all this work and hosted throughout the stage. Man, just thank you so much. This game is incredible, and you watching at home or live in Manchester is what makes it worth the effort every single day. All of us clock in to enjoy this game, and of course, our wonderful players and orgs that are part of our ecosystem. Till then, we'll see you in Manchester. Have a good night. We love you. Bye-bye.